You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you that we are set fair for a prompt start. Didn't look that way when we walked in this morning. It was an awful lot of rain in the Leicester area overnight and certainly yesterday afternoon and evening, but the ground staff have worked their customary miracles. They've cleared all the water, the surface water. They've been up and down with the blotters on the outfield, and the umpires have decided we can start on time. And the weather, I can tell you, is definitely improving. It's much lighter than it was back at sort of 9 o'clock, even just half an hour ago, and every prospect of not 96 overs, but 104 as we will look to make up 8 overs today and potentially another 8 overs tomorrow on the 29.2 overs we lost yesterday. Nick Webb and Eddie Bevan of BBC Wales, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game. Leicestershire will resume their first innings on 241 for 5. I'm slightly surprised, Nick, looking out at the outfield at the moment. I did not think we would start on time today.
No, it felt somewhat on the damp and slippery side when I ventured across the outfield earlier on my way into the ground, but they've been working hard on the wettest area, which is just off the square apparently at this near end of the ground towards the dressing rooms, and obviously they've done just about enough with the team's keen to crack on with things after a rain-hit start to the season all round. As the umpires emerge onto the field, there's forecasts suggesting that play may be curtailed towards the back end of tomorrow, and possibly Sunday's looking dodgy. So we're most likely to get most play in today, I suspect.
It is unquestionably warmer than it was yesterday. The flags are hanging pretty limp, but when they do feel the breeze, it's changed direction a little bit. It's coming now from the west instead of that cold east. It was a bitter day yesterday. Happily, much more pleasant today. Although all the Glamorgan players have long-sleeved sweaters on, and who can blame them? And certainly both the Leicestershire batsmen, the not-out Leicestershire batsmen, Peter Hanscom, who is 31 not out of 70 balls, and Ahmed, who is 38 not out of 57. They both have their long-sleeved sweaters on as well. So we'll have 2 deliveries from Tim van der Hoogten to start proceedings today. He'd got 4 balls into his 18th over before the umpires and the players, well, they rather fled the field. The rain came down in the end quite heavily last night, but they will be looking, although there are only 13.2 overs left with this ball. It is old. They'll be hoping for an early breakthrough, because these two have built a partnership of 73 so far for the 6th wicket. If they can get through that sort of tricky first 15-20 minutes, they'll anticipate building considerably on that.
Yes,
do you want to take the first 2 balls?
Van der Hoogten, thank you. Van der Hoogten referred to, as so many players do, the important first hour to try and get a wicket or 2 before the new ball. As in he comes and bowls to Ahmed, who drives nicely through the covers. And that one will run away up to the electronic scoreboard, and it is 4 runs off the first delivery of the day. Something of a loosener from Van der Hoogten, and Ahmed confidently on the front foot drove it between the fielders on the offside. 2:45 for 5.
A lovely start for the teenager. But as you say, it was out there. But I think many another batsman, the first ball of the day in these sort of conditions, would have left it. Ahmed not that way inclined.
As Van der Hoogten is in again, bowls to Ahmed, who is playing forward defensively. So that is the end of an over that began sometime yesterday evening. We had a long delay of 2 hours and 5 minutes the tea interval lasted effectively. We got back on at 5:35 and off again just before 6 o'clock. But surprisingly, it was the batters who profited from that 25-minute spell, adding a further 30 runs despite the lousy conditions.
Usual format, you'll be used to it by now. We'll be doing updates for BBC Radio Leicester at the top of the hour, i.e. very shortly, and on the half hour as well. Michael Neser is going to open the bowling for the visitors from the pavilion end. Didn't bowl with much luck yesterday, Michael Neser, and once the lights came on, and the lights are on at the moment, he got the ball to swing around to a remarkable extent. Here comes the update. Much to my pleasure and surprise, I've got to admit, we have started on time at Grace Road. The ground staff have worked their socks off. They've cleared all the water off the outfield. And although it's still pretty damp and grey out there, it is lightening up, and the umpires have decided we can get a full 104 overs if the weather stays as it has been. 245 for 5, Leicestershire. We've had just the 2 balls bowled so far. Rehan Ahmed, who is now 42 not out, hit the first one for 4. Peter Hanscom is 31 not out. Vital partnership between these two for Leicestershire. They've added 77 for the 6th wicket so far, and they'll be looking to take that well into 3 figures if they possibly can. Leicestershire in their first innings are 245 for 5. He missed just a couple of deliveries, both of which Neser got to swing away from Hanscom and beat him. So there is still movement out there for Michael Neser, both ways.
Yeah, the clouds are quite low again, so that might help things.
Hanscom waits, crouching in his stance outside off stump. That one came back in, he let it go. Beautifully bowled by Neser, just a little bit too wide, didn't come back enough. But I think we can say that Hanscom didn't necessarily read the swing on that one.
No, he is moving it both ways, isn't he, Michael Neser? And credit there to the keeper, Chris Cook, who took it on the second bounce. Didn't really get up much, but took it on the second bounce going down the leg side.
Going to be a testing few overs. Neser is in and bowls fuller, and walking forward into his defensive push is Hanscom. Head right over the ball, pushing it out into the covers.
Illustrating the dilemma that Glamorgan have in giving Alex Horton, the youngster, some sort of first team experience behind the stumps, while Chris Cook is still doing an excellent job with the gloves on. Although Horton has a few college commitments and is also just dislocated his thumb, so I shouldn't think we'll see him in a couple of weeks for the 2s.
Neser is in again, very straight. Hanscom plays very firmly back down towards Michael Neser, who fields, or attempts to field in his follow-through. Doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. Hanscom was scampering back into his crease, just in case. He has another dilemma as well, David Lloyd, because 67.5 overs, obviously wants to open with his 2 best bowlers, but the new ball isn't so very far away as Neser is in and bowling outside off stump, and this time it's a very safe leave from Peter Hanscom.
So a 3rd slip might just have been in business there, you suspect. But Ahmed has played such attacking cricket that he's forced them to get it to 2 slips. This one is driven, straight driven, and a sliding stop by Neser at mid-on. The things that fast bowlers have to do these days. Flung himself to his left to prevent that one heading from towards the car park. McIlroy, the other faster bowler, is at mid-off. There's a cover, a deep point on the boundary, a 3rd man and 2 slips. Van der Hoogten bowls, Ahmed plays back to the bowler, and there's no run. On the leg side, the aforementioned mid-on. Square leg is back, what, 3/4 of the way towards the old scoreboard. And there is a fine leg on the ropes just to our left. Glamorgan not on the ropes as such, but Leicestershire in the ascendancy, 1 run short of a batting bonus point. There's Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Ahmed plays that gently on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan already with the 1 bowling point. A reminder that it is 3, 6 and 9 wickets inside 110 overs for the bowling points, and 250 runs for the first batting point, and then every 50 runs up to 450 this season. It has changed. Van der Hoogten bowls, that's down leg side, well taken by Cook, moving to his left. This one of only 2 games in which there's play at the moment. Various inspections at Bristol, at Chester Street and at Edgbaston, either now or in the coming 40 minutes or so. So the other game in which there's play is at Lords, where Kent are 121 for 6 against Middlesex. Ethan Bamber was the main man for Middlesex as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that is, I think, off the pad down towards square leg, but it will bring up the 250 runs as umpire Watts slowly taps his knee. 250 to no applause whatsoever from the Foxes faithful. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. That's a point. 250 for 5. Hanscom 31 still. Ahmed has scored all the runs off the bat this morning. He's on 46. And in that Kent innings, 121 for 6, the opener, Ben Compton, is still there. Should England be looking for an opener? Who knows?
They seem very set on those they have, don't they? But
yes.
Things would change perhaps if they lost a couple of early games. Michael Nisa is in, bowls to Rahan Ahmed, who is solidly behind that one on off stump.
You wouldn't bet against Stokes or Bairstow opening the batting at some point, would you? Bairstow is a potential...
I'd bet against Stokes maybe, but not against... I take your point about Bairstow.
Stokes has done many things in the service of the team. He seems to be playing a sort of expendable middle order role at the moment, so might see himself as a test match pinch hitter. Who knows?
Yes, you never quite know what's coming next. Nisa is in, bowls. Ahmed is solidly forward again on off stump. Everything nicely close together, and rehearses the shot, just steps forward. All sorts of little movements, but then indicates, as batsmen so often do with his right hand, that there's still a little bit of movement. The sky lightened a little bit just before we started at 11, but it has got a little bit darker again. The clouds now coming from the way that they usually come here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, sort of from the west, southwest. Nisa is in, Ahmed forward again, goes through Nisa, but at no great pace, almost let it go underneath him, and it's picked up by Sam Northeast, who has a large blue beer towel or the equivalent thereof hanging out of the back of his trousers.
Poor old Ireland, highest test score and then beaten by an innings still. 202 all out in the second innings. Sri Lanka win by an innings and 10. Andrew Balbirnie, former Glamorgan player, got 46. Tactor 85, but 202 all out.
Nisa in, outside off stump, goes for the drive, misses it, could so easily have edged that into the gloves of Cook. Didn't actually do too much, it swung a little bit from his arm. No great movement. Ahmed drawn into the attempted booming off drive, missed it. And he turns and looks up to the heavens.
He likes that off drive, doesn't he?
He likes every shot, really. It's fun. It's lovely to watch him. He loves his cricket. He plays with a smile on his face and huge enthusiasm. Nisa is in short. He goes for, well, I was going to say the pull, but in the end he just clubbed it straight back past Nisa, very straight, just to the onside of the stumps and down to the boundary for 4. What a way to go to your 50. What an extraordinary shot that was.
It was his 8th boundary. It took 70 balls, and Yes, club is precisely the right word, Richard. Well done.
I was thinking, well, that's going to go towards the meat somewhere, but he just did it. It did sit up a little bit. Just like a high tennis drive that when the ball has bounced up a little bit to shoulder height. Nisa is in, bowls, back foot shot, much more orthodox and beautifully played out through point out towards the man on the point, or 10 yards in from the point boundary, comes in to meet it. Ahmed takes one, moves on to 51. His 50 then came off, did you give the figures? 70
yes,
balls
70
and
balls, 8 fours. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
And
the
his
second 50 of the innings, and following up the 85 that he had in his first match.
Yeah, indeed, his second 50 of the season, and he'll be very, very keen to go on if he possibly can. He did score 100 in the last his first class 100 in the last fixture last season at Derby. That was an exciting innings as well. Just went through his shots. I will look back at my notes and find out how many sixes he hit in that century, but there were a lot of them.
Ahmed remains on strike then as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, plays that one out on the offside, and there is no run. Well, Ahmed has moved on from 38 to 52. Hanscom has not added so far to his overnight 31 not out, as he takes guard again from umpire Watts, the taller of the two officials. Still the 2 slips, just the 3 saving the single. So Glamorgan on the defensive with this old ball. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and off an inside edge it runs out onto the leg side. Was there a bit of bat? I think there was, yes. So Hanscom is moving for the morning onto 32, 257 for 5. A reminder that if you set your meals or whatever you're doing today around the intervals, then we get 10 minutes extra in the first 2 sessions. So lunch is at 1:10 to 1:50, and tea due at 4. Van der Hoogten bowls, played to mid-off by Ahmed, and there's no run.
A little shuffle forward there from Rahan. Made sure he got to the pitch of it. Solid. You wouldn't say short. It looks about 5'6", maybe 5'7" at a pinch. No bigger than that. No, but a sort of solid figure.
5'9" he's listed as. Ahmed pushes it out on the offside, and there's a single 2 point. You always wonder about these figures given in
his
books.
bowling boots, perhaps.
So, talking to a rugby coach who said, yeah, I was had a couple of inches height and a couple of pounds weight onto players, onto the forwards anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say that you can understand. But, cricket, it's probably just pure vanity.
Van der Hoogten bowls and played away by Hanscom off the back foot down towards wide third man. Billy Root comes galloping in, gets his throw in quickly to deter them from a second run. 259 for 5. So ball has beaten the bat this morning, but it has been relatively untroubled progress. One beautiful in-swinger from Nisa that might have done for Hanscom on another day. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and off the back foot Ahmed punches out into the covers, but Carlson is quickly to his right to intercept, and there is no run. And the over, 259 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Richard Ray and Nick Webb with Edward Bevan. Hanscom has 33, Ahmed has 53 not out, and we've had 71 overs, so plenty more for bonus points to be garnered by both sides.
Partnership 91. We've already had 1 century partnership in the innings between Messrs Ackerman and Hill, but it was exactly 100. It got no further. Michael Nisa attempting to make this one go no further. Bowls to Hanscom, but he will pick up a couple there as it's a full delivery on middle and leg that he just calmly turns out towards deep mid wicket. Andrew Salter is out there. Well, he's out there at deep square, has to run around in front of the meet, and by the time he does so, Hanscom has quietly picked up his 2 and moved on to 35. 261 now for 5. As Nisa, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls very straight, and almost squeezed that one past the defensive bat of Peter Hanscom, who was rather anchored in his crease, got a thick outside edge, and it ran down on the ground through about 4th slip. Down to Van der Hoogten on the 3rd man boundary.
5-8 according to the Cricketers Who's Who, Rayan Ahmed.
So he's down an inch already.
Down an inch from Playfair. How they managed to get different heights in different the referent books, I'm not sure.
We'll give him 5-8.
Whether his hair was gelled up at the time, maybe.
Now, Ahmed is on strike, and 2nd slip has gone to gully. As Nisa turns, charges in, bowls. Does find the thick outside part of Ahmed's bat, but he's in control. The youngster plays it along the ground through point, backward point area. Takes his 1, moves on to 54.
Rayan Ahmed's thoughts for changing the structure of the county season, play more red ball cricket in the middle of the summer, so the 18-year-olds agreeing with the slightly older generation who make up most of the county members.
Wise beyond his years. Nisa is in and bowling. Again, outside off stump. Fuller, but playing on the back foot from the crease. Hanscom just dabs it out through backward point again, takes 1. Looks a little more assured at the crease than he was in the first over or 2. That first over from Nisa was a beauty, really, and he got the ball to move both ways. Since when? Hasn't been quite as effective. The ball is now into its 72nd over, though, and actually that first shot probably saw it pick up a fair amount of moisture. Nisa is in, bowls a bouncer, very short, and Ahmed was down in such good time that he almost toppled over backwards by the time it was in the gloves of Cook behind the stumps.
Yes, it didn't get up a huge amount, did it, for a big man banging the ball into the turf?
Hill made the point that the bounce from one end, this end, was a little bit variable at times.
Yes, that one from Nisa that beat Hanscom earlier on reached the keeper on the 2nd bounce, didn't it?
Nisa in, bowls again short, goes for the pull, it's in the air, but it's going to drop well short of McIlroy down there at long leg. Was in the air for a long time, went for the pick-up pull, did pick it up, didn't quite cut it as cleanly as he would like, and possibly as well that he didn't get it as cleanly as he would like. It bounced a good, 15 yards short of McIlroy at least. Ahmed takes 1 and keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 55, 265 for 5, 72 overs into the innings.
David Battersby tweets, good to see an ex-Glamorgan overseas star as the man of the match in Rawalpindi last night. Pakistan player of the match was Fakhar Zaman. He only had a limited period with Glamorgan. I think only had 1 substantial innings, as far as I can remember.
Labuschagne has tossed the ball to the umpires. It went straight through the gauge, but I would imagine it has picked up a fair amount of moisture in the short time it's been out there today.
Yes, quite.
Pretty damp when we walked across the outfield, isn't it? Still.
Not the most hospitable of environments in terms of weather, that is, for the visiting Glamorgan St Helens Balconeers and Glamorgan Travellers group.
Yes.
I'm sure the hospitality in all other ways will be excellent, as McIlroy is in the attack, replacing Van der Hoogten, still looking for his first wicket. That's down leg side and taken by Chris Cook, who chucks it behind him, not looking, and still finds the safe hands of David Lloyd at slip, who was expecting it. Clive Medcalf says the weather at the moment isn't funny. Club League's supposed to start on Saturday, going to be touch and go. I suspect there are many club players around the country in the same boat. There's McIlroy bowls and Ahmed pushes off the inside part of the bat up to mid-on, and there is no run. Some leagues started last week, most will be this week or next week, but there might be a few rained off fixtures depending on resources that clubs have got in terms of protecting their grounds. 265 for 5 here. As McIlroy bowls, appeal for LPW, not given, might have pitched outside leg. As McIlroy and Cook and Lloyd at slip were quite enthused by that one.
It did swing in. It wasn't a bad shout.
Indeed.
We'll see a replay. There was good shape to it.
It's worth asking the question.
For sure. For
Played
sure.
across the line slightly. And I suspect it might have been doubt as to where the ball pitched. If it's outside the line of the leg stump, you cannot be out. As Ahmed is forward, playing that one through mid-wicket for a single. 266 for 5.
Replay didn't quite arrive in time. They might squeeze it in at the end of the over, something like that.
Yes. Graham Smith says defensive team selection with a batting bias, hard work for the bowlers. Yes, Glamorgan are fielding probably an extra batsman. And though it's a better balanced attack this time round. McIlroy in to bowl, pushed by Hanscom on the offside, no run. Remains on 37. Alan Butcher. This is, was it T.S. Eliot nailed April with his thoughts. Yes, might be possibly working with Alan later in the season. As that sees Hanscom chop it down onto his pad. Ball just trickles out on the offside. And there's no run. 266 for 5. And Glamorgan not making the inroads they were very keen on. Early in the proceedings, 25 minutes gone. They've got a further 7 overs to operate with the old ball. Early lunch at Hove. Further inspection 12:30.
Here's the LBW shout, I think. Probably did pitch just outside, but it was a decent shout, and it did just swing back in a little bit.
So we're into spin. Andrew Salter will try what's liable to be a containing operation, I suspect, for the next few overs from this pavilion end.
Yeah, basically it's anything from these overs would be a bonus, wouldn't they, for Salter and for Glamorgan. 7 overs until the new ball. 98 the partnership. Ahmed on 56. Salter is in. Ahmed is down the wicket, but then just checks any really aggressive intent and rather strokes it out towards mid-wicket, diving to his right. Is that
Harris?
Harris in there. The substitute on for somebody. Salter is in again. Ahmed is down the wicket again. He just has to check his shot slightly because Salter saw him coming, clips it out to square leg, who returns it promptly to the wicketkeeper. Ahmed has to be equally prompt getting back into his ground.
Oh, this looks like it could be fun, this duel.
He won't be afraid of using his feet. Salter is in, and that time it's a full toss. It's made into a full toss by Ahmed. Pumped it down to, is that Byram? It can't be, can it? No, it's Carlson down there at a deep-ish mid-on, and unfortunately he doesn't gather the ball cleanly. It bounces off. He made the long barrier, bounces off his knee, and one is taken.
Can't beat a long barrier.
He didn't get through him, but it did rather bounce off it. And as a consequence, Ahmed moves on to 57, the partnership on to 99.
It's a moral victory for club cricketers that it didn't go through you.
Salter is in. Ooh, using his feet and beaten on the leg side is Hanscom, but it's not taken by Cook, and it runs down towards fine leg. It is going to be 2 leg byes, clipped the pad as it did so, so perhaps an excuse for Cook, but had he done so, Hanscom would have been a long way out of his ground. The steady little ripple of applause is for the century partnership. 101, Hanscom 37. Ahmed has scored 57 of them. That was a sort of chance, little one. In goes Salter and bowls. He's much more careful this time. Hanscom just dropping it out into the leg side, calling Ahmed through, or vice versa, for a quick single. And although Harris closed quickly on the ball, he had a fair bit of ground to make up to get to it, and so in the end it was a reasonably safe quick single.
Yes, I think the fact that it was leg byes rather than byes just about exonerates Cook from it being much of a chance.
Salter is in. Ahmed is down the wicket, hitting high and straight for a 1-2-3 bounce. 4 over, long off. Well, it was in the air for a long old time, and Northeast, who was sort of halfway back at mid-off, looks back inquiringly at Salter, wondering perhaps why he wasn't back. It is a shot he likes to play, and the fact he'd used his feet a few times earlier, well, throughout the over, basically every ball, could easily have dropped him back. Didn't, and he conceded 4 as a consequence, but could have been a chance. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. It's been a very good start to the day for Leicestershire. They began the day on 241 for 5. They've moved on to 274. Still 4-5. And Peter Hanscom and Rehan Ahmed together have taken their partnership for the 6th wicket past 100. It's worth 106 now. Ahmed has actually reached his 50, his second 50 of the season for the teenager. He's on 61 of 86 balls. Hanscom, the experienced Australian, he's 39 of 86, playing an anchor role for the Foxes. But the Foxes look in very good shape this morning at Grace Road. They're 275 for 5. Back with you online and on commentary.
As McIlroy comes down the slope and bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, driving to mid-off. We'll take a single here. .276 for 5. Edward Bevan will replace Richard. Up until the hour. Good on BBC Radio Leicester for taking so many radio updates as well as our online commentary service. As McIlroy bowls, and that is cut, but well fielded by Labuschagne to his left at gully. I was looking away towards the boundary, but Hanscom unable to add to his 39. Edward will add another layer before coming into the commentary box. There's McIlroy bowls. Hanscom on the back foot punches to mid-off. No run there. The room next door is somewhat warmer, given that we don't have to have so much the window open in there. Here we're trying to get the feel of proceedings as well as stay warm. As McIlroy's in to bowl to Hanscom, who pushes that one away on the leg side. Sliding stop by Nisa, running round from mid-on, and they'll go through for a single. Morning, Edward.
Morning, Nick. Nice to see the morning brightening and a good forecast for today. At last.
Enjoying the contest between Rehan Ahmed and Andrew Salter at the moment?
Yes.
Something's liable to happen at any given point.
adventurous young player, isn't he?
He is. As shaven-headed McIlroy is in, bowls a very high bouncer that will be, I suspect, 6 no balls. Well, we were saying there hadn't been. There's been a bit of extra bounce from that top end, the Bennett end, and McIlroy dug his back into that one and just saw it sailing miles over the head of Chris Cook.
Certainly a little bit more life than there was yesterday. That first over this morning by Nisa, he beat the bat 3 or 4 times. Might have been just a bit of residual moisture from overnight. Cover's been on just a little bit longer.
McIlroy in bowls. Ooh, almost gets one through there as Hanscom jabs it onto his thigh pad. Ball lands right in front of him. Hanscom remains there on 40, Ahmed on 62, 283 for 5. Run rate is a reasonably healthy 3.8. They'll have to accelerate a little if...
Salter balls drifting down the leg side, helped on its way by Ahmed, but I think he might have just hit the pad. Let's see what umpire Baden. No, he did get a bat on it, and he'll get a single. Yes. So this pitch will probably, if there is any moisture, they dry out under the far better conditions today, and will probably help the batsman, but you never know. Mid-on is just the orthodox just a little bit wide of mid-on, and there's protection down on the long-on boundary for rear arm on this highly promising young cricketer. As the next ball is again drifting down the leg side and just not getting his line right at the moment, Salter, and again they get a single.
Yeah, I wonder if he's to some extent bowling for possible stumping with Ahmed using his feet. Looking to fire one a bit more quickly down that leg side, possibly.
And Scum's on 41 weights, and this time he goes for a bit of a hike out towards Cow Corner, and he's going to get 4 runs. And that was not a one out of the textbook, but it was very effective because Salter was bowling that again down just outside leg stump, and he decided, well, there's no chance of me getting LBW, and he just hit it for 4. Between long on and deep mid wicket, so the run's coming quite easily now. 289 for 5. So Leicestershire close in on the second batting point. Glamorgan still just the 1 bowling point.
Yes, looks like we should get a full day's play today, light permitting. Of course, even with the floodlights, the umpires do take them off if they judge that the floodlights have completely replaced the natural light, and we've got a 7 o'clock cut off on the use of the floodlights here, but they may well be through 104 overs for the day before then.
Yes, Salter then running away from the pavilion end and bowls the right-handed Hanscom. Hanscom gets one where he clips away. Also, perhaps, as you said, I think you mentioned, he's bowling this line to try and restrict the batsman. He doesn't want to bowl straight or outside off stump. And he's got a thickly populated leg side field, especially behind square, so he might be doing that. And with, what have we got, 76, just 4 overs left now. And Glamorgan started, of course, with Nisa and Van de Gooten, and they'll be back in the attack pretty quickly because Glamorgan are striving for some wickets.
Yeah. Look, the reliance on those two is concerning for Glamorgan supporters, it must be said.
Yeah, we perhaps we'll talk about that throughout this over.
McIlroy looks to add to their efforts, but Hanscom just drops the bat on that. There's a shot at the stumps as they hassle through for a quick single. It looked okay as far as the batters were concerned, as Carlson at cover is usually pretty speedy, but that was a good drop and run. Leicestershire have generally run quite positively in terms of taking the singles and keeping the scoreboard moving through the course of the 76 overs that we've had so far. McIlroy in to bowl, and Ahmed is forward defensively. I mean, he hasn't played championship cricket for just over a year, Jamie McIlroy. He's been tidy, but not particularly threatening, other than that one that he bent round Hanscom's stumps early on.
What did you make of that LBW? Was that going down, or?
Thought it just pitched outside leg.
Right.
Would probably have hit the stumps, but no decision to be made as Ahmed is forward again, playing to mid-off, no run.
What's good about Ahmed is that he is selective. If the ball is there, he will hit it, and he's only 18 years of age, and it's good to see in a young player with an air of confidence about him, and he's played some very good shots. I think he's going to be a good attacking 6 or 7 as well, of course, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing his leg spin, having only seen him on television.
Here's McIlroy, will try his luck from around the wicket, and that one is a thick edge down towards third man. There's a sprawling attempt at a stop by the man down beneath us. Billy Root hidden momentarily by the sight screen below us, but he's saved a couple of runs going full length there and picking up some fairly muddy flannels in the process. 2 runs to Ahmed, with ball flying off the thick edge.
Yeah, and obviously with the score at 290 odd for 5, you don't have a third slip, you don't even have a second slip, but 3 or 4 have gone flashing from the outside of his blade.
As this one is played nicely by Ahmed out towards deep point. Salter Fields on the boundary, just the single is taken, but it's something that you earn for yourself, isn't it, with Ahmed's attacking play? So Glamorgan are obliged to, for example, post the sweepers on either side of the wicket, so fewer people available to go in the slips, and therefore you've earned your own luck to some extent.
Yes, and you know, if you play like that, good luck to him.
Hanscom approaching another half century, and that one really would have been straight into second slip, as he fended at that one wide of Lloyd, who didn't have time to make any attempt for it. Root fielded at third man. It's another single to the total. Hanscom to 48, but that would have been chest high to second slip.
He's playing second fiddle, isn't he, to Ahmed? Looked supremely confident, and Hanscom has struggled a bit this morning. He has got 48, of course, and that's a bonus to Leicestershire, but it'll be interesting to see how this new ball will be projected. And I think we'll have a chat of what we were saying earlier on. McIlroy steady but not penetrative, and this is all a supposition, what I'm going to say, Nick, and I'm sure that he will have views on it. Now, it's not Hogan and Nisa, we know this year, that very powerful opening attack, but Nisa, as I'll just throw the over with it, as the first ball is driven straight to cover, there is no run. If Nisa, and a lot of people from Australia, journalists have said that he probably is the #1 should one of the Australian seamers break down. As in comes the next ball, and that's just played gently back down the pitch. Now, if he does, Glamorgan will lose a potent fast bowler. Do they rest Van der Gooten if he's not injured? Otherwise, you're going to have one really recognised seamer. As in comes the next ball, and that's played off the middle stump there, backward of square. Risky shot, and there is no run again.
You would hope that either Harris or Podmore has regained enough form by mid-season to justify inclusion.
Again, this is too short and cut away. Too short outside the off stump, and that's 4 runs. Poor ball there by the bowler.
And that's Hanscom's half century.
50 to Peter Hanscom. This partnership continues to develop. He has played for Gloucester and Middlesex, but hasn't set the world alight, but he's really enjoying life here at Leicestershire now with another half century.
98 deliveries, and that was his 4th boundary.
Just 4 boundaries, but he's been very steady. His extra cover is put back down 3/4, perhaps a bit more. Here's the next ball. It's down the leg side and it's clipped away, and it is well fielded there, just backward of square by Eddie Byram. Just a 1 run away from a second batting point. Then 30 overs left to the 110. Salter bowls. So pushed away for a single. And there is the 300 coming up, and applause from the Leicestershire faithful for a second batting point for the home team. So going back to that, Nick, Sean Abbott is playing, I think I mentioned this earlier this season for Surrey. He's also in the frame. Do they go for someone who's bowling at, so they say, better class players in the first division and is doing well, or would they go for Nisa, who was the leading wicket taker in Sheffield Shield last winter? And all this, of course, it's all we're concerned about is how Glamorgan going to suffer.
Yeah, there's 3 championship matches in July. There may be players around who are coming in for the franchise tournament who might be willing to come a little bit early, but it's a nightmare with availability these days. As McIlroy bowls and Hanscom defends to mid-on, no run, not quite as much as...
Surely Glamorgan are by now, though, making inquiries.
Well,
I would have thought,
it's
I
just
would have hoped.
What calibre of bowler is prepared to be on standby in case? That's the trouble, isn't it? 300 for 5 here, with Leicestershire having recorded their second batting bonus point and still plenty of wickets standing as Hanscom runs one down to third man. They go through for a single. 301 for 5. We have got a further, is it 21 overs, 31 overs after this to register bonus points, up to 110. So Leicestershire would need to go a little bit faster than they are at the moment, 3.8 to get to the maximum 450, but
wickets in hand.
Wickets in hand, batters potentially well set at the moment. And Glamorgan's pace attack struggling as that one is blasted straight back past McIlroy by Ahmed, using his feet almost to playing that off one leg in the end, but absolutely rocketed through mid-on for 4 runs.
It was an excellent shot by a young man, and he shows no cares. Well, it appears no cares at all. He's going to play his natural game and enjoy himself. And let's hope that nobody tries to change this approach, as has been played a couple of false shots, but interspersed with some very, very good cricket shots.
McIlroy, left arm around, into bowl. Ahmed behind that one solidly and defensively.
So it's 9 balls left, and that Glamorgan will hope that the new ball bowlers can do their stuff, but they haven't had a long rest by any means.
Ahmed with a career best of 122 against Derbyshire last year as McIlroy bowls, and Ahmed looked to turn the wrists on that and send it onto the leg side, which is has some pretty sprawling open acres, but didn't quite manage it, and it just trickled to mid-on.
Just remembering last year, I think it was 580 odd that Leicester got first innings. I think Glamorgan had lost a couple of quick wickets before we had the... so that was a big scoring game. As
McIlroy bowls, Ahmed hooks through mid-wicket, runs here as Byram sets off in pursuit. He's got a long way to go, and he's just picked up, he's just stopped it, not cleanly inside the, probably the furthest boundary at deep mid-wicket, sliding on the boundary edge. And they've gone through for 3 runs, 308 for 5. Ahmed on to 73. Total on to 308 for 5. And we are 79 overs on the board. So 1 to come before the new ball. Yes, last year it was 584, plays 795 in the first innings. An occasion commemorated on the front cover of the Glamorgan yearbook with the picture of Sam Northeast that we just about managed to squeeze in having his picture taken in front of the scoreboard before they changed it for the next innings at lunch. Yes. And he played along very nicely, as he would hope after, with a career record of that sort. Last over before the new ball then.
Yeah, and it's Andrew Salter to bowl it. He comes in and bowls, and this time it's played forward by Ahmed, and a strange looking shot. He opened one leg, then the other, and sort of just jabbed in front of him. Salter's off spin hasn't yielded the wicket yet, just the one slip. As in he comes and bowls, and Ahmed goes back and just clubs it down to long on and gets a single. So Leicestershire going along very nicely. Promise of a fine day, so we have 104 overs to bowl today. Thank goodness for that. It's
well,
been a wretched start.
A dry day. I'm not sure if fine is quite covers it.
Dry then. Hanscom waits and he clips us and beats the man at short fine leg, but it's fielded by behind him by McIlroy, and they go through for a single. Rushing through his overs now, halfway through this 80th over.
Yeah, Glamorgan over 8 still +2 on the board, which is always good to see. Got a bit of time to spare.
Salter in bowls to Ahmed again, who plays it down gently this time to long on and just takes a single. And the new ball will be crucial, really, for Glamorgan and Leicestershire, of course. And if they can get over that new ball, then you're going to have a feast of runs in this game, I think.
Yes, there'll be scoreboard pressure on the visitors, won't it?
Salter bowls, Hanscom plays it in the gap there on the onside for a single. Just playing out this over gently. And umpire Chris Watts went at the end of the last over to get the new ball from umpire Bainton. So the umpires think that the new ball will be taken. Surely it will. Here's the next ball, and Ahmed again has all the time. This pitch is so good now, has all the time in the world just to push it down to long on for a single. That is the end of the over. Surely the new ball that is available will be taken at 313 for 5. 56 to Hanscom. Rehan Ahmed is 76, and it's been a good first, what do we had? 50 minutes for the home side. As let's see, this is Mr. Watts, the umpire, going to give the new ball. I think he is. Yep. Yeah. There she goes.
Signal towards the scorers.
Yes, it tells everybody in the ground that new ball will be taken. And Glamorgan, you feel, must strike here. And also I'm looking to see how these two play the new ball, because there's just, I suppose, a little bit in it. We saw Nisa beat the bat in his first over this morning. And the other seamer, who's had an excellent game, Tim van der Gooten, will be sharing the new ball and has it in his hands. And the field will have just the 2 slips. Would it be worth giving a third with the number of balls that have gone down there from Rehan Ahmed?
Well, that's the trouble with the youngster on the attack. 76 not out of 104 deliveries. Glamorgan, and that's by no means all out attack. There's still a sweeper on either side of the wicket. Byram at square leg, and Salter out at a very deep point. Now Glamorgan are going 3 slips, and
think they have to, Nick.
A vast space in the covers as Carlson moves in, and Van der Hoogten runs down towards us under the lights and bowls and gets a little bit of away movement, and Ahmed decided not to play a shot for once.
I think Ahmed is the sort of player, you've just got the man at mid-off, a vast space, and for runs there. He's the sort of player that might take the bait. If he's there, I'm going for it, but he'll probably have to just watch that the ball is not doing as much, of course, or doing more than it did with the old one.
Here's Van der Hoogten, 4 wickets to his credit, bowls to Ahmed, who's forward defending to mid-off.
We must always remember, of course, that the new ball, if it's not projected properly, can disappear.
Indeed, comes onto the bat hard, it can leave the bat hard as well. The outfield is, you would imagine, not the quickest at the moment after the persistent rain we had through yesterday evening, and the ground staff had a bit of mopping up work to do with the blotter just off the square as well. Van der Hoogten to Ahmed, who's pushing that into that big gap on the offside. It's a long chase for Andrew Salter. It may well be 3 runs as Salter picks it up now. Ahmed turns.
It was an easy third, yeah.
Hanscom says, no thanks. I'm 14 years older than you, sunshine. You stay there and hit it. 2 to Ahmed. 3:15 for 5. Hanscom 56 not out through 3 half-centurions in this Leicestershire innings, but a few other contributions as well. Van der Hoogten bowls down leg side, glanced away for 4 runs. No, leg byes. Beating the sprawling keeper Chris Cook, just flicked off the pads and raced down the hill. Not much that anyone could do about that. Sam Northeast is fielding at fine leg at the moment. Dan Douthwaite, one of the substitutes, is lurking on the boundaries if he expects to get a summons any moment. He hasn't got a bib on, which they meant to when the 12th man appear. 3:19 for 5. Van der Hoogten to Ahmed, plays this one through the offside, but almost straight to Salter at backward point. 3:20 for 5. Ahmed to 79, and you can tell how long these sideways boundaries are, square of the wicket, by the fact that Chris Cook is actually coming to meet Andrew Salter on the throw from
Fast, isn't it?
From that rope. Now Salter is being brought into a closer position for Hanscom, and won't have to exercise his throwing muscles quite so much. 3:20 for 5. Hanscom 56 as Van der Hoogten bowls. Straight driven down the ground. Nisa and McIlroy off in pursuit, and the ball just beats McIlroy to the ropes at the far end in front of the written press area. 3:24 for 5. Hanscom to 60, and the first over with the new ball just providing an acceleration of runs.
An uncharacteristic loose over, from Tim van der Gooten. He's Glamorgan's most successful bowler, and let's see if Nisa can do something now. He will operate from this end. Developing that theme, Nick, on the Glamorgan bowling situation, it'll be concern to them that in the second innings of the first game, Gloucestershire made 569 for 7, and then also when they put Durham in, they replied with 471 for 9 declared, and at the moment it looks as if there could well be a 400 plus in this innings. And also, when you think the opposition had been asked to bat first. Concerning.
Yeah, Harrison Podmore will presumably look to regain some form in the second 11 over the next week or two. And then you've got Zain ul Hassan, the rookie all-rounder, signed from Worcestershire.
There's Podmore coming in and bowls to Ahmed, just a little bit short, pushes up to mid-on. Just the 2 slips then for Nisa, 3 of course for Van der Gooten.
Ul Hassan getting, I think, 3 wickets opening the bowling and a 60-odd in the second 11 heavy defeat at Liverpool this week against Lancashire.
The second 11 have been beaten by an innings twice, I think. I know they've beaten by an innings at Lancashire.
Yeah, it was a fairly heavy one in the first game as well at Newport.
Yeah.
9 wickets, I think there was.
Here's Nisa in bowls, just well judged outside the off stump, and Ahmed just lets it go by.
I suppose that's to be expected to a certain extent, because Glamorgan have trimmed their squads this season. They're probably about 5 fewer senior professionals on the staff with the departures at the end of last year, so the second 11 is going to be more experimental this year.
Yes, there's 1 or 2 who were released why I couldn't understand for the world why they were. but that's only a personal opinion. As in comes Nisa and bowls, and this takes the hand off the bottom of the bat. He gets a single. That does Ahmed down to third man as it's sliced down there.
Well, I think they had to probably trim their squad a little because they have been carrying a large senior squad for the last couple of years, which doesn't make a huge lot of economic sense.
Joe Cook, you know.
Yeah, he was a bit unlucky, really.
And I hear that Alex Horton now has chipped his thumb. Or chipped a
Dislocated,
bone,
I was
like
told.
that.
Yeah. So they've got Will Smale, formerly Gloucestershire seconds, who can keep wicket for the twos.
Here's Nisa in, bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom forward correctly, plays it away onto the offside, and there is no run.
Brother of Sophia Smale, the Western Storm and Oval 100-winning spinner. It's not very often that
the English lady plays for
the female of the family will have more sporting prominence, but who knows, that might be more the case in years to come.
Here is Nisa in, bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom forward again. Lovely shot. Right in the middle of the bat. Everything he wanted in a cricket shot there. Came forward, timed it, just pushed it. And although it's a bit damp here at Grace Road, it sped to the boundary. 4 more to him. He's on 64. Nick is going to leave us because Richard's coming in and will be telling the good people of Leicestershire the good news in his bulletin as Leicestershire move on to 329 for 5. 2 slips crouch in anticipation as in comes Nisa, pass umpire bowls. That's a gun barrel straight and played defensively. So the score now at the end of that hour.
Weather improving, conditions are have improved a little.
We saw that shot from Hanscom and then it went very quickly, so that shows that there is some dryness out there at last.
Well, Hanscom is currently averaging 97.5.
There at last.
Well, Hanscom is currently averaging 97.5. So he has done just what you want from your one of your overseas players.
Absolutely.
In goes Van der Hooked and outside off stump, driven away into the offside, but a really good diving stop by Kieran Carlson away to his left, saved 2 runs because although he wasn't able to stop it, he was able to get enough on it to slow the ball right down. Otherwise, it would have rattled over the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard. Reached for it a bit, Rehan Ahmed, but as we've already seen in this game, that's the way he plays, and when he does reach for it, he usually gets there. Yes. Moved in. He's into the 80s now, on to 82. Van der Hookten is in, bowls to him again. Again, he's reaching for it a little bit, and it's in the air for a little while as he rather poke steers it. If that's any sort of shot down towards third man. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Extremely well as far as Leicestershire are concerned. They've had a great first hour. They began the day on 241 for 5, while they moved on to 333 for 5. No wickets lost then. And Rehan Ahmed and Peter Hanscom have extended their partnership for the 6th wicket to 165. Hanscom, the reliable Australian, has scored 64 off 108 balls. Rehan Ahmed, the 18-year-old new star of Leicestershire and England cricket as well, he's already on to 84 off 116. He scored a century, his first-class century in the last match last season. That was at Derbyshire. Can he get a second here against Glamorgan? We'll find out soon. Leicestershire 333 for 5. Van der Hookten is in, bowls. Ahmed again is driving in. He's really not afraid to go for his shots. That said, Glamorgan have made it reasonably safe for him to do so by having points back on the boundary. So if he does spear it in the air through that area, which he's prepared to do, then it's a perfectly safe shot at the moment.
Absolutely, he knows the gap is there, and he knows that if he hits it in the air, it doesn't matter. Now, but the fielder is coming in from that extra cover boundary for Hanscom. Whether he'll go back, I suspect he will go back. But the new ball at the moment not making any inroads.
Van der Hookten Picks up his steps, runs in, and bowls, comes back in. Hanscom keeps it out. That was a good delivery and lots of oohs and ahs. It looked like it might just sneak through the Australian, but he got behind it and dropped it out into the onside. Van der Hoogten trying his guts out, but not getting much joy from the pitch, or indeed the new ball as yet. 4 for 69 he has from 22 overs, but yeah, I was thinking of the number of overs that he and Michael Neser have already had to bowl in this innings. We've had 83 overs and they've bowled pretty much half of them.
Absolutely.
And it's a big burden, isn't it?
If, 22 for Van der Hoogten, and I suspect Neser up there again is on 23.
So 45 of those overs, more than half, have
they
been
know
bowled
that
by those two.
The only threat that's coming, Richard, in this Glamorgan attack are from these two. Once they get over the new ball and these are replaced, then they can motor. And will what do you think? If they stay here, they'll probably try and bat until tea, put scoreboard pressure.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I suppose their first aim will be the 450 and maximum batting bonus points, and then see where they go from there. They've already increased the run rate back up to 4. They'll have to do a little bit more than that, but.
Yes, Neser starts a new over, comes in and bowls, and that's played away. Well, he was looking to play through the offside then, was Hanscom, but it ends up at mid-on, and he collects a single.
The pitch is pretty good.
It's pretty flat now, isn't it? The odd one we saw this morning, but I was thinking perhaps there's some residual moisture in it, which helped the early overs, but since then it really hasn't done anything. .335 for 5, 2 batting points, 1 bowling point for Glamorgan. As Neser bowls outside the off stump, and it's left, and tumbling away is Cook, taking the ball down the leg side.
Now these two put on a very big partnership against Yorkshire at Headingley in the first game. Let me just find out how much it was. 141 they put on for this 6th wicket. Well, now they've put on 167 for the 6th wicket, so they've beaten that partnership.
In comes Neser, bowls. Oh, and, didn't know much about that. Did Hanscom nip back, hit him on the pads, and he was concerned the ball might be going onto the pitch, and he was looking around for it, so that did jag back off the pitch.
Rehan Ahmed made 85 in that game, so this is his 2nd highest first-class score now.
Got 100 against Derby, as Neser comes in again. Bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom digs this one out, and Yorker length plays it away out into the covers, so there's no run. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's bowling, incidentally, I just noticed, Richard, to a 7-2 field, which very often you don't see, especially with the new ball. There's just the man at the deep square leg, there's no fine leg, and there's just a mid-on. So you're not going to get anything on or around leg stump, or you shouldn't.
No, they're both good leg side players, these two as well. So
in comes Neser and bowls again. And that's another ball which is well pitched up in the block hole and dug out by the batsman. And there's no run. It's the 1 ball left of this over, the 84th over.
I wonder if they'll switch the floodlights off at lunch, because it has got progressively lighter.
It has, yes.
When it was quite gloomy yesterday and the floodlights were on, there was marked increase in the amount of swing.
Here is Neser to complete the over from this end, and bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. That's the end of a pretty useful over from Neser. 335 for 5, 64 to Hanscom, and Rehan Ahmed going well on 86. And
in goes Van der Hoogten and bowls to Ahmed. There's an appeal for a leg before, did a lot, and I think I suspect it was going on down the leg side. It was answered, the appeal, in the negative by umpire Watts. Certainly Ahmed, when he tried to get something on that, was standing just outside leg stump, and it was quite high as well, actually. So optimistic, the appeal, but the bat was unquestionably beaten, which in itself is something of a victory for the bowlers on a tough day for them so far. Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's Fuller on off stump. Ahmed goes out and drives it, doesn't put his full weight into the shot. The throw comes in from McIlroy, misses the stumps, and it's as well that Byram is backing up, came running in there from mid-wicket and ensured that there were no extra overthrows as a consequence. Ahmed on to 87, Hanscom has 64. Glamorgan a little quiet in the field now. Been hoping for early breakthroughs that haven't come as Van der Hoogten is in. Oh, almost got one there. It was just outside off stump. Hanscom went back to try and just dab it down to third man, as he's done so often. Got an inside edge, and it missed the stumps by not very much.
Yeah, he's a little fortunate there. He thought that the ball was going to drift away to the offside and help it on its way, but it swung back in and, as you say, missed the stumps by minuscule.
Billy Root fielded in the end down at long leg. Could so easily have chopped on there, Hanscom, but rode his luck, was riding his luck. 65 he's moved on to. Van der Hoogten is in onto the hip of Ahmed, turned in the air through square leg out towards the man coming in from the square leg boundary, who's Eddie Byram. One taken, Ahmed on to 88. It's one of those sort of little tenser periods then for the batsman as he approaches what would be his second first-class 100, and tense around the ground. You can feel the "don't get out now, Rahan" sort of vibe that's going around. Van der Hoogten is in, short outside off stump, carved away down towards deep point. There is a deep point in the person of Andrew Salter, so it is just one on that occasion, but he played that one with a degree of certainty he didn't show against the previous delivery he faced, Peter Hanscom, which he got away with. Just that extra little bit of width. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Ahmed advancing down the pitch, then looking to drive and not timing it at all, hitting the ball hard down into the drive. He did make it into a drivable delivery, but almost overstepped himself on that occasion. The bottom of the baton rather trickled out into the covers. End of the over. 339 for 5 after 85. Ahmed 88, Hanscom 66. The partnership now 171. I'll have to look up the sort of record partnerships for Leicestershire against Glamorgan. I don't imagine the 6th wicket. There were so many set in the game last year, of course, by both sides, that it is probably a relatively recent record, but I will check.
It'll be Michael Nisa to continue then, and he'll be going to Rian Ahmed, 12 runs away from a second championship century. Here he is, comes in, bowls to him. Good length ball, which is played defensively back to the bowler. Just wondering, but does this ground rather have a history? I wouldn't have thought so, of inserting the opposition, because I don't think it looked a good pitch from the start.
Well, yes, I mean, it looked okay, didn't it? Yeah. I've so often seen a pitch that looks mottled and sides have said, oh, we'll have a bowl, and then it's played pretty well.
Here comes Nisa, bowls, good looking shot, but straight to cover, and fielded by Carlson. And usually they play pretty well, certainly in the centre of the square. The only sort of variable sometimes is one end there's a little sort of slightly different bounce to the other end, but this one has settled down a little bit now. They are desperately trying to get a little bit more, working hard to get a bit more pace, and also occasionally turn into the pitches. Not easy to
to do.
It doesn't. Here's Nisa in. Bowls. Oh, that's a Yorker length, but Hanscom did well to come down on it. And there's no chance of it getting through.
They have relayed a couple, dug them out.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday.
Made them harder, but this isn't, I don't believe, one of the relayed pitches. In the centre. I'll have to check that with the ground staff.
So I was a little surprised that Glamorgan didn't opt to bat, especially after the last couple of years. As Nisa turns, comes in now, bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom glides that down, and there should be a run here because there's a man there covering about 150 yards all on his own. They've taken 2, and they come back for. Oh my word! Had that hit, I think he'd have struggled. And an excellent throw coming in there from the left hand of McIlroy, and he was just taking him on. And by the way the arms went up,
it would have certainly required a decision. Yes, absolutely. That would have been a
blow, wouldn't it?
Awful way to get out on when you're on 88.
342 for 5 then with those 3 runs. As Nisa comes up now and bowls to Ahmed, who was a wild swish at that, and his appeal from the slips and the wicket keeper. Nothing much from Nisa, and it's given not out, but it was not a good shot at all.
His appeal was a sort of reaction to the appeal from behind the stumps, wasn't it? He didn't hear anything. Cook and the slips heard something, didn't they? But
yeah.
Question for you, Eddie, from Stephen Moss on Twitter. Have we asked David Lloyd why he keeps inviting the opposition to bat when they invariably score 500 in the first innings? With only 2 bowlers, is it not better to bat first, pile up a huge score and hope for some scoreboard pressure?
As Nisa comes in and bowls, and this time it's a shot that was destined for the offside, but again ended up at mid-on. He's playing with a little bit of risk. Just to answer that question, in defence, in the first game, Glamorgan won the toss and invited Gloucestershire to bat, and they bowled them out for 165, and Glamorgan themselves scored 404. That worked, of course. But again, you're absolutely right. I didn't understand that the game against Durham, because that looked a good pitch from the start. And as I mentioned earlier, Durham got 471. And in this game, I've probably been listening, I've been asking Richard, and this is a good pitch in the middle, as he says. And the history, going back over the last few years, have shown that there have been big scores by both sides and either side. So, no, it is a bit puzzling.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Rehan Ahmed. Nice high left elbow from the 18-year-old as he blocks that one off the stumps out into the onside, where a slightly weary-looking Nisa.
Probably is a bit weary.
I think just looks a little disheartened, doesn't it? The old shoulders are slightly slumped. What is he now? 26 overs into his bowling. Just the one.
Just wondering what the Australian selectors are looking at as well. What are they bowling this man into the ground for?
And the Hookton is in. Ahmed is walking down the wicket. It just beats him. It wraps him on the pad. It came back in a touch, and in fact, I think he was well down the wicket, probably outside off stump as well. No real appeal, but a little bit of movement off the pitch. Oh, the ball is only, what, 6 overs old, 6.2 overs old now, so it should be just pretty much at its absolute best as far as the bowler's concerned.
Going back to that question, do you know if Leicestershire would have batted or bowled?
I think they would have had a bowl from...
Would they?
Yeah, they would have done the same. And Hookton is in again. That comes back in and tucks Ahmed up a little bit. Bit of bat and pad as it bounces back up the pitch towards the bowler. They would have hoped, with respect to Glamorgan, probably to have bowled a little bit better in the first session. I think Van der Hoogten himself admitted, didn't he, in his interview yesterday, they could have... They came back well after lunch.
Yes.
Yeah, but by then a lot of damage had been done, really. And 150 for 2 became 170 for 5, but a lot of overs in the legs already. Van der Hoogten is in. Ahmed is digging it out a little bit. He's down on his haunches almost as he pushes that one out into the offside. Kieran Carlson moves to his left and the covers to field, and Ahmed takes his one. He's into the 90s now for the second time in his first-class career.
What's the old adage? If you win the toss, you think of batting, then you think I'll have a bowl, and you decide to bat.
Absolutely.
And I think it works a lot of times.
Certain amount of experience. Van der Hookton is into Peter Hanscom, who's dabbing it off stump.
And just to end that discussion that we had, also, I don't think in any side in the championship it is the captain who decides. These days, I think, Richard, that the coach, the assistant coach, the bowlers, they all come into it and they have a sort of collective decision, and the only answer, yes, we'll bat, yes, we'll bowl, will come from the captain, but I don't think it's solely his decision.
Van der Hookton is in, tucked away neatly off his legs by Peter Hanscom, down towards fine leg. Long leg has a bit of ground, Billy Root, to run around to get to the ball, but it is still just the single. It travelled quite quickly across this damp
I'd love to hear
outfield.
The answer one day. It'll never happen. But why did you bat if the opposition got 450? I don't know. It wasn't my decision. I wanted to bat. So, yes. Nisa is looking just a little bit tired at the moment. 345 for 5. Hanscom is on 70, 90 to Rian Ahmed. Rian Ahmed played some risky shots in the last couple of overs, but that's, we keep on saying, that's the way he plays. That's the way he and both of them played. They didn't stop him playing like that.
Rahan, he wouldn't be human if the 100 wasn't in his mind.
Of course
now, would he?
Especially at that age.
So he might just rein back some of his shots as Nisa goes in and bowls very straight on the off stump to Peter Hanscom, who's very solid in his defensive response.
The only way, of course, that could spoil this for Leicestershire if they have sort of half a day's rain. Oh, Sunday is not too clever, but we do have all day today. Well, not for Glamorgan to bat. We'll probably have a half a day or something like that, and then tomorrow they'll try and bat.
Approaching a third batting bonus point as Nisa is in, goes past the outside edge of Hanscom's bat. His bat was tucked a little bit inside, almost inside his pad, but even so, it just drifted past the outside edge. He played the off-stump line. You might say he was playing deliberately inside the line. Nisa doesn't. He's grinning at Sam North East, but he looks a fairly philosophical sort of. I guess you have to be at this stage in your career. Turns. Runs in and bowls. Oh, lovely outswinger that unquestionably beats the outside edge. Beautiful delivery from Michael Nisa.
Yeah.
Just gathered a little bit of sort of skidded off the surface as well. Just outswing 2.
New ball doing its stuff there.
Yeah, the lacquer's off and now it is beginning to swing. It has got a little bit darker and the floodlights are therefore taking more of an effect. It was Nisa yesterday who really did get the ball to swing. McElroy got one to swing to an extraordinary extent.
Yeah, went flying over the top.
Top of leg stump, didn't it, in the end? In goes Nisa, bowls, and that's a straighter delivery. The watchful, careful Hanscom is everything right behind that, off middle and leg, dropping it out towards mid-on. And there is no run. Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We're watching a huge stand being put together by Peter Hanscom, the Australia Test batsman, and Rahan Ahmed, the England Test all-rounder, we can say. The 18-year-old Leicestershire player is approaching what would be, if he passes the landmark, the second first-class 100 of his career. He's 90 not out, Hanscom has 70 not out. The partnership is worth 177. As Michael Nisa goes in and bowls, a lovely outswinger again to Peter Hanscom, and again beats him for the 3rd time in the over. He's bowling with the new ball, and he's getting it to move.
Yeah, he's given Hanscom a lot of problems here, isn't he? And Hanscom goes down 3/4 of the way. Well, he's not pitching it there. He's pitching it a bit further up. But this is probably the best over that we've seen this morning.
Since the first, when he beat Hanscom, I think 3 times, didn't he, in that over as well. But he's really bowling really very nicely now. Michael Neser, and it's going to be a tough period until, well, possibly until lunch for the Leicestershire batters. Neser is in, bowls on off stump. Hanscom is everything, has everything.
Very good maiden, that.
It was indeed.
Gains applause from the Leicestershire faithful in front of us. So Rian Ahmed's on 90 and Hanscom is on 70. Can you imagine, and I hope I'm not putting the kiss of death on him, if Ahmed gets his 100, he will have got 2 championship hundreds at the age of 18 before the end of April, which is a wonderful achievement for a young player, but I'm not going to say too much now in case he gets out.
Well, the one at Derby was in September.
It was last year. I thought it wasn't.
It was last year. No,
because
it was not the last game against Derby. It wasn't the last match, no.
No, I was under the impression when you said he had one against Derby.
I beg your pardon. No, that was in September last year.
Oh, right.
So I've misled you there. Sold you a dummy.
Van de Gutten to continue an appeal for LBW. He's out. He's gone. LBW for 90. It looked fairly adjacent. And a very disappointed Rian Ahmed, a very disappointed Leicestershire supporters and teammates will feel sorry for the young man. He's played splendidly. And also congratulations to Van de Houten. That was his 5th wicket out of 6. So Rian Ahmed goes LBW to Tim Van de Houten for 90. Richard, disappointing for a young man, but I think it was pretty adjacent, wasn't it?
It was certainly straight. I suppose the only question would be that it might just have been a touch high. Well, we aren't seeing the replays. The replays just before, just after the appeal. I will be able to get the dismissal up so we can have a look at it. But a huge applause for Rian Ahmed. 90 from 129 deliveries for the youngster, and he's dragging himself off.
Hasn't held his bat ever.
And well, he's just so disappointed to have gotten out in those circumstances, approaching what would have been his second first-class 100. But well bowled, Van de Houten, who has laboured away and has been the pick of the Glamorgan attack and now has 5 for 75 from 24.1 overs. The partnership comes to an end on 177. So
that's my 6th. That was my 6th wicket.
Yours, yes. And Eddie Bevan has been on air for all 6 of the Glamorgan wickets. So there'll be a lot of listeners, Glamorgan supporters, who will be insisting that, yes, you must not go anywhere in the next, 35, 30, a few more minutes actually until lunch, because it's at 1:10 today. Remember, we're trying to catch up a few overs. BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, Eddie Bevan and Richard Ray and Nick Webb, your commentators for this game, as into
Tell me something about Tom Scriven in your name.
Yes, indeed. He's a very promising young all-rounder who came to Leicestershire from Hampshire, where he began his career. He has not been dismissed so far this season for the second team.
Oh, for the second team.
And he is
quite a test for him against these two now.
As a consequence, but someone like Scriven coming in at 8 makes the batting lineup for Leicestershire look pretty strong. Famous last words, but he is a very promising young player and hopefully will be a big part of Leicestershire's future.
Well, he's facing his first ball as it's bowled by Van de Gutten. He's driven wide of mid-off and this field there, but they were through for the single in any case. He's off the mark. Big, tall young man who got into that. Played right forward and got a single. 346 for 6. 2 bonus points apiece as Leicestershire now just 4 runs to get their third. Remember, this year it starts at 250, not 200. Why? Don't ask me. Hanscom still there on 70. It's up to him now to take this on to a big score. He's the senior partner as in comes the next delivery, and that's played nicely. And it's also fielded nicely at extra cover by the fielder.
I think the object is simply to make, or to encourage the batting sides to bat more quickly, because you have to score your runs at, well, 450 divided by 110. You have to score it over 4 and over if you're going to get maximum batting bonus points. You can't go along at 3.5 anymore.
It's a tall order though. Here's the next ball, and this is pushed around the corner down towards square leg for a single, and Van de Gutten getting his second 5-4 now in 3 games. He got 5 for 26 of 17 overs in the opening game against Gloucestershire in Cardiff, And now he's followed this up with another 5 out of 6. It's testament to his accuracy and excellent bowling in this game.
And a second bowling bonus point, of course, as well. So 2 points apiece at the moment.
In he comes now and bowls, and Scriven leaves outside the off stump and goes through to keep it cooked. 3 slips for the new batsman, as you would expect. New ball is fairly fresh. 8 overs bowled, and Glamorgan get another wicket or 2. Then the big wicket, of course, was that of Ahmed. As of course, Scriven has to have a look at it first. Let me see if he can do with this last ball of Van de Guten's over. In comes the bowler, bowls, and forces him on the back foot, pushes it away onto the covers. Good over yet again from Van de Guten. He's 5 for 77, and the score is 347 for 6. I shall bid you farewell for the moment as Nick comes in to join Richard.
Eddie's departure, bad news for Glamorgan supporters, given he's got all 6 wickets so far. He's working out his average now, and he's very pleased with it. Well, he was also commentating when Sam Northeast, of course, picked up his record score for Glamorgan here last season, over 400 runs. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as Michael Nisa is about to resume. Well, the latest, unfortunately, is that the Foxes have finally lost a wicket this morning. It's that of young Rehan Ahmed, who looked set for what would have been the 2nd century of his first-class career. Unfortunately, when he was on 90, got a delivery from Tin van der Hoogten that just came back into him, and he was given out leg before wicket, having put on 177 for the 6th wicket with Peter Hanscom. Hanscom is still there. He's 71, not out. He's been joined by Tom Scriven, young all-rounder, making his first appearance of the season. The Foxes still in pretty good shape at 347 for 6. Back with you online and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well.
Welcome along, wherever you're listening.
As Nisa turns, runs in past the umpire and bowls on off stump, just leaning forward. Hanscom, you heard the rapping call of no as he saw it was going pretty close to Eddie Byram in the covers.
I think last year Edward and I shared the honours. I got the county record and Edward got the 400, which came up very rapidly indeed at the end of the innings, didn't it, when he finally went aerial, having been virtually risk-free for the previous 390 runs and clobbered a few sixes just to finish off in style.
It certainly was a match of records. Nisa is in down the leg side, just pulled around the corner by Peter Hanscom, and content with 1 as it runs to long leg. The 5 Live Sports Extra have departed. They weren't with us for very long.
Can't bring the records all the time to the UK audience. Gareth Lewis, having seen Glamorgan's games so far this season, I can't see us other than bottom of the division shortly unless performances improve. Morale seems low. Well, I think the perception of morale is often dependent on results rather than the other way round. It's, not all successful teams are necessarily happy camps, but you can draw a veil over it then.
Nisa is into Scriven on off stump. Scriven, big stride forward, just keeping it out, pushing it out into the offside.
And by, well, a process of elimination, really, all sporting squads are going to have a few players who will be thinking that they ought to be in the first team that aren't at any given time.
This just Scriven's 6th first-class game. He's 24. Oxford boy. Educated at Magdalen College School.
Most of them usually go to Gloucestershire from Oxford, don't they?
He went to Hampshire. As in goes Nisa and bowls, well, almost a full toss outside off stump, and a very low full toss though, and Scriven did reach for it, looked to drive it away, but by the time he got there, he got a little bit outside edge on it, and it squirted away along the ground towards Dan Douthwaite, who's out there at point at the moment. So there's been a 12th man, either Douthwaite or Harris most of the morning, so I'm not, have you worked out who's been off at Is it just one man?
Lloyd was off briefly.
Right.
I think it's largely been bowlers probably changing their footwear.
Yeah. Nisa is in again. It's fullish, inviting Scriven to drive. Scriven is careful though, guiding it out towards mid-off, where northeast, who's been an ever-present, is the fielder. End of the over. 3:48 for 6. What that wicket of Ahmed will do, of course, as well, will just push the scoring rate, which had got over run rate had got over 4s, back down a little bit as Scriven plays his way in. How many overs to go? So we've had 90. They have 20 overs in which to score 102 runs. So still just 5 and over.
It's possible.
If that's in their mind at all.
If Hanscom decides to accelerate. So far, 72 off 133. This is a strike rate of what? That's about 60 at a gas. Van der Hoogten with his second 5-wicket haul of the season under his belt, bowls, and Hanscom comes forward on the defensive. Several people have tweeted me. Nick Webb 2017, Fox's Crick 2023, if you want to communicate via that medium. Emir Evans says, defensive feel to our morning, which could become a theme of our season unless we find bowling support to Van der Hoogten and Nisa. He was hoping for better than from James Harris. Yeah, Harris improved through the season, I thought, last year. Bowled quite well in September, as Hanscom is forward defending. I'm sure he'd hope for better from himself as well. Stephen Moss, have we asked David Lloyd why he keeps inviting the opposition to bat when they invariably score 500 in the first innings? Well,
I put that one to Eddie.
Yes. Is it not better to bat first with only 2 leading bowlers? To be honest, I'd have agreed with at least 2 out of the 3 decisions here and in the first round, which of course did pay off against the Gloucesters. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hanscom chops that one down into the offside and wanders through for a single. 3:49 for 6, 1 run short of a 3rd batting point. Yeah, I mean, when you say invariably score 500, Gloucestershire were all out for 165 in the first innings of the season on day 1. So that worked, and I think most captains would have probably bowled first here. The exception possibly last week against Durham, where, well, they were going more on field than anything specific, I think, as Scriven squirts one off a thick inside edge down towards backwards square. Pick up a couple of runs as Billy Root runs round, and it is the 3rd batting point for Leicestershire. They're 3-2 in the lead on points, to a warm applause from around the ground. So last week, yeah, Durham 471 for 9, and this week Leicestershire heading for 400 plus at least. I think it's probably a mindset for many county captains in April when toss and bowl. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Scriven is beaten outside the off stump through to Cook. And with a little bit of a green tinge to this wicket. And Leicestershire were at one point 168 for 5, so you could say the decision to bowl first was justified at that point. But obviously Ahmed and Hanscom have batted very well.
Yeah, at that point, the lack of depth in the bowling attack was exposed. That's why, that's where you want your 3rd seamer to come in, or 4th seamer.
Fair point. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's hit back past him. It only bobbles up to mid-on. I thought it was hit rather more firmly than that by Tom Scriven, playing his first match of the season. He moves on to 352 for 6. The batting to come is Wright, Barnes and Finnan.
Right, I might add it's currently averaging 121. Which he's only been out once this season, but you know, 121 runs in 3 innings.
In the same way as I averaged 47 a few seasons back. It was actually 47 runs for a lot of not-outs.
I loved a red inker. But Chris Wright's genuine first-class runs, including a 66 not out against Yorkshire at Headingley.
66 not out, 40 not out and 15 his contributions to the Leicestershire cause with the bat, plus 8 wickets in 3 innings, so he's certainly earned his place as an all-rounder, Chris Wright, but batting at 9 in all probability.
You can see that as Nisa is in to Scriven, who defends with a nice high left elbow out into the offside. You can see McIlroy warming up in front of the electronic scoreboard down there. So, well, Nisa's into over 28 now. Van der Hoogten isn't far behind him. I think he's 26. And between them, they've bowled more than half. Well over more than half, actually. Glamorgan's 91.1 overs thus far. A lot of cricket to be played this season as Nisa is in, bowls forward solidly is Scriven, blocking it out to northeast at mid-off. My point being that you don't want to be breaking one of your key seamers at this stage of a season.
You would imagine that Glamorgan would be a bit more spin heavy in the T20 and the One Day Cup, with Prem Sisodia to come into the equation, the left arm spinner who's been opening the bowling in T20 recent years.
Nisa charges in, bowls outside off stump, left by Scriven. Scriven's best first class score, as I say, this is just his 6th first class game, was actually made for Hampshire. 68 he made for Hampshire against Kent in 2020, but for Leicestershire he came into the side towards the end of last season. Made 65 against Middlesex in the penultimate game, but has yet to be dismissed in his appearances for the second team. Made 100 against Lancashire. Up there, in goes Nisa, very full outside off stump, inviting the drive. Scriven at this stage of his innings, not inclined to accept the invitation. He remains 4 not out, 352 for 6.
Good luck to the Wales National County outfit, who get their competitive season underway with some T20 games this weekend. On Sunday, they play Buckinghamshire at Lisvane on the eastern outskirts of Cardiff. If you're looking for cricket on Bank Holiday Sunday, keep forgetting it's Bank Holiday weekend.
Nisa is in, looking for the shorter delivery. It's not quite short enough, though. It's onto the hip of Scriven, who plays it rather well, gets up on his toes and just paddle pulls it away around the corner down to McIlroy for a single. He moves on to 5.
And then on Monday, Wales are away to Bedfordshire at Ampthill.
That's not too far from here.
So there we are. There's a bit of national county cricket there, if you fancy it on Sunday. Weather permitting.
Near Milton Keynes, I think. Nisa is in, bowls on off stump to Peter Hanscom, who dabs it out into the offside to point, and it's the end of Nisa's 28th over, 1 for 96. He's bowled rather better than that. No wonder he looks a fraction weary. Gives it all as he runs up to the crease, but then he walks back to his fielding position like a rather older man.
Just looking to see, in terms of that Wales squad that play at home in Lisvane on Sunday and then away against Beds on Monday. Yeah, a bit of Prem Sisodia is down to play in the first of those games. Just looking to see which other Glamorgan connected players are involved, led by Sam Pearce, who had a few games for Glamorgan. Tom Bevan is featuring as well in at least one game. Rory Smith, formerly of Glamorgan. Ben Callaway, Academy member. Will Smale, second 11 player. Ben Morris, Academy player. Tegan Phillips, who had a rookie contract at Glamorgan last year. So, and then Harry Friend of the Academy is playing in the Monday game along with Callum Nichols. So, yeah, plenty of Glamorgan connections in that Wales national county side, as that's down leg side from McIlroy, and Scriven has nothing to do with it. Coached by Darren Thomas, who also works for Glamorgan as well as Cricket Wales. And I'm reminded, women's cricket at Sophia Gardens tomorrow. Western Storm against Thunder, that's in the 50-over Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy. As that strikes Scriven on the pad, there's a half-hearted shout from McIlroy, but decides against following through with it. So yes, Western Storm against Thunder, that's a 10:30 start at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, tomorrow in the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint 50-over stuff. And there is, I'm pleased to say, a double header with Western Storm and Glamorgan games later in the season. McIlroy bowls, Scriven is on the defensive. When's that? Western Storm against the Blaze is on June the 7th. It's a Wednesday, which isn't ideal, but if you are coming along to watch Glamorgan play that evening in the T20, if you can, why not get there a bit earlier and watch the women's squad, the Western Storm, who cover Wales and the west of England. McIlroy bowls, Scriven is forward, playing out into the offside, and there's no run.
A little bit of sunshine, is it? Just
possibly
beginning to
possibly the
make itself felt.
The cloud is breaking up. There's talking to the crowd, there's a few in the hospitality tent at the far end today. It's nice to see. 3:53 for 6. Just one wicket so far this morning as McIlroy bowls, and Scriven is forward, playing that one past square leg for a couple of runs as Byram slides back. There's going to be some heavy duty use of the washing machine, I suspect, at some point in the weekend. There are quite a lot of Glamorgan players with muddy trousers. May have to look for another pair when they bat. 3:55 for 6. Scriven's moved under 7. Hanscom has shown no particular desire to accelerate, but maybe 450 might be a little optimistic, as that's through outside off stump, and Scriven plays no shot. It's the end of the McIlroy over. 0 for 15 in 18, 0 for 50 in 18 overs, so he's going at under 3 and over. He's doing a decent containing job, but really you need more than that from the third seamer. As David Lloyd, the captain, is going to propel his military medium after a less than ideal bowling performance from the skipper himself on the first day. 0 for 58 in 10.
Takes a little bit of mud and grass off the bottom of his bowling boots, picks it all out of the spikes, bowls a couple of looseners. Bearded at the moment, David Lloyd. Like Nisa at mid-off. Not quite, perhaps, as a bushier beard.
No. It is a more controlled effort from Lloyd.
Who's ready to go now? Just the one slip as he runs into bowl to Peter Hanscom, slightly short of a length, and as it's straight, Hanscom can get up on his toes and calmly turn it out through mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket. Salter out there, comes running into field, but Hanscom able to pick up a very comfortable one. Carlson, who was in the covers, goes running into second slip for Tom Scriven. And Northeast, who was at sort of wide-ish mid-on, comes running across into the covers, taking Carlson's place. Salter having come in from that deep mid-wicket position to a conventional mid-wicket. Lloyd is in, stays perhaps a little bit low, just outside off stump, worked rather than played out into the offside by Tom Scriven. Byram, who fielded and applauds. Remember, lunch won't be at 1, it'll be at 1:10. Still 77.5 or so overs to be bowled today. It's going to be a long day, folks, if we get all those overs. 8 extras. Lloyd is in again. It's, oh, and he's caught at second slip. Did it come off any bat? No, says the umpire. He banged it in short. He tried to just pull it away. Tom Scriven didn't get anything on it, said the umpire. Ballooned then off the thigh pad out towards Carlson at second slip, who did very well. Flung himself to his right, got his hand underneath it just before it dropped, but no bat on it, decided the umpire.
Yeah, that felt from the trajectory of the ball as though it might have taken the top edge. Umpire is much closer than we are.
Lloyd is in, bowls. Just have come back in a fraction to Scriven. He was hurried slightly as he, on the back foot, looked to work it out into the offside, ended up blocking it out into the offside. Umpire at this end, Neil Bainton, very respected and experienced umpire. You have to work hard to convince him. He wasn't convinced there. Lloyd is in and bowls, and that one is worked off his legs by Scriven down towards fine leg. McIlroy jogs around to his right, knowing that there is just a single in it. Gets his throw away. Scriven moves on to 8, 357 for 6.
Yeah, mentioning that Western Storm game, apparently there's a debut for an Ireland international by the name of Orla Prendergast, who's just joined them.
Carlson has come out of second slip now for Hanscom and gone in at a shortish mid-wicket. Lloyd is in, bowls outside off stump, then drags it down a little bit as well. Hanscom doesn't really put his weight into the shot, just dabs it away.
Yeah, Duncan Evans is also on that Wales squad. Morgan Bevans of Newport is involved as well. He's playing for Glamorgan seconds at the moment. Mossy Cooper is again in contact to question David Lloyd's decision to insert, which he says for the second time in a row has backfired. Surely Glamorgan's second strongest suite is their batting. Mossy suggesting that David Lloyd's getting things wrong and that they should be more inclined to bat first. 358 for 6. I think in these conditions, Mossy, that most captains would have bowled first last week, possibly less so.
I wonder why we haven't seen Marnus bowl yet.
Well,
not obviously with this new ball, but
yes, I've been inclined to ask him to have a twirl. Although obviously with a specialist spinner Andrew Salter, he gets first dibs. McIlroy bowls and Hanscom plays to wide mid-on, no run. Salter's bowled mostly quite tidily, created that half-stumping chance that in the end flicked off the pad. The batter Hanscom at the time on 37 was slightly fortunate. McIlroy into bowl. Hanscom plays through the covers, will pick up just the single as Salter is sweeping out there. Yeah, you'd have thought that Labuschagne might have been asked to bowl his seam, or a couple of overs of leg breaks as a point of difference to Salter's off breaks. But hasn't touched the ball much in this match, Marnus Labuschagne at second slip. McIlroy into ball, played on the leg side by Scriven, and there is no run. So this game providing some of the little action that is available. Oh no, they've started in a couple more venues since last time I looked, or restarted. Durham have declared at 452 for 9 against Derbyshire. As Scriven ignores that one outside off stump. Durham declaring immediately on getting to maximum batting points, and Derbyshire getting the 3 bowling points. Bryden Carrs, who was top scorer last week in Cardiff, has hit 108 not out, thus improving his career best again. Coghlan 52 between innings at Chestler Street. McIlroy bowls. Scriven, not for the first time, gets one off the thick inside path of the bat, but we'll get 4 runs for it. No, he won't, as Douthwaite runs round the boundary, sends a rather scruffy throw in, but it was enough to save a single anyway. Scriven moves on to 11, takes 3 there, 362 for 6. Division 1, Kent were eventually dismissed for 186 at Lords. Middlesex in reply are 22 for 1. With Stoneman falling to Wes Agar for 10. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire were bowled out for 150 by Surrey. 4 wickets to Dan Worrell, 3 to Kemar Roach. As forward comes Hanscom, plays this one back the bowler. Surrey just making quiet start their innings, 8 without loss in the 6th over. Here, Leicestershire going along very nicely. Just the 1 wicket lost this morning, that of Frian Ahmed for 90. Leg before to Tim van der Hoogten, who thus claimed his 5th wicket. Ahmed's runs going off 129 balls, including 10 fours. It was a very entertaining knock, but Hanscom steering the ship up past 400, it would seem, at the moment.
Scriven then on strike to David Lloyd, who is in on just outside off stump. Scriven leans forward, plays with a slightly angled bat, pushes it behind point. Byram can't get there. He pursues the ball for a while, but it's third man running in who fields. Douthwaite still out there. And one is taken. Scriven on to 12. 363 for 6. 12 of a partnership of 18. So it's Scriven who's scored the preponderance of the runs in the partnership. Hanscom just hasn't really changed his the way he plays at all. He doesn't really. He waits as Lloyd goes in, bowls to him. Bats looks very solid there as he leans rather than steps into a forward defensive.
Yeah, as you say, we've had sub-fielders on for most of the morning, but on the other hand, we have mentioned everyone in commentary and the Glamorgan 11, so there's
I don't think
no one off with anything serious
exactly.
other than changes of boots, convenience breaks, etc. It's overdone. I think the umpires ought to be tighter on it.
Lloyd bustles in, bowls, tempted little outswing. It does swing a little bit, and for all the oohs and ahs, it started wide, went wider, and was ignored by Hanscom. But encouragement from the slips for the skipper.
Yes. Got to try and keep up morale, even though when your team is on the back foot, as it is at the moment.
Definite sunshine now. Momentarily, there's still loads and loads of cloud around. Lloyd is in, both straighter this time, and it's blocked off the stumps by Hanscom. Cook would have you believe that was all but cleaned him up, rather than thudding into the middle of the defensive bat.
Yes, if it hadn't hit the middle of the bat, he would have been out. I'd better adjourn for a radio update next door.
Yep, there'll be one, obviously, for BBC Radio Leicester in 3 or 4 minutes' time. As Lloyd turns, might get Eddie for a few minutes. Outside off stump, and Hanscom lets it bounce through to Cook. A little cold breeze there. Coming in As Nick leaves the door open, creating a draft effect. Certainly isn't cracking the flags out there, despite the fact we are within a couple of days of May. May bank holiday on Monday. In the UK, in goes Lloyd, bowls on off stump. Hanscom leans forward, blocks, everything close together. All sorts of noises coming from Labuschagne and Cook behind the stumps, attempting to, as Nick said, keep up levels of enthusiasm and morale. It's been a tough morning for the Glamorgan seamers. They have picked up the 1 wicket, but Leicestershire have gone from 241 for 5 to 363 for 6, so 122 runs added for that 1 wicket, as Eddie's back alongside.
Yeah, just think perhaps Hanscom might think after lunch of getting on with it a bit and trying to rattle along, because we've had a day and a half. What are your views on it?
From what I've seen of him so far, which is a relatively short time, this is only the 4th innings I've seen him play, he hasn't really changed in the way he goes about his business throughout the entirety of that. You know, we were all getting a little bit tense in the run chase against Yorkshire, but he just continued to play it the same way and scored his runs carefully.
That tempo. Start of a new over, and the first ball is driven. McIlroy up to mid-on, and there's no run. The momentum lost, I think, when Ahmed, and of the two, you didn't want Ahmed to go because he was so positive and it was rattling around. And of course, the new batsman, Scriven, has to settle in. He's reached 12. He's facing now as from that Bennett end. In comes McIlroy, left arm over, bowls to him, chips it away. Thickly populated onside field, mid-on, a mid-wicket, square leg, all saving 1. And there's 1 protecting on the fine leg boundary. And if you bowl just back of a length on leg stump, that's where he's going to play it. So the scoring just restricted, but still a very good rate. As in comes McIlroy, bowls again, off the back foot goes Scriven this time. No deviation, nothing at all. So the new ball has lost its venom. Not that there was a huge amount of venom there. There's something up in the sky, starts with S, which we haven't seen for a while, which is trying its best to come through, and there's some blue sky, which we haven't seen for a year. That's also coming through, which is good news for cricket throughout the day. McIlroy in, bowls, played away in the back foot, bisects cover and mid-on, but wasn't really struck with any venom, and they have a single.
Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia, who knows Peter Hanscom's game as well as anybody. He's telling us that Pete will possibly look to expand his repertoire of shots sometime after lunch.
He's coach not before. Is he his coach?
he's watched as a Melbourneian,
yeah,
as they perhaps pronounce it. He knows Hanscom's game as well as anybody.
In comes next ball. That's chopped away down by Hanscom. He's faced 148 balls for his 77th. 1 ball left of this over. 365 for 6 Leicestershire. And 2 bonus points. No, 3, beg your pardon, to Leicestershire. They'll be striving for 5. And how many overs have we had? No, they're not going to get 5, are they? Here's the next ball. Bouncer, which Scriven, big man, thought of pulling, but decides to pull out of it. End of the over, 365 for 6.
So 13 overs in which to score 85 runs. It's a
7-point and over.
Unlikely, but you never know. They might have a bit of a dip. Ooh, update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, 124 runs in the session so far for the loss of just 1 wicket. They began 241 for 5. Rahan, Ahmed and Peter Hanscom extended their partnership for the 6th wicket to an impressive level, 160 in the, sorry, beg your pardon, 162 in the end they made before Ahmed was leg before wicket to Tim van der Hoogten, the 5th wicket of the innings for the Glamorgan seamer. He went for 90. Hanscom is still there, though. He's 77 not out. He looks as though he's got his eyes on the luncheon interval. Tom Scriven has joined him. He's 13 not out. The Foxes looking to extend their first innings well past 400. They're 365 for 6. Lloyd is in, bowls a bouncer to Hanscom, a relatively gentle bouncer, but Hanscom goes down on one knee, got in position to hook, but didn't bother doing so. And at 1 for the, well, 1 is signalled by umpire Bainton. Not that it seems to have any effect on bowlers whatsoever. The supposed limit.
Lloyd doing a much better job than he did yesterday when he came on, and was very expensive.
He's in now, bowls, good line and length into the off stump. Forward goes Hanscom, and then almost late realising that there was a single to be taken there as it rolled out towards point. Suddenly realised that point was back on the boundary and that extra cover or cover had to run across the field. And a late decision is taken to run what in fact was a very comfortable single. Hanscom on to 78. Yeah, and that sunshine that Eddie mentioned is just beginning to sort of break through. Lloyd is in, goes past the outside edge of Scriven's bat with a little outswinger.
Yes, nice delivery of that, and Lloyd seems to have gone into his groove now. Yesterday he just couldn't land a length yesterday, and today he's come on at this end, bowling within himself, and has got a bit of movement. He's ostensibly a swing bowler, and doing a job here as a 4th seamer.
Josh Curtis, we should have bowled Marnus by now. He's a wild card and makes things happen. Lloyd is in, it's full, and he's caught by Cook. He was drawn into the shot, the outswinger, and this time it found the outside edge. It was very full, and he was staying on the back foot, drawn into having a drive, tickled the catch, and Lloyd, well, as Eddie is saying, he bowled much better today than he did yesterday, and he's had his reward as the sun breaks through. He's picked up a wicket, and that is the 7th wicket of the Leicestershire innings. Scriven goes for 13.
Didn't want to go, did he? But I think he did nick it. From Mr. Bainton had his finger up immediately. 366 for 7, as Richard said. So slowly chipping away. The Hanscom is still there. What do we have? 97, 98 within 1 ball. So Glamorgan have 12 overs to try and get 2 wickets. As Tom Scriven goes up into the pavilion, ready for his lunch. 3 minutes before lunch. Probably 1 over after this. Chris Wright comes in, a very experience on his 4th county, I think I've counted.
Indeed.
I can go Middlesex, Warwickshire. Middlesex, Warwickshire.
Well, he started at Essex.
Of course he did. Essex, Middlesex, Warwickshire, Leicester. Good,
he's given
good
good value
servant, I was
wherever
just going to
he's
say.
been. Yeah, absolutely.
Good cricketer, good journeyman. And appears to have worked on his batting the last couple of years. And, you know, he's useful, never gets absolutely caned. It keeps chipping away. He doesn't miss many games. That's what you want, Richard, as a good man, isn't it?
He keeps himself very fit. He's forever posting photos of the very fearsome looking sort of weight setup he has at home and things like that.
I was just going to say, like
pumping iron.
Gentleman next to me, but are you an iron pumper? And you're a runner and a swimmer, but not an iron pumper.
Exercise. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, gyms. We don't really like that. I know they're useful, but especially when the weather's bad, I might use them for a treadmill or something like that. But I'm not one for massive loads of weights and things like that. Lloyd, 3 slips now as he comes in and bowls to Chris Wright, who covers up, drops it out towards Point. Point is, for some reason, still back on the boundary. For Chris Wright, that's a nonsense. And consequently, there's a very easy single to be taken. Wright is off the mark for his first ball, 367.
And Richard Ray has just broken his duck. He's taken first wicket.
Apologies, yeah. But 6 was pretty good. I think you can be content with your efforts there.
Happy with that.
You could yet add to them.
367 for 7. And what these two, McIlroy and Lloyd, have done is yesterday they didn't do it. They bowled far too short and wayward. But today they've come on and replaced Van der Gooten and Nisa, have worked so hard and have kept the scoreline down and bowled pretty well. Because had they not bowled well, then that would have given Leicestershire the opportunity to have raced away. Last over before luncheon, and it will be McIlroy to bowl his left arm seam from the Bennett end here. You that know, Grace Road, and he's coming into bowl right. Bowls to him now, and that's 4 runs. Whether he got anything onto it, yes he did. No he didn't, 4 byes, nothing. No leggers, no bat, it just drifted down the leg side. So 5 wickets for Van der Gooten, 1 apiece for Nisa and Lloyd, and the other 2, namely Salter and McIlroy, have gone unrewarded. Tall young man as McIlroy comes in again and bowls to right place, defensively up to mid-off. And there's no run, 371 for 7.
21 byes in the innings now.
Is there?
Our 37 extras.
Chris Cook, one of the best keepers in the country. As I think you mentioned either this morning or yesterday, a lot of it not his, well, most of it not his fault. I mean, one going over the top of the keeper's head as in comes McIlroy. Bowls again, and that's off the back foot, just backward of square on the offside. Yes, it's 1:10 now, so that will be lunch.
Just to bear out what you were saying about Wright's sort of all-round status, he's scored nearly 3,700 first-class runs in 192 games. So his average of 19 is a genuine average. It's not a sort of, not too many not-outs amongst that lot. And he's, as I say, in this season he's averaging 121.
Good.
Well, actually, he's now averaging 123 because he's only been out once.
Well, not a bad man coming at number 9.
Indeed.
It's McIlroy going round the wicket. I mean, sprayed the first ball down for 4 byes. And there's a leg slip there. He's going to try and bowl short at Hanscom. Anyway, we shall see. In he comes and bowls to him now. This is tucked away, and it wasn't a long way. It did drop in front of the man fielding there, Labuschagne, but he missed the ball and went through for a single.
Nick Webb's just passed on a little bit of news, which is that Andrew Strauss has left his role as strategic advisor to the ECB, the board and chair of the Performance Cricketer Committee of the ECB. Strauss, 2 of the most controversial proposals, his proposal, including the reform of the domestic structure, were recently called dead in the water by the ECB Chief Executive Richard Gould.
Oh. Here is McIlroy. 2 balls left before the interval. Bowls the penultimate ball, and this is nudged back by Price. By Wright, rather. Yes. He was roundly defeated by the counties, wasn't he? Especially on the 14-10 county championship business. And he so he said, was devastated. And it wasn't accepted. Roundly defeated. 373 for 7. McIlroy bowls, bouncer, through to the keeper. And that gentleman is Luncheon. As Nick comes back.
Yeah, just further to that announcement from the ECB that Andrew Strauss is stepping down. There are some new appointees to the ECB board. which will put a bit of the Wales back in the England and Wales Cricket Board, in that the chair of Cricket Wales, Jennifer Owen Adams, is among the new directors, as is the chair of Glamorgan, Gareth Williams, who is a solicitor specialising in sports law and has been chair since 2018. So Gareth Williams and Jennifer Owen Adams of Glamorgan and Cricket Wales both joining the ECB board as non-executive directors. Barry O'Brien, the former Glamorgan chair, is among those stepping down from director's role. And the best of British luck to them all.
We will be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 35 minutes' time. Enjoy your lunch. Leicestershire, having scored 132 runs in the session for the loss of 2 wickets, will be reasonably content. And we're hoping to extend that first innings somewhere close to, I would imagine, 450.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Increase their score from 373 to, well, possibly in the order of sort of 450 plus. The umpires, Chris Watts and Neil Bainton, are ready to go. Umpire Watts is lecturing, perhaps, or perhaps just chatting to Chris Cook, the Glamorgan wicketkeeper. BBC Wales and BBC Radio Leicester, Eddie Bevan and Richard Ray, your starting commentators this afternoon. What umpire Watts is now he's talking to Tim van der Hoek. He's got plenty to say, Eddie, the umpire.
Appears so, yes. And generally the quiet ones are the best umpires who don't divulge or. But yeah, Neil Bainton been on the circuit for many, many years. Nice man. Don't really know Chris Watts, his second year on the circuit. And going back to your resume of the morning's play, I think Leicestershire would really only want to bat once, but they'll have to bat for quite a long time if that's the case, nearly probably after tea, which then will have taken 2 days out of the game. Glamorgan have scored 470 and 300 in their first 2 games. They bat well down, but you always have the pressure of the scoreboard pressure. When you look up and you say, we're 400 odd behind, what am I? And your brain sometimes gets a bit worked up, but at the moment I would say, unless there's an arrangement, I would say possibly a draw, but we shall see. We said that last year.
Yeah, I think it would be the favourite at the moment. So 99 overs into the Leicestershire innings as David Lloyd comes in to bowl the 100th. He bowls to Peter Hanscom, who, as ever, just calmly turns the slightly short of a length delivery off his body, off his legs into the onside. There isn't a square leg, he's back on the ropes. Mid-wicket has to run across the field, so Hanscom happy to take 1. And he moves on to 80. 11 overs, or less that one delivery, in which to secure, if they're aiming to do that, maximum batting bonus points. So plenty of work to do in that respect, as Lloyd is in to right, who just defends on off stump. calmly pushing the delivery out to northeast in the covers. Electronic scoreboard still showing all sorts of sort of adverts and things like that. So, yep, it's with us again now. It has gone through its routine and is up to date. 374 for 7.
And the day improving as we go along.
Yeah, the wind is, let's say, from the opposite direction. The flags are heading out towards Milligan Road, which is why it isn't quite as cold as it was. Lloyd is in outside off stump, driven for 4, served up a half volley to Chris Wright there. And Wright, as we were saying before lunch, Ed, he's very much a good enough batsman to tuck that in. He is coming in at 9. He's a very good number 9. I was asked by Jonathan Deutsch when he came in at 8 against Yorkshire in the run chase, is he a number 8? And I have to say I hesitated. I said, I'm not sure. I think he's a good number 9.
Yeah.
And I had to apologise to Chris Wright afterwards. It's the first thing I did. And when he finished 60 odd not out, having won the game for the Foxes.
Yeah, we saw by that shot that look at his stance, lovely stance. Probably work very hard at his batting.
He does. He really does. As Lloyd is in, bowls to him. He's trying to whip one away down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. The thing is, I think what he's worked out is how to play within his limits. He doesn't try and do anything silly. He doesn't try and play shots he's not capable of playing. He keeps it out. He's a pretty solid defensive technique. If it's loose or width, he will try and put it away, but he won't try and manufacture shots usually. Lloyd is in, bowls very full to him. Just outside off stump. That was a sort of the delivery that accounted for Scriven. It was a little bit straighter though. It was that sort of length. Scriven was looking to drive and got a sort of tickly bottom edge. According to the umpire, I think you're absolutely right.
I think the latter. Mr. Labuschagne is going to have a bowl. What he's going to bowl, I have absolutely no idea.
We've been waiting a while, haven't we? But, well, our correspondent suggests he's a very useful seamer as well as a leg spin or off-spin bowler. Looks like seam to me, judging where Cook is standing. Let's have a look.
Here he is then. Labuschagne from the Bennett end comes in now. Bowls, and this is tucked away by Hanscom for a single. One Australian state player to another Australian state player, both test players. Now, last year he was predominantly leg spin, then he turned to medium pace. This year he came and took 4 wickets bowling
off spin. Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised he might stop in mid-over and change again. Just tries to do anything within his repertoire. Here he is then. Labuschagne comes in and bowls to right, and right plays firmly to cover but doesn't get a run. Hanscom 81, right 6. Just the 1 wicket to fall today. Next ball is just pushed back. Again, there's no run.
Derbyshire 6 for 4, chasing 450.
Up at Durham. Good gracious me, what a score.
There's much amusement amongst our correspondents about the commentary of Dave Fletcher, which is lugubrious when things are going well.
Labuschagne bowls. That's clipped away and it's nearly caught at short mid-wicket. So in the end, it's 4 runs. But if Matt Labuschagne had got a wicket, then they'd have said, there he is again. He makes things happen.
Well, he wasn't far from it, was he? Eddie Byram's dived away to his right, and he's looking at his right hand. I mean, it went pretty quickly across the boundary and into the net cages over there by the manual scoreboard. So I don't know whether he actually got anything on it, but certainly it was in the air as it went past him.
Yep.
But Chris Wright got plenty of it, I guess, as well. So
he's
right, reckon it was worth it.
And he's playing his shots anyhow. Yeah.
He's fine. I don't know about that. they're pushed by him straight back to deep mid-wicket as a consequence.
Well, they might think now, yes, they are going to go and try and get these this bonus point.
True.
Still 2 slips, so Labuschagne medium pace bowls. And that was a bouncer. Just think of licorice all sorts.
Yes.
As far as Marnus Labuschagne is concerned, off spin, leg spin, medium pace. You're half expecting him to stop in mid over and say, I'm changing my action and I'm bowling left arm round. Here he is again, comes in and bowls. And this is guided, but I think he might have just hit the pad on his way down to fine leg. Umpire Watts holds his knee out and taps it and says, yes, it was. That's the end of Labuschagne's over. He went for 5 runs. The score is 384 for 7. Leicestershire assured, you would have thought, of another batting point, but they'll have to race a bit to get the other one, which will be the 5th.
9 overs, 66 runs.
Glamorgan will probably hope that they try and get them. That might give the odd chance.
Van der Hookton's done a few little warm-up exercises down there at third man. But they have bowled an awful lot of overs, Van der Hookton and Nisa.
Yes, they have a game up at Headingley next week.
So Lloyd continues for the time being from the pavilion end. Bowls to Chris Wright, nice and straight on off stump. Right, crouching in his defensive push. He's a tall man, Chris Wright, 6'3" perhaps. But he crouches a little bit into his, when he's batting. Everything's nicely close together. It's not, but because of that sort of crouch, it's a little inelegant in style. But the basics are pretty solid, I think. 2 slips behind him as in goes Lloyd. Bowls, and that isn't the prettiest of shots. He's trying to, I think, drive it basically straight, and he rehearses a straight drive. It skewed away off the thick inside part of the bat towards mid-wicket where Salter fields.
Well, you've got 3 men on the offside, 2 on the onside, in quite close, saving 1, which gives him the opportunity then, A, if he's going to hit over the top, and B, if he wants, or Leicestershire want to go and try and get this bonus point. In fact, there's nobody out on the boundary on the offside.
In goes Lloyd. It's defended by Wright out towards mid-on. Roman Walker's going to be coming up to join us. You'd be welcome to stay and have a little chat with Roman, if you like, Eddie. I'll just do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Lloyd is in, bowls, outside off stump, driven.
Beautifully driven.
Yeah, 384 for 7. It's just about to become 388 for 7 as Chris Wright picks up his second 4 and moves into double figures onto 10. Peter Hanscom is with him. He's 81 not out. A very good morning session for the Foxes, during which they moved from 241 for 5 to 373 for 7. Hanscom, the constant factor. He'll be looking for what would be his 2nd century for the Foxes in just 4 innings already this season. He's 81. Wright has now 14. 388 for 7. Yeah, we hit that one very nicely. Chris Wright down into the ground, bounced over the covers and ran away to extra cover for 4. Lloyd turns, runs in and bowls. That's on leg stump, clipped up in the air. Should be caught, is caught at deep mid-wicket. Chris Wright going for the runs, managed to pick out Andrew Salter at deep mid-wicket. Salter ran in a few feet and took a good low catch. It was more or less straight to him, but he did take it low. And having been saying that Chris Wright would play within himself and Wright expansive, having hit 2 3-4s already in his innings, went for a 4th and picked out the man at deep mid-wicket. So he goes for 14, 388 for 8.
Yes, it looked very much as if Chris Wright was going to go and try. He was the one. It wasn't Hanscom who was playing, again, sort of not defensively, but not taking any sort of risk. Good catch by Salter low down. A little bit unlucky, right, because he chipped it in the air and out of that vast area on the leg side. He picked out the man on the mid-wicket boundary. And David Lloyd now has taken 2 wickets. As Glamorgan will try and get in the 9 overs left this bonus point. 388 for 8. They need just the 1 wicket. So getting down to the last 2.
First of which is Eddie Barnes, Yorkshireman.
Yep, Yorkshire, yes.
From Farming Stock near York. Huge Leeds United supporter. Very worried man in that respect at the moment.
I bet he is, yes.
But he's got a job that won't be on his mind, I promise you, at the moment. It is a lot of the rest of the time, but not at the moment. He has a job to do. And that job initially, you would have thought, to see Hanscom through to his 100, get past 400
yes.
anyway, and then see where they go from there. But Wright's demise possibly spells the end of the chase for maximum batting bonus points. Lloyd is in to Barnes, well, who's immediately busy. He's working it away through the vacant gully area down towards third man. Point is still out on the boundary, which for the number 10 coming in first ball.
Yeah, I think you might be giving him one.
Yeah, but well, Barnes happy to take it. Hanscom happy to for him to take it as well and keep the strike.
Yeah,
389
Hanscom hasn't moved out of any gear, as you say. And did say throughout this innings of his, he's played as he wants to play. He might be having some instructions now, possibly from Barnes, from the captain or the coach, and say, look, first objective is to get this next bonus point, and then we'll have a look where we are. And they have 8 overs. Glamorgan 8 overs to get a point. Van der Guten's back in the attack, which won't make it much easier as he's bowling to the number 10 batsman, Barnes. Here he is then, Van der Guten comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away on the offside. Up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think Nick is going to come in as Richard leaves us for momentarily. 389 for 8. Hanscom is on 81. And Van der Guten comes in now. And bowls, and this is chopped away down to third man. Rowan Walker has joined us, formerly of Glamorgan, now of Leicester, of course. Good to see you. How are things going?
Am I on?
You are on.
I'm on.
Certainly, yes. Everything all right?
Yeah, going well, yeah. How are you?
Man, not so bad, not so bad. Got over last Saturday yet?
No, I think I'm still a bit...
You're a bit fuzzy after it.
Yeah.
Referring, of course, to Wrexham's Roman, great supporter. Wrexham's great win. Van der Guten from that Bennett end comes in now and bowls, and this is pushed away onto the offside for a single. Hanscom moves on to 82. And Barnes now is... going to face bit of a tall order to get the full batting points. You know, I think look for the next batting point and possibly see where you are.
Yeah, it'll take a big push to get it, obviously, and with 2 wickets remaining.
Here's Van der Guten again. Comes in and bowls to Barnes, and Barnes is appealed for LBW, which is not given by the umpire. He seemed to be outside the line of off stump, and Barnes stays. He's on 2. Hanscom 82. Good batting performance there by Leicester. Good pitch.
Yeah, outside the line, I think.
Yeah.
He's bowled well, Tim.
Bowled very well, hasn't he?
Bowled very well, as he usually does.
Took a 5-4 in the first game against Gloucester, and he's done it again.
I think he struggled with injury last year, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he had problems as in comes Van der Guten. Bowls again. That's chopped away into the deep gully position, just backward of square on that offside. 391 for 8. Memories of this game last year, of course.
Well,
Memories.
PTSD, I think I'd call it, not memories.
Yeah? No, yourself. You got runs, remember?
Yeah, that was a positive for sure.
Yeah.
And then it went downhill from there, I think, didn't it? Obviously, Sam North East knocking up the 400. Fair play.
It was an astonishing game because, of course, Leicestershire got 500 odd.
Oh. And then the last innings, I think, less said the better.
There's Van de Gooten. Comes in now and bowls, and Hanscom, Barnes rather, just pushes it away. That's the end of the over. He's on to 2, 391 for 8. So, you played much second team cricket this year?
We've had 2 games so far this year, one away at Lancashire and one at home in Kibworth against Yorkshire. So we played both the Roses in our first 2 games, and we played well.
Right.
We were stuck with the weather, I think, up in Southport against Lancashire, which was a shame. We made them follow on, and we looked like we were going to make them pay for a few mistakes that they made, really. Which is a great place to be as a twos team.
David Lloyd then is to continue. Bowls, and this is pushed back by Hanscom. He's on 82.
I think we managed to beat Yorkshire at home. Tom Scriven being a bit of a rock for us with the bat in the first 2 games, which has got him into this game. Well deserved, I'd say.
Yes, indeed. Looks a good pitch, as always is here. Whenever I've been coming up here.
Yeah.
Good batting pitch. Lloyd, from this end, running away from us, comes in now and bowls, and this is played. And this will beat the man at mid-on. He's going to run up to the boundary, and I think he's got all the legs to go there. So a lovely timed shot by Peter Hanscom. He'll be looking ahead to his 100. He's moved on to 86.
What a start to the season he's had, Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, he's had a few runs, hasn't he?
Oh, aye.
Yeah.
Okay, it's always a good pitch here, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
There's been a few tweets around, isn't there, about whether it was the right decision to come out and bowl first.
You always get that, don't you? Here's Lloyd, bowls, and this is played defensively back to the bowler. Well, Leicestershire thinking of having a bowl, apparently, somebody said. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I think given the overhead conditions and the fact that it was a little bit greener than it is now on the morning of day one, you always say it. I mean, it's always in the sort of team chats where it's you start well, you get through your first 2 hours as a batting team, and then it'll flatten out and you can sort of get what you want out of the game, which is what Leicestershire have done really well.
Lloyd turns, comes into the right-handed Hanscom, bowls to him, clipped away nicely on the full. That might just run up to a noise, going to be cut off just inside the boundary. And it's returned, a long return.
I think that's hit Barnsley on the way back there.
And Salt out parading that outfield. They get a couple of runs, and in fact it's 3 runs. Hanscom moves to 89, 398 for 8. And Leicester should just go on and get as many as they can. I think the last bonus point is probably out of it now.
Yeah, I think bonus points is obviously out the question now. But what they'll be looking to do is put up a big score, apply some pressure with the scoreboard, going into that second innings, which would definitely work in our favour. I think similar conversations to the game we had against Glamorgan last year, where bodies will be tired and maybe apply the pressure.
Yes, the next ball is chipped away by Hanscom. They'll go through for a single. Trouble is that there's not a great forecast for Sunday, and yesterday's rain. You've got to watch the weather. Keep one eye on the weather, or you ignore it and say, well, we're here to play cricket, and that's it, and just ignore what weather forecast could be wrong for 2 days.
Yeah. Well, it very rarely is these days, isn't it? All the scientific stuff they've got going on. Pretty accurate.
Lloyd turns, comes in a bit of an angle and bowls, and that's a little bit short, which is tucked away up towards fine leg. Goes through for a single, and that is the 400, which brings the 4th batting point then to Leicestershire. Glamorgan still with the 2. They're striving to get another wicket in what we got 6 overs. So if you've just tuned in, I'm talking to Roman Walker, formerly of Glamorgan, but now, of course, entrenched here in Leicestershire.
Been lucky to be dry today, yeah?
I was saying, yeah, I was surprised because the forecast wasn't great, but 104 overs helps today as well.
Well, yeah. It's always a long day. It's one of them, the rain delays. It's bittersweet.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Van der Gooten, starts a new over and bowls to Hanscom, who just plays it gently away for a single. Doesn't... he plays in the same sort of mode, doesn't he? All the time, same pattern.
Yeah.
Does Hanscom.
He's
correct player, I think that's the best way to describe him. Doesn't take any risks.
No, always sticks to his game plan. And I think unless there is a drastic change of game plan from the coaches with a message that's been sent out, he'll do that all day long.
Van der Gooten to Barnes, in he comes, bowls, and appeal for LBW, and that's not given. I was just waiting a bit there because he gave Ahmed out earlier on yesterday, and he waited a while. But I don't know if he had a crack then, did Ed Barnes? Whether it hit him in the unmentionables or...
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway, Hanscom's going to have a word with him, and nothing much he can tell him.
No.
He's going to carry on. 401 for 8 is the Leicestershire score. And if there is to be dry weather, that pitch will dry out completely, you would have thought.
Given the footmarks that are coming out, what we can see, it may well turn.
Might turn, yeah.
On.
Here's the next ball, and beats him outside the off stump with the ball that moved away. Van der Gooten is bowling as well now as he bowled at the start of the innings. 13 wickets for him this season, 14 wickets now.
It's a great start.
Yeah. Michael Nisa just twirling his arms there at mid-on. 401 for 8. Here's Van der Gooten, comes in past the umpire now and bowls and forces Barnes on the back foot. When you see the latter, I'm not going to call them tail enders, you don't get many tail enders these days. But at the end of the order, playing comfortably, you know it. A, it's a good pitch, and secondly, these boys work on their batting.
Yeah. It's one of them. Everybody's got to be a three-dimensional cricketer these days, haven't they?
Yes.
If you're a bowler, sorry.
And a wicket keeper, of course, has got to get runs.
And and a certain two-dimension cricketer.
Van der Gooten bowls. This is clipped away on the onside. There'll be a run, certainly one at Eddie Byron. No, takes it just behind the umpire, and they go through for just a single. 402 for 8.
I can't think of many now. Out-and-out number 11s in the county championship.
There's one, and Michael Hogan.
The man who's never been out LBW.
Never been out LBW.
Because he's never in line.
Stands right outside leg stump and says, if you get me out, well bowled, but they haven't yet.
No, I mean, even Michael Hogan, you know, he can score you quick runs. I've seen him score 50s in the past.
So have I. Van der Gooten bowls, and it's cut away backward of square by Hanscom down towards the boundary. They cross for 2, and they'll think, and Barnes is coming back for a 3rd.
Good running.
Yeah, this very, very big ground here. 3 more runs, and that takes the score now to 405 for 8. Hanscom is on 94. Barnes is not out for. BBC Wales cricket correspondent Nick Webb has come back, and he can take up the little chat we're enjoying with Roman Walker. So it's good stuff at the moment. Oops, I lost my line as Nick's coming back. Quite happy with this score then, Roman?
Yes. Yeah. Leicestershire. Look at Richard in the back there giggling. 405 for 8, 105 overs gone. Michael Nessa coming on to bowl now, which means this spell will take him into the 30 over mark. He's bowled 28 overs so far, 1 for 96 with 4 maidens. Bowled quite tidily, to be honest. Are you on, Nick?
I am. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Well covered. And you. Nisa is in to bowl to Hanscom, who is withdrawing his bat late from that one, as He remains on 94 not out. Ball through to Chris Cook. We might have to work Richard on in a moment to describe the century. No, Richard isn't worried. There's so commonplace centuries. And
do you not want it?
Leicestershire these days that he's got several of them so far this season. Another century. It's all run the mill for Richard these days. As the Foxes going well with the bat this season. 405 for 8 as the next delivery is pushed down into the point area by Hanscom. Wanders through for a single. 406 for 8. What are your thoughts on this this wicket, Roman?
It seems to have flattened out, especially over the last session or so. I do think, and all credit to the Glamorgan bowlers, they've done well to keep it at, keep it at 4 and over. Obviously, Ahmed came in and had an impulse of runs at a relatively quick rate, which is what he does naturally, and they've done well to keep it at that.
Nisa then to the new man, Ed Barnes, who's behind that one, pushing it out to northeast to cover, and there is no run. Is 400 odd going to be enough to impose scoreboard pressure on Glamorgan, or under 250 plus to avoid the follow on?
Well, I'm sure Glamorgan will be confident coming in with the batting lineup that they've got. Plenty of runs in that batting lineup, and it will certainly be up to Leicestershire to dictate the game, that's for sure.
As Nisa in, bowls played to point by Barnes. No run. Glamorgan a little shaky in confidence with the bat last time out against Durham. Just about scrambled to 300 in the first innings before being under unexpected pressure in the second innings on the last day, saved by the rain. 406 for 8 here, Leicestershire. As Nisa is in to bowl, and that thuds into the pads of Barnes as he tries to turn it on the leg side. So it doesn't look like there'll be a charge towards the 450 and the maximum batting points. Thoughts on that change, Roman? Extra demands for batters to get the points?
Yeah, I think, it certainly makes for more exciting cricket. And to be able to, get that within the 110 overs, you've got to bat pretty quickly and pretty well. But it does align itself with what Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are doing with the England side.
Nisa bowls, and Barnes runs it gently out towards the deep point position. It'll go through for a single. 407 for 8. Yes, it's just a question of whether you can play Bazball style cricket in these early seasons conditions, I suppose, and you need to be in pretty good nick early on to be able to do that.
I think there's often a massive misconception with the early season wicket sometimes. I think often the first game of the season is sometimes the flattest wicket you'll play on all season. With the groundsmen having more time to prepare for it than any other pitch they will prepare for the summer. Obviously, weather granted, that will make a change of it, and we've not had it good so far this year.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Barnes, who's forward defending to mid-off. Yeah, we were saying earlier, a lot of club cricketers who are meant to be starting leagues this season might be struggling to get out there, and the amount of rain that we've had throughout March and the first bit of April.
Yeah, I know of 2 clubs so far, at least, that are close to me where I know people. Cropston are struggling for a game tomorrow. Their outfield looks pretty boggy because of the weather.
Barnes forward defending, no run.
And I think Salby got called off last week for, I think they're in a floodplain anyway, to be fair, but the weather doesn't help. So they were unfortunate as well, and there was a fair few other games that were called off simply due to the weather.
Yeah, so now in South Wales, the friendly club programme was virtually scrapped in the first half of April because no one could get a usable wicket in most of the area. Van der Hoogten bowls a drive, and that's taken the edge. Barnes has gone 4-5, it's 407 for 9, and Glamorgan have a 3rd bowling point, and Van der Hoogten has a 6th wicket. Through the kitchen sink of that, Ed Barnes?
Yeah, I think, in all fairness, it was worth a drive. It was there to drive. Just unfortunately managed to take the edge and go through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. He'll be disappointed with that. Ed, he knows he can bat and he knows he can score more runs than that, but hopefully that fuels him up with the ball now. Come out and take a few wickets.
So, last man, Mike Finnan. I haven't seen him play before, Roman, so...
well, you're in for some treats, I think.
There we are.
Doesn't die trying, Mikey.
He'll...
Is that the...
He'll need to stick around, won't he?
Is that the statement? Or the saying? Doesn't die trying?
Doesn't die wondering?
Wondering, that's the one. I thought I'd said it wrong. No, he... I think it was his debut at Nottinghamshire. Maybe certainly his first couple of games he scored 50 odd, and just came out and threw the kitchen sink at almost every ball he faced, and it certainly came off for him. Finds the middle, and when he hits it, it stay hits. That's for sure. He's a strong boy.
He has 6 wickets to his credit so far this season in first-class cricket, and his runs tally is 4 more than his wickets taken. But will Peter Hanscom feel the need to go for those extra 5 rather more quickly now that he's down to the last man partner, do you think?
I'm sure he'd love to. But knowing Peter, I'm sure he'd be happy. Should he be stranded on 95 not out, I'm sure he'll still be happy with that. But obviously every batsman wants 100, and he'll be looking towards that, that's for sure.
The batters are having a little mid-wicket conference, as Richard Ray will have a BBC Radio Leicester update at the moment.
Nick, I'm leaving you.
Well, lovely to have your company.
An absolute pleasure to see you.
Cheers.
I will see you soon.
All the best for the rest of the season for yourself. Hope you're in first team action before too long. Roman Walker, formerly of Glamorgan, now with Leicestershire. 407 for 9. Richard Ray is back with us.
Tim van der Hoogten down the slope, bowls to Mike Finan, who gets forward bravely, pushing the ball back towards Van der Hoogten. 6 for 88 for Tim van der Hoogten now. What his career best? His career best is 7 for 42. Yep, so he's not going to beat that today, but he could equal it in terms of the number of wickets taken, and there's been nothing lucky about it really. Van der Hoogten's figures reflect his efforts in this game. In he comes, bowls Finan, back foot defensive shot again, pretty competent, everything nicely close together. Will be conscious of his responsibilities. He will want to see Hanscom through to 100. I'm sure about that. And Leicestershire, well, they haven't collapsed, but you know, anything over 400 when you've been put into bat, you would probably take for sure. But just wondered whether they might have been thinking a little bit more than 407 for 9 at one stage. As point goes back, Salter that will be, presumably towards the boundary. Ditto square leg as Van der Hoogten is in, bowls outside off stump. Finan cannily lets it go through, doesn't try and drive it away to point, lets it go through, makes sure that Hanscom, who is 95 not out, will be on strike for the next over.
Interesting to see that Van der Hoogten, although he's got a 7-wicket haul, which was against Kent in Cardiff in 2018, reckons his best performance as a professional was the game at Trent Bridge last year, where he took a 4-wicket haul and scored a half-century at an important point of the game. As Glamorgan beat Notts, who were rather taken aback by an early season defeat on the grounds that they were hot favourites, and went on to get promotion.
I'm sure they took it well.
Well, there's no doubt about a 7-wicket victory with several hours to spare. Nisa is in to bowl to Hanscom on 95, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump. I shall cede to you when he gets one more run on the grounds that he has not appearing likely to strike a 6 to get to 3 figures.
Just thinking the same. It's an unlikely prospect, isn't it? At the moment, he's hit 7 fours in going to his 95 from 164 balls, but there's been nothing really excessive or flamboyant about the innings. It's just been Hanscom.
A considered and responsible knock as Nisa steams in and bowls, and Hanscom blocks it very gently up to long on. Billy Root arrives at the ball now, and they do not opt to run, so Hanscom is obviously being given a single virtually everywhere around the ground. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket are all about 2/3, 3/4 of the way back. So single there if you want it. Help yourself. 2 slips, as that is a straight delivery, arrowing in from Nisa, and again blocked very gently up to Billy Root at long on. Now that's 3 balls bowled in the over. At what point does he take the single? Probably 5th ball.
Interesting. I mean, oh, almost an update, Sam. Little burst in our headphones. Dolly Parton?
Yes, I believe
Kenny
so.
Rogers.
Yes, Islands in the Stream blasting into our headphones. As that has beaten them, and Hanscom has gone caught behind for 95. Caught Cook, bowled Nisa.
Perfect timing for the update. Well, as you come to me, Peter Hanscom has just edged a catch behind, and Leicestershire are all out. Hanscom cannot believe it because he was on 95 at the time, just hung out his bat at excuse me, a delivery from Michael Nisa, and he is gone. So 407 all out. Leicestershire. It looked like it was going to be a few more than that when they were 366 for 6 earlier in the day. Rehan Ahmed made a very fine 90. Tom Scriven made 13. Chris Wright 14. Eddie Barnes 5. And now Hanscom last man out for 95. So on a flattish looking track, Foxes will be looking to make early inroads with the new ball into the Glamorgan innings. They're all out for 407.
So Hanscom's 95 was the top score, ahead of Ahmed's 90. Also Lewis Hill 53. But as you say, the last few wickets not maybe adding the sort of riches that Leicestershire might have hoped for in their more optimistic moments, as they went from, was it last 5 wickets went for 62, so it wasn't exactly a collapse, but it wasn't quite the sort that a strong lower order would have hoped for. And Michael Nisa finally collecting a 2nd wicket, 2 for 98 for him. 6 for Van der Hoogten and 2 for Lloyd, just the 3 Glamorgan wicket takers. 407 all out, sort of in the ballpark of the first innings against Yorkshire, 415, and Derbyshire 451 for 9.
You would have put I would have put quite a lot of money on Hanscom not getting out that way, if that sounds odd. It was a sort of bit of a nothing shot, a dab at a wide-ish delivery from Nisa that was adjudged to have been a tickle through to wicket-keeper Cook, and Hanscom eyes up to the heavens in disbelief at giving it away at that late stage. Well, we'll take a 5-minute break, and while the ground staff are sweeping away out there, did Roman Walker, I think he said to Eddie that as it dries, they think it will turn a little bit, but it's still very early in proceedings for that, so Rehan Ahmed unlikely to be a factor early in the Gloucestershire first innings. You would
Gloucestershire?
Gloucestershire, I beg your pardon. Glamorgan. Glamorgan.
Westish begins with GL, all the same.
Oh, that's poor. That's poor. What did that?
Don't worry, it does happen to us all that we mistake the opposition, since we're on a constant churn of duties. If you missed it earlier on, Glamorgan chairman Gareth Williams is stepping down to take up that non-executive board member role at the ECB. So Glamorgan will be in search of a new chair as Mr. Williams moves along the M4. Jennifer Owen Adams of Cricket Wales is also joining the ECB, so changes in the boardroom at both ends of the motorway. And we wait to see who steps into the role for Glamorgan in the weeks to come. As Richard said, back with the Glamorgan innings in a couple of minutes.
Or thereabouts finish here at in the East Midlands.
Well, it's unlikely to go beyond 7 o'clock, isn't it? If they have to turn the lights off that juncture.
Well, this is true, unless, of course, the sun comes out, and in which case the light might be okay. Leicestershire having a huddle down below us. They're ready to go now. The two Glamorgan openers wandering out to the crease. Eddie Byram wearing 97 on his back, and of course the skipper David Lloyd with 73 on his back. Byram a long-sleeved shirt, Lloyd slightly shorter of the two men, a short-sleeved shirt. Nick Webb of BBC Wales and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Eddie Bevan, of course, with us from BBC Wales as well, the commentators for the game. We had a short, very welcome visit from Roman Walker. He saw, actually he came in and saw just 3 wickets, didn't he? Might have seen Chris Wright. He was certainly up here. And then Eddie Barnes and Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch this notice when he went on, to be honest.
It was just after Wright had been at hold out to Andrew Salter off the bowling of Lloyd. Well, he's going to get his chance to get his revenge, Chris Wright, because he is now going to be bowling to David Lloyd. He's going to be coming in from the Bennett end, so exercising his right as the senior bowler to come down the slope, such as it is.
Tea at 4 o'clock was the definitive announcement there.
Okay, whatever happens. So queuing to get the cakes from the Friends of Grace Road, even as we speak. Wright is in, bowls to Lloyd on the back foot. Just working it out into the offside. Rahan Ahmed seizes on the ball, hurls it to still, I'm sure, very disappointed Peter Hanscom.
A word about David Lloyd's form. 2 cheap dismissals in the first game against Gloucestershire, then against Durham. 2 innings of 31. The first given leg before from one that might have been going down leg side, and the second one bizarrely caught on the square leg boundary.
Right is in, bowls to him, edge is caught at second slip by Ackerman. Little bit of bounce, little bit of movement, second ball, Lloyd goes. Lovely delivery from Wright, he has his revenge. Bit of bounce, took the edge, and in the end a reasonably comfortable catch for Ackerman. Reached him around about waist height. Wasn't travelling too quickly either. If you're going to have a chance in the slips, that's the sort of chance you want. And Leicestershire have struck immediately. Glamorgan 0 for 1.
Oh, well, that dismissal, with all due respect to Wright's batting capabilities, probably more significant in the course of the game than the other way round, with Wright dismissed by Lloyd. But that was just a pretty conventional early innings dismissal, wasn't it? Thick edge, caught by second slip. It was going fairly fast, obviously, but a reasonable catching height for Ackerman, and Glamorgan 0 for 1. What's the follow-on target? 258.
There's something strange, very bright light suddenly starts shining in the commentary box.
Oh, and those floodlights must have come at you adrift and be shining in the wrong angle. Can't think of anything else it would be.
So Chris Wright, 9th wicket of the season for him. The leading wicket taker for Leicestershire, coming into this game with 8. Good ball, got that little bit of extra bounce. And what are we waiting for now? A batsman.
Marnus.
And Hill looks a bit annoyed. Everybody looks a bit... Did he have to go backwards? Did he forget something? Oh, he's jogging out now.
You would hope the number 3 would be ready, whatever, but Lapshane looked a little rushed there as he comes onto the wicket.
Yeah, Hill looks a bit annoyed. Certainly Lloyd was well back into the pavilion, into the dressing room before Labuschagne even got down the steps there.
Yeah, Labuschagne in his second match of the season out for 17 and 5 last week. He will be playing in all probability 5 championship matches for Glamorgan. This is the second of them. And I'd be pleasantly surprised if he plays anything else this year after that block ends towards the back half of May.
Leicestershire would dearly love to get him early. Very capable of a very big score. Wright is in, bowls to him. Ooh, lovely little bit of movement there. Labuschagne leaves and leaves well on direction. Wasn't so very far outside off stump, and it just wobbled a little bit. Very good start this from Chris Wright. He's lifted his bat over the line of the ball, Labuschagne. Very pronounced movement. The Australian international, as Wright is in, bowls to him. It's straighter this time and is worked by Labuschagne out towards wide-ish mid-on, and then he sort of jumps down the wicket. If we tried to describe every Labuschagne movement, we'd get very tongue-tied very quickly, because he is absolutely all over the place. After he's hit it, usually. His energy levels, the amount of calories he burns just in living must be extraordinary. Wright is in, bowls to him. He's up on his toes, defending a slightly short of a length delivery on off stump. Back down the pitch on the on side. Running in is Sol Budinger from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Great start here, Chris says. Shouts Rishi Patel from third slip.
Yes, we're still in the first over, remarkably. It seems to have taken an age, largely because Marnus Labuschagne took a couple of minutes to arrive in the middle.
Right is in and bowls to him on off stump. Labuschagne covers up, drops it back down the pitch towards Wright, who has started proceedings with a wicket maiden. A warm round of applause from a much bigger crowd around Grace Road today.
Yes, not surprising on the grounds that you can actually survive today.
You don't need polar clothing, you just need normal puffer jackets and fleeces and all sorts of things to keep warm.
It was, yes, very unpleasant watching, I would imagine, yesterday from outside anyway. In response to my tweet of Sir Andrew Strauss leaving his role as strategic advisor to the ECB, Fango Fox 77 says, fantastic news for cricket, county cricket. Now let's get rid of the 16.4 next. Sir Andrew Strauss, of course, the architect of some rather controversial county proposals, but we mustn't forget his legacy as, you know, his service as MD of the ECB, even if many disagree with the direction he took. As Finnan is in to bowl down leg side, as there is an inquiry from third slip, I think it was, but nothing else. Yes. As he left that clearly go down leg side, Eddie Byram.
Rishi Patel.
So Glamorgan under pressure as Finnan tries to increase that pressure. Left armour to left-hander, who leaves that one go through outside off stump.
Not as much pressure as Derbyshire are currently under. They're now 49 for 6.
Ouch.
Chasing that 450. Up in the northeast.
So
Potts will be playing for Durham, would he? I suppose.
It's probably a week where he plays.
Year,
He was rested in Cardiff. As Finnan is in, bowls short. Byram slashes that one over a leaping third slip and will get 4 runs for it. If you're going to flash hard is the maxim. And Byram just about getting away with that one. And Glamorgan a 4 for 1 rather than 0 for 2. Wow. Certainly had the slip cordon interested there.
Maybe a foot or so above Rishi Patel's reaching right hand, but as you say, not quite, I don't think, where he was looking to play it.
Finnan again to Byram, who defends that on the offside. Eddie Byram is not usually a flashy character as a batter. He is in a sort of largely in a traditional opener's mould. Moved up the order for Glamorgan after being signed from Somerset. Tail end of the, what was it, the 21 season. Finnan into Byram, who angles this one down to third man off a thickish edge, but he was looking to play it in that direction anyway. And that brings Marnus Labuschagne onto strike. Without reference to your question, it is Matthew Potts who has taken 3 wickets, as has Ben Rain.
Yeah.
In that Derbyshire stumble to 60 for 6 in reply to 452 for 9. So yes, Durham's basically 3-man pace attack was pretty effective in Cardiff. Rain, Coughlan and Cars, and when you've got the abilities of Potts as well, that is a very good bowling attack, seam bowling attack, despite the departure of Rushworth. Finnan bowls to Labuschagne, who defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. And the over then, 5 runs off it, but 4 of them rather streaky indeed from Eddie Byram. So at least they're playing everywhere now. In all 5 games rather than 9, don't ask. Sussex 89 for 2 at Bristol. Cricket breaking out at Bristol finally.
Gloucestershire finally on the field.
Oh, yeah. One game entirely abandoned at Bristol against Yorkshire. Division 1, Middlesex 75 for 5 in reply to Kent's 186 all out. And Surrey 55 for 2 after dismissing Warwickshire for 150 at Edgbaston. Pope's gone cheaply for 8 there.
Right, over the wicket to Byram bowls on middle and off. Byram presents a straight bat on the back foot, pushes it out to Ahmed, who's in the covers. Buddinger's at mid wicket. Mulder is at first slip. Ackerman at second. Patel at third, alongside Hanscom. Finan is down at wide-ish third man. Ahmed has moved almost to cover point as Wright is in. Bowls to Byram, who leaves outside off stump, pushed across him. Hill, the skipper, is at wide-ish mid-off. Barnes, a fairly conventional mid-on. Scriven finds himself down at long leg for the left-hander. As I say, Budinger is the mid-wicket. Again, Sun semi-breaks through. As Wright is in. Bowls a lovely delivery that bounces and leaves Eddie Byram and beats the bat. We had a perfect view of that. We're sort of standing behind first slip. We're sitting behind first slip on top of the pavilion and could see the bounce and movement, a little bit of seam movement as well from Chris Wright. Beats the outside edge.
Some more details on Andrew Strauss and those ECB changes on the BBC Sport website if you want to read about it, top of the cricket section.
Wright is in. Bowls again, there's bounce. Byram nods back down the wicket at Wright. Has tried to curtain rail his bat back inside the line of that one. Bounce and movement for Wright, who has hit his straps from the very start.
Yes, I mean, if Byram survives any length of time, you'll get used to the idea that there's very little difference between the Byram leave and being beaten. He just tends to draw the bat very slightly.
Wright is in. That is a very deliberate leave by Eddie Byram, who picks his bat up over the line of the ball, prescribes a parabola.
Yes, that was the up and over leave rather than the just tuck it into the body leave, which he goes for quite a lot. As for any minus Labuschagne leaves that we might see, well, theatrical in the extreme, I think it's fair to say.
Right. Turns, comes down the slope, bowls to Byram. A tempter outside off stump. Byram yet to be tempted, or not to be tempted even. Just leaves his bat raised behind him in a position to drive it away, to bring it down, but didn't do so. So, Wright yet to concede a run in his opening burst. 2 overs.
Six, doesn't it? Rather than
Doesn't
flicking straight to 2.
But could have worked it out.
1.6 overs have been bowled, or 2.6 overall. Here is Mike Finnan running away from us at the pavilion end and bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, yet to get off the mark, but he is off the mark now as he works a single towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by Ed Barnes. 6 for 1 Glamorgan in reply to Derbyshire's 407 all out. Yes, considerably more pleasant. Well, not sure if it's actively pleasant, but it's tolerable out there this afternoon after the weather vagaries of day 1. Finnan, longish run into bowl to Byram, who fishes at a wide one and is lucky not to get a touch on that. Well, Byram has started in slightly more adventurous mood than he often is. Maybe inspired by watching Rian Ahmed bat. Or Sol Buttinger at the top of the Leicestershire order, who hit 26 off 30 deliveries, but Glamorgan need more than that with 1 wicket already down, as Byram plays inside that one at the very last minute, and the oohs and ahs from the slip cordon.
13 innings in 8 first-class games last season for E.J. Byram, 588 runs, but 176 of those in 1 innings. As a consequence, his average was a very respectable 49 for the season, but slightly misleading perhaps.
Yeah, he was unable to play in the first block of games because of an operation and a minor medical problem, as that one is played away, and I think that one's played away to point. I think he strained some sort of muscle on his second team comeback after a minor op. So he didn't play in that first block, and poor old Andrew Salter got shoved in his emergency opener, and well, his stats weren't spectacular, put it that way, but he was a good team man, willing to take on the role. As Finnan bowls, Byram leaves, comes back a little bit, but not enough. Through to Hanscom. 6 for 1. Byram 5, Labuschagne 1. Glamorgan wicket takers 6 for Tim van der Hoogten, 2 apiece to Michael Neser and David Lloyd. In the end, and today's principal scorers, Ryan Ahmed with 90 and Peter Hanscom last out for 95. Finnan in bowls. Byram drives nicely through the offside. Will that one run away to the cover boundary? No, it'll be chased and overhauled by an enthusiastic skipper, Lewis Hill. His throw is not the best, but it was heading back in the right direction soonish, which deterred them from taking a 3rd run. Byram moves to 7, and it is 8 for 1 Glamorgan after 4 overs. This in reply to Leicestershire's 407 all out here on BBC Sport Online. Also available, thankfully, through the Leicestershire and Glamorgan club websites. Unfortunately, unlike in Cardiff, we're not aware when they're cutting to us on the commentator camera, so apologies for any inelegant expressions you might find on your commentary team's faces from time.
Dopey expressions, perhaps. Staring at phones. Chris Wright to continue down the slope, bowls very straight to Labuschagne, who covers up, pushes it back up the pitch towards, I think we can safely refer to him as the veteran seamer.
Yes, if we're staring at our phones, we're probably not exchanging messages with our nearest and dearest. We probably are actually looking at scores elsewhere, etc., etc.
37 now, Chris Wright, coming up to 38, July the 14th. As comes in and bowls, lovely delivery just outside off stump. Labuschagne very aware of where his off stump is, lets it go through.
Wow, where's my sunglasses?
It's only temporary.
Sudden burst of sunshine. I left them back at the hotel. It's very temporary, but at least it's brightish this afternoon. Lights remain on, and we may well be playing somewhere near 7 o'clock, I would suggest.
Right is in. Labuschagne turns the delivery off middle out towards Barnes. Buttinger, I beg your pardon, who's at mid-wicket.
Wearing number 1, that's a confident lad.
Yeah.
That's a new arrival at the county. Wow. What number do you want? 1.
There aren't many in single figures. Finan, number 4. Everybody else in the first team squad, I think, in double figures in terms of their squad number. Wright is in, bowls. Labuschagne tucks him off Midland leg this time, just enough width to turn him down to the aforementioned number 4. Michael Finan, who's down at long leg. Labuschagne takes his 1, moves on to 2, 9 for 1.
Yes, the last Glamorgan #1 that I can remember was, I believe, Steve Watkin, the England seam bowler, who had 5 tests, I think. Was it 5 or was it just a couple? At the end of the 90s. How many tests did Steve Watkin play? Can you remember, Ed? I think it was 3. 3.
Right is in to the left-handed Byram, who's playing slightly away from his body. Got on top of the bounce, though, steered it out towards extra cover. Hill moved smartly to his right from that wide mid-off position and saved any chance of a single. Updates time coming up, certainly for BBC Radio Leicester in a couple of minutes. And we'll get Eddie Bevan back on. Wicket-taking Eddie Bevan. It goes right and bowls just outside off stump. Byron plays it well, leans forward, angled bat, opener single down to third man.
Yes, well, Edward may have accounted for most of the Leicestershire batters, but you've claimed one for the Foxes with David Lloyd. Caught it slip in that first over. 10 for 1. 5 overs gone. And, well, it may be that most of the match is available in terms of time, because we might not get rain until late-ish tomorrow and Sunday, if we're lucky. So maybe a chance for a positive result.
Vian Mulder is coming on, which Leicestershire supporters will be very interested to see him for the first time with the ball in hand this season. Goes in and bowls, defended by Byron, back down the wicket past the South Africa international. Update coming up. Indeed, a wicket with the very second ball of the innings, courtesy of Chris Wright. That is, got a ball to just bounce and leave David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, took the outside edge and flew at a nice height to Colin Ackerman at second. Slip 0 for 1 then at that stage. Glamorgan, they have begun to rebuild a little bit. Marnus Labuschagne, the Australia international, is 2 not out. Eddie Byram, the other opener, he's 8 not out. Did have one slightly fortunate edge that went over third slip. Could have easily gone into the hands of Rishi Patel. Got away with it. Will he make Leicestershire pay? In reply to Leicestershire's first innings, 407, Glamorgan are 10 for 1. He's giggling about. Goes Mulder and bowls onto the hip of Byram. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he sort of works it out down to long leg. And Barnes is the fielder. 1 taken. Sunshine again.
Yes. It's just giggling about the information from the newsreader, keen to show that
yes,
they're across events here and thus taking up the first 10 seconds of what Richard would have said a few seconds later had he not done so.
Gave the score, gave what had happened. Now we go across to find out what's happened. Well,
that's right. Back to the studio.
Mulder is in and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne on off stump line and length. Labuschagne solid enough, defending it back down the pitch towards Vian Mulder. His first bowl of the season. I've been saying he arrived back from his South Africa winter, where he represented South Africa in both Test cricket and one-day international cricket with a cracked rib, which had kept him out of the latter part of the one-day international series they were playing, obviously, and therefore he was unable to bowl until now. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of a way swing, but from wide went wider. Labuschagne had nothing to do with it.
Any thoughts as to why Finnan was hoiked after a couple of reasonable overs?
It's how they tend to work. They just, he bowls a cup 2 or 3 early on, and then they make the change quite quickly, usually, and then they'll change things round. Wright will probably bowl 6 or 7. Mulder Mulder is in the inside part of Labuschagne's bat as he works it. I think he was looking to play perhaps a touch straighter than that. It runs away down towards square leg, prompting a huge cry from the slips. Got plenty of bat on it, obviously you heard it. And he picks up one and keeps the strike as a consequence. But no, I don't think it's a reflection on Finnan's bowling. It's they do well to a sort of plan of, so, you know, he'll early stages of his first-class captaincy career likes to have an idea in mind before he goes out of how he's going to, what would be the best thing to do and what sort of rotation and when.
He's got plenty of resources to rotate on the seam bowling department with Scriven and Barnes yet to come.
Yeah. Barnes will be keen to do well. He needs to do well to keep his place.
As Wright is in to bowl, and that's driven into the offside for no run by Labuschagne. 12 for 1. 3 slips. Point, cover, stroke, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg.
The Mulder Massive is watching in Durban in South Africa, apparently.
Good afternoon. Right in to bowl, down leg sides, Labuschagne. Bat raised high above his head as Hanscom indicates a good tumbling stop.
Joe, Pete and Marshall. Foxes fans now, of course, as well as Mulder fans.
Absolutely. For 1 here on BBC Sport Online. As Edward Bevan will replace Richard Ray for the next 20 minutes. Right bowls and Labuschagne blocks out on the onside. And there's no run. Labuschagne got runs in his, I think it was his second match last year up at Derby, and Glamorgan will be hoping that he can hit his straps in this match after a tentative start last week. Labuschagne faces up then to Chris Wright, who has 1 for 2. Of figures. Oh, that's shaved the off stump. That one darted back a long, long way and was taken by Hanscom going down leg side to his left. That one really jagged in from right. It was a fine delivery, and Labuschagne might have been left looking rather foolish had that one timbered him. 3 slips next to Peter Hanscom as Wright is in to bowl, and Labuschagne drives through the leg side. Will pick up at least a couple of runs. In fact, it has run away up to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4, so that's his first boundary. He moves to 7 and Glamorgan on to 16 for 1. That previous delivery couldn't have been much closer to the stumps without disturbing them.
Nonsense, says Labuschagne. I judged it perfectly. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. And I thought David Lloyd to get a second ball of the innings like that, because it pitched, you had to play it off stump, it bounced. Perfect delivery.
Yes, couldn't quite get on top of it from the tall right. It was in bowls, and Labuschagne defends on the leg side with a little twirl of the body afterwards. Now ran 16 for 1. 7 overs bowled, this in reply to Leicestershire's 407 all out.
Asked me about Steve Watkin. Yes, he played in 3
wasn't he the last guy to wear number 1 for Glamorgan? Because we have Budginger wearing 1 for Leicestershire here. Can't remember anyone else since.
No. Now, Steve Watkin, Matthew Maynard, Steve James and Hugh Morris had a ludicrous collection of 10 caps between them. They should have been given certainly more chances. Mulder starts a new over. Down the leg side, Byron tries to flick it away. He does walk across his stumps, as Eddie Byron has been out twice in recent innings, walking across and given LBW. There's some misjudgment. He's on 9, Labuschagne on 7. Wayne Mulder turns at the end of his run. At this, the pavilion end, comes over the wicket and bowls down the leg side again. And this time is patted gently to mid-wicket or square leg. And there's no run.
Yes, and Glamorgan's first target, 258, to avoid the follow-on, to avoid themselves being put under the same sort of pressure as happened last week.
Yeah, they needed 3-2-1, I think it was, and they got 305.
Just short, isn't it?
And then they were in all sorts of trouble. 72-5. There's Mulder. Bowls defended in the line of off stump there by Eddie Byram. Formerly of Somerset, of course. John Glamorgan a couple of years ago. But he proved an useful acquisition.
Yes, he's had good stats. We mentioned them a little earlier as an opening bat in Championship cricket. Wouldn't expect him to see him in T20, but
I don't know.
Maybe the one-day cap.
He's facing Mulder. Runs away from us and bowls to him. Down the leg side again. This has beaten Hanscom. It's gone down to the boundary. Not a great over. Leggers, leg buys, and not finding his line at the moment to end Mulder. Score moves on to 16 for 1. 20 for 1, I beg your pardon. Late coming up. As he apologises, saying it was the scoreboard's fault.
Yes, Byram didn't feature in the one-day cup. I thought he might get into that this season.
Mulder bowls. Byron again plays a ball that's short outside the leg stump, away to fine leg for a single. That completes the over. Glamorgan 21 for 1. Byron's moved into double figures. He's 10 and Labuschagne is on 7th. This after David Lloyd nicked the ball to first slip to the safe hands of Ackerman. For the bowling of right for no score.
Yeah, last season in the T20, Byram, he didn't open, did he? Batted 4, 5, 6. Didn't really make any impact, to be honest. Top score of 37.
Last ball of the over. Left outside the off stump. And that's the end of that over. Glamorgan are 21 for 1. This in reply to Leicestershire 407. Last man out was Peter Hanscom, who played a very patient and important innings for his side before he just fished it one outside the off stump from Michael Neese. Routine catch to wicketkeeper Cook. It was his 4th catch of the innings. He went out for 95.
In terms of those top order batters, there may well be a chance for Tom Bevan in the white ball stuff. No relation to Edward, who hit a memorable one-day cup century at Neath last season. As Wright goes into his 5th over. Bowls to Byram, who defends.
Do you know what you just said, do you? No relation to Edward, who hit a wonderful century at Neath last season. Which I can assure you I did not. I was there to admire it. But
you missed the comma in that sentence, Edward.
I thought,
Thanks,
Nick. I thought,
there was an unspoken comma in there. Tom Bevan, comma, no relation to Edward, comma, who hit a century.
That's right. I mean,
21 for 1. Right to Byram. Pulls at that one, and it bounces short of fine leg. There are shouts of catch it, as there always are on the cricket field whenever the ball travels more than 2 metres in the air. But although it was still bouncing when it reached Scriven, it wasn't the greatest of shots, to be honest. Single to Byram, 22 for 1.
No, Tom Bevan, I'm afraid, hasn't got a run. Well, he's got a run, obviously. He hasn't got many runs for the second team. They've had 2 games and they've lost both rather heavily. And
Wright is in down the hill to bowl to Labuschagne, who gets a thick edge down towards third man.
Good to see a third man there.
Scriven comes in, single taken, 23 for 1. we've been talking about the problems with Glamorgan's bowling attack. I mean, I don't think Zain ul Hassan was expected to challenge for the first team until maybe later in the summer with a bit more experience, but he might do with a few wickets for the seconds and a few runs as well, if he keeps that going and the difficulties of Glamorgan's seam attack continue.
I've got the answer, by the way, to that.
As Wright is in to bowl, offended just past a diving third slip by Byram. Wasn't on top of that one. It is just about picked up inside the ropes by a scrambling Mike Finnan just down to our left.
A bit of fielding, wasn't it?
And they only took one run in the end, but that wasn't under control from Byram, and had there been a fourth slip, he might have been interested. 24 for 1. Byram not looking entirely convincing early on.
No, his boundary came from a waft or a third slip in the second over.
So they change round for the right-handed Labuschagne. Wright is in and bowls, and Labuschagne with a wristy flick of the bat sends that one out towards square leg. This time there will be a couple of runs. Finnan again in the action with a sliding stop just inside the boundary. Two more, 26 for 1. You said you had the answer, Edward.
If Nisa happens to be called up and Tim Van de Gooten has an injury or he was to be arrested, Michael Hogan hasn't taken many wickets for Kent in this, their third game, or the first two, so he comes back as a loan signing, because you're allowed to go from second to first. There we are. That would be very nice.
As Wright is in to bowl, and Labuschagne leaves outside off stump. Well, I know you've been a huge admirer of Michael Hogan.
Who hasn't?
So have I over the years. He's led Glamorgan's attack really for 10 years, been their leading wicket taker in virtually every season. But there we are where we are. He has moved on, and Glamorgan must move on without him and try and produce some younger talent from somewhere, because they really have found it difficult to produce young fast bowlers really over the last decade or so.
You know, you get the highlights of the second team, and I watched some of the highlights. I hadn't seen. I'll just break off as Mulder starts and he over bowls to the left-handed Byron, who leaves outside the off stump. I watched him in the highlights when he got a couple of wickets.
Zain ul Hassan,
and I was quite impressed because he runs in, gives it a good, hits the deck hard, and looks a strong young lad. Probably no more than, but what do you think, 19, 20?
No, he's a couple of years older than that,
right.
I think. Didn't quite make it with Worcestershire.
No. Mulder turns, 3 slips go down, and it's down the leg side. He's bowled a lot of balls down that leg side in this inning so far as Mulder. And Byram just leans on it and tickles it away down to fine leg for a single. 13 to him. Labuschagne is on 10, 27 for 1 after the early loss of Captain David Lloyd. Mulder, measured walk back to his run. Still the 3 slips, still attacking. Why wouldn't you after a score of 407? As he bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne drives beautifully through the offside and is going up towards the boundary for 4. Shot of the innings so far. He just lent on that. And Mulder not finding his line at the moment. Score moves on to 31 for 1. As the sun peeps behind some clouds. It's lovely to see you, Mr. Sun. Where have you been this year? Still the 3 slips though, even though he's been drifting down that leg side and 1/2 volley now. As he prepares again to bowl to Manus Labuschagne. He comes and bowls, and Labuschagne just leaves a wide ball which is taken low down by Hanscom, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Zain ul Hassan played 1 official list A game for Worcestershire against West Indies A. It's largely played for Herefordshire in national counties, played around the Birmingham League, and He was picked up for Glamorgan seconds after a time with that South Asian Cricket Academy setup that has played quite a few of the seconds and looks to give second chances, maybe alternative pathways to Asian lads.
Mulder bowls. Oh, and that's edged down towards the third man boundary. Good bit of feeling there. It's in the far distance, can't even see his jersey, but it wasn't. I think Chris Wright's at fine leg, so it's not him. Yeah, you see the point of having a third man. Saves boundaries. 32 for 1. Do you know, Nick, more sides are having third men now?
Yep.
Which is very sensible. Byron has strike as he waits now for Mulder to come. Passes the umpire now and bowls, and for the umpteenth time it's clipped away on the onside to square leg. That's the end of another over. We have had 10 overs. Glamorgan are 32 for 1, Labuschagne 15, Byron is on 13.
Steadying the ship after the first over dismissal of David Lloyd, out without scoring. Off a fine delivery from Chris Wright. Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire go further into the mire, 88 for 8 against Durham, heading for a follow-on there.
I think they are the best side in Division 2. Durham.
They're pretty impressive in Cardiff, aren't they?
Cask got 100 after that 90 odd against Glamorgan.
Indeed. As Wright runs towards us and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends. At Bristol, Sussex are 107 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Wickets for Marchant Talanga, formerly of Glamorgan, and Zafar Gohar.
It's an effort to get on the pitch there these days.
Yeah.
The weather.
Allsop is 49 not out for Sussex. Low scoring in Division 1. Kent 186, Middlesex 90 for 5. Wright is in to bowl. Labuschagne defends, no run. Warwickshire 150 all out. Surrey 67 for 3. Reminder that we're in day 2 of this round of championship matches, which is the third match being played by both these counties, even though we're in week 4 due to the strange schedule that imposes rests and weekends off, weeks off very early in the schedule when people aren't really in need of a rest. Wright is into bowl. Labuschagne drives through the offside. He's timed that one well enough, I think. The fielder is interested, but gives up just short as the ball crosses the ropes. And Labuschagne moves up to 15 and Glamorgan on to 19 rather, in the total on to 36 for 1.
I think somebody should tell the powers to be here that Leicester, don't leave your lights on. There's me going around the house at home telling people not to have the lights on.
Save the planet and all that. I don't know if they're allowed to change things during a session.
Because half the floodlights are on, costing a lot of money.
Right. Bowls, down leg side. Tumbling stop by Hanscom. It is unfortunate, I suppose, but I mean, I've never played in the lights, so I wouldn't know, but I would imagine it might be quite distracting if they went off mid-session, the batters having got used to it. 36 for 1 at a reasonably serene Grace Road. The flag at the Milliken Road side of the ground is not flapping as violently as it was yesterday in the breeze. Right. Bowls down leg side again. Hanscom is being tested out, and again
as was Cook.
Oh, yes. The two keepers have not really had much to thank the bowlers for at times during this match. But Chris Cook, I think most of, I mean, he did miss one or two, but I think more of them were leg buys than buys, weren't they?
One went over the top of 6.
Well, that was no balls, wasn't it?
As well.
As forward comes Labuschagne, defends the ball, trickling back up the stumps. Fielded at mid-on. No run and the over. 36 for 1. Glamorgan plays Leicestershire's 407. Derbyshire was last week for the Foxes, of course. Labuschagne 19. Byram has 13, and both men have faced 32 deliveries in the first 11 overs.
So, Bright has bowled, what did he bowl, 3 overs? No, he's bowled more than 3 overs. Sure, no, it's Mulder that's bowled 3 overs, not for 9.
Right, will be 6 when he's bowled.
Probably have a spell, a rest. But it's Mulder, medium fast, comes in, bowls, and short, and hammered away past mid-off, down towards the boundary. It's a long chase for the fielder, who's
good stop.
Stops it just inside. Good bit of fielding there.
The skipper leading by example.
Yes.
Lewis Hill, his
Lewis
cap
Hill.
went flying, his shades went flying. It's lucky the ball didn't hit his cap, actually. That's 5 runs, isn't it?
Just stopped it in time, but they pick up 2 more runs, 15 to Byron. Very short delivery. Mulder not quite into his stride.
Leicestershire are away to Derbyshire next week, reacquainting themselves with last round opponents. That's another oddity.
In comes Mulder again. Bowls. Byram is back on his stumps, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. 19 to Labuschagne, 15 to Byron. After that second ball dismissal of David Lloyd.
Glamorgan are away for a second week running, so I'll be up at Headingley for that one, starting next Thursday.
The return of Johnny Bairstow.
Possibly the first team action after...
Getting 100 the second team, or 95
yeah,
or something. Yeah.
Yep.
Byron waits. In comes Mulder, bowls to him, plays defensively to a good length ball out into the covers.
I imagine Bairstow would want to get back into first team action, but you never know in the management of players. And frankly, you'd think he'd want to play as much as he can before the test summer starts after that broken leg that kept him out for most of the winter.
And I suppose he's got to be just a little bit careful. In comes Mulder, bowls. Byron defends again.
But it's obviously good for the county game. The more players like that do take part, because there's spotlight on the county game, and by association, everyone else benefits as well.
Yes, you'd think everybody would want to play 4-day cricket. That is, the test match players to get all the practice they can before the series against Australia. And that's that was left about a foot outside the off stump. You probably heard the groan. Every side in the championship does. Just to tell the batsman, you're not lining up, you know, you might just miss your stumps.
The one that did just miss the stumps was Labuschagne earlier on from Chris Wright that jagged back.
We had one with Lisa when he bowled, forget who it was.
Lisa bowled Vian Muller.
Vian Muller was the one that came back. Well, here is Vian Muller, the bowler, comes in, bowls again. That's guided down towards third man for a gentle single. Byram takes strike.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester to come, so Richard had better pop in. 39 for 1. Labuschagne has 19. Byram has 16. Richard Ray is with us, so if Edward can avoid falling over the wires, and myself likewise, I'll take over. You can take over on this side.
Well, they made a brilliant start to their attempt to bowl Glamorgan out in reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 407. They picked up a wicket with the very second ball of the innings. David Lloyd caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Chris Wright, obviously without scoring since then. However, although they've had a couple of close shaves, Marnus Labuschagne, the Australia Test international, has battled his way through to 19. Eddie Byram is with him. The Glamorgan opener is on 16 and not out. The Foxes would like another wicket before tea if if they possibly can. Tea taken at 4 today with play extended to catch up a little bit of time from tomorrow. But Glamorgan building a solid reply now. They're 39 for 1. Back with you online. Missed just one delivery. Mike Finan has now replaced Chris Wright at the top end, the Bennett end. Bowl delivery on off stump to Byram, who blocked it out into the off side. Bit of a light cloud around now, but no great burst of sunshine. Finan is in, looks for the Yorker, falls as he delivers the ball. It rather floated down towards Byram. It was a good delivery in that it was a York and it was straight, but Byram had lots of time to play it and did, blocked it out towards Midon. Finan scrapes a little ruefully at the crease. Nisa fell over a couple of times, but they're probably picking up a little bit of greasy stuff on their spikes as they come running in from that Bennett end. Walks past a pile of sawdust. Unused pile of sawdust as it happens. Comes in over the wicket, bowls to Byram. Again, it's a foolish delivery. Byram digs it out, puff of dust. Back down the pitch it goes to Mike Finan. Lancastrian.
Yes, I was looking at
first class cricket.
I'm also looking at this ground. It's a huge ground. Which brings me to the point of sixes hit of this ground. I once saw, well, the late Hansi Cronje hit a Glamorgan ball, well, not hit him, hit one of his deliveries now, just break off.
Finan in, bowls outside off stump, ball that drifts away, and Byram has a feel for it. Yep. Yeah. And it was a, he could have left it. He could certainly have left it. And there was movement, but he was drawn into a little push and didn't feather the edge.
Yeah, I was saying that I once saw Hansi Cronje was batting the same far end at Grace Road here. And he hit Steve Barwick over the cricketers' pub, which is away to our right, and one of the landmarks of this ground is an enormous strike.
It really is. Finan is in and bowls. Byram goes forward the drive, gets a thick inside edge, runs down to long leg where Scriven is the fielder. He was looking to play it away through the covers on that occasion. So Finan coming down the slope, looking slightly more dangerous than he did in his opening very short burst going up the slope.
Remember, this developed, you know, you sit in company. What was the biggest six? Was it? Oh, anyway, we got round to this ground, and there's a dear old journalist called Dickie Rutnager. You remember Dickie?
I do, very well.
And Dickie said, and I didn't know whether to believe him, but he swears on it, that Peter Marner, probably heard the word again, the fine hitter of a ball. Played for Lancashire as well.
Finan staying over to the right-handed Labuschagne, gets a foolish delivery outside off stump, looks to drive. Along the ground it goes off the bottom of his bat towards Rehan Ahmed at backward point, and there's no run.
Well, he swears that he was batting this end and they were playing Hampshire, and Derek Shackleton was about, he was wonderful. He wasn't quick, but took well over 2,000 wickets, and he was that sort of bowler. It was a floater and he'd move it everywhere. That Peter Marner struck him into the gardens and over the car park. Now, to me, and it's, when you're thinking of the bats they used to use those days, well, nobody like the bats they've got now. But that is an enormous hit,
mighty blow.
Unless the pitch was further up, I don't know. Anyway, here's Muller to start over and bowls, and that's clipped away down to fine leg for a single, 41 for 1. And the reason I was thinking about all that was because of the size of this ground. And I'm all for that, and I'd be more all for it. I don't know about you, Richard, in 2020 cricket. The bowlers have got no chance of it,
And they bring the ropes in.
Well, no chance whatsoever. You can tap it with these bats they've got now for 6. I do sympathise with them. Mulder then comes into the right-handed Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves, and that's well judged outside the off stump. 19 to Labuschagne, 18 to Byron. Steady reply.
It's a better delivery from Vian Mulder. Looks a little bit out of sorts. He looks as though he needs a few overs
he does, doesn't he?
Under his belt. Struggling for a little bit of rhythm, Vian at the moment, understandably enough, having bowled as little as he has since coming back from South Africa.
Here he is again, over the wicket and bowls and down the leg side, clipped away down to fine leg. He's bowled a lot of balls down the leg side, especially to Byram, not so perhaps, but he has strayed in length and direction. There's only one man I'm looking forward to seeing bowling in this innings, and you can guess who it is, because I'm a great advocate of Young's leg spin. I love to see leg spin being bowled, but a young leg spinner of 18 who's played for England is hardly believable, isn't it?
I wonder if Hill will do the usual and give him an over before tea. Something he could do.
Well,
25 minutes away. But indeed, I agree. But I don't think they will quite yet. Although
any more seamers to come?
Yeah, Scriven.
Right.
Who is an all-rounder.
Mulder bowls down the leg side yet again. Just as well it's not a one-day game, or he'd have been wided a number of times.
Whether it's the left-right combination or the lack of his bowling, or probably both.
And a little bit of thinking, you know, you worry a bit and think, oh, can't get this right. He just wants to come down on a day off and take the bowling coach with him and have a good session in the nets, probably. Anyway, he's coming in now and bowls to Byron. Byron plays it up to mid-on, a little wide of mid-on, fielded by Chris Wright, and there's no run.
I mean, he didn't take lots of wickets last season, Vian Mulder. He bowled 181 first-class overs for Leicestershire and took 14 wickets at over 50. So he has a bit. It sounds silly, doesn't it, Seven International has a bit to prove, but.
Well, here he is again, over the wicket, last ball of the over, and it's again down that leg side. It's like a gramophone record. Again, Byram nudges it away, and the score moves on to 43. So Glamorgan recovered quite well after that early shock. And it'll be Byram to face. As we have, what do we have? 23 minutes before cup of tea time.
He doesn't look happy, Mulder. He got a pat on the back from Lewis Hill, but he does have a bit to prove as a wicket-taking bowler. Shall we put it that way? And will be anxious to do so. Hasn't really contributed yet in Leicestershire's championship season. As I say, we'll be anxious to do so. He's gone in at first slip now alongside Ackerman and Patel as Finan is over the wicket. Bowls to Byram, who works him neatly off his legs. Scriven comes scampering in from long leg. Byram turned, was interested in the possibility of a second, but Scriven is a good young fielder. Got to the ball quickly and put in a good throw, keeping Byram in his place at the non-striker's end. He's moved on to 20, Eddie Byram. Exactly the same score as his batting teammate Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 20 of 35. Byram's faced 48 balls for his 20. Finan is going to stay over the wicket, push it across Labuschagne, or perhaps swing one in. Bobs at the knees, Labuschagne, as Finan is in. Bowls to him a little bit short into the body, looking to Marnus Labuschagne, works it to square leg, comes back for the second. Saw immediately there were 2 runs in it because Rehan Ahmed was back on the square leg boundary almost, and as Eddie's been making the point, it is a long way out there, probably
no good
75 yards on either side, probably, isn't it? It's a genuine cricket field.
No good for you on my arm these days, Richard.
Be bowling that in, I think.
Coming in instalments, as they say.
Bowl it in, or
not go there.
One throw and it would be it would be a mess.
Come to.
Fine, and in again to Labuschagne, back to line on off stump, pushed out into the offside, and then he looks inquiringly up to see Byram running towards him. Byram, having seen that Patel had a bit of ground to make to his left in the covers, which he did. Didn't pick up the ball cleanly though, and so one is taken. The sunshine comes streaming in to the box again, and immediately, yes, we're not used to this. Hopefully, whether they bother switch the lights off during the tea interval, I don't know. The ECB presumably pays the bills in these circumstances. Finan into the left-handed Byram, outside off stump, short, cut away with all the time in the world. That was a bit of a gift-wrapped delivery, that, from Michael Finan. Short, wide, nobody back on the offside boundary, sat up nicely. Eddie Byram smacked it away. Relish. The way you relished your swordfish at lunchtime there, Eddie.
And you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was good, though, wasn't it?
You even changed your order. Fair play.
Well, as soon as I saw swordfish, I thought,
it's lovely,
that.
Nice and tender.
It was, with Mediterranean vegetables.
That's all that was missing was a glass of red wine.
It was there.
Well, it wasn't missing,
menu,
but I did.
Problem is, red wine by this time. And
you'll be either sleeping or... No, it is lovely. Yeah, slip comes out now.
Yeah.
This pitch is playing nicely. 50 is up.
Finan is in. Bowls straightish to Byram, who just waits for it and works it just slightly wide of mid-on. Right has to run 4 or 5 yards to his left. Byram takes one, looking considerably more assured now. The 50 came up with that 4, incidentally, for Glamorgan. So obviously a 50 partnership. They haven't come together before a run was on the board.
And the feature of this game has been the quick scoring of both sides. 3.5 now per over for Glamorgan, and I think Leicestershire went around 3.6, something like that, 3.7.
Finan is in, outside off stump, just outside, slightly short of a length. Labuschagne up on his toes, trying to punch it out into the offside, hit it quite hard down into the ground, and Patel was able to move to his left to make the stop in the covers. End of the over. 52 for 1 after 15. Then Glamorgan, and any few nerves that might have been coursing through supporters' veins after the loss of David Lloyd to just the second ball of the innings will be nicely assuaged now, because these two, beginning to bat very nicely, have raised a 50 for the second wicket already.
And to bat, a chap called Sam Northeast, you probably heard of him.
Yes.
Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, and Chris Cook, who got 191, but is barely mentioned in that huge innings of 700 odd last year, or 800 or whatever it was. Salter, and they bat all the way down, very similar to Leicestershire.
Mulled it off, Barnes on.
Ed Barnes to bowl then. Change of bowling at the pavilion end, and he's coming in to bowl to Ed Byram. Here's the first ball, medium pace, and he's clipped away down towards fine leg. He's got a lot of runs down in that area, and he moves on to 26. In the first game, Ed Byram made 81 and 36 not out, and in the second game against Durham, he failed, I think. Yes, he got 0 and 9. So he'll be glad of these runs. He's on 26. Labuschagne is on 23. Just the 2 slips now. 3 in that arc, saving 1, and the offside, a third man. Fairly conventional field as Barnes comes in and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Well bowled and good judgment. Sun peeps in behind the clouds. We have, and I think we'll probably get them, 45.4 overs left today. Richard, it'll be a long second session.
Yeah, and a long evening session as well. I would think we'll go pretty close to 7 o'clock. Eddie Barnes, just the 10 overs so far for the first team this season, yet to pick up a wicket. To get Labuschagne, arguably at the moment the best batsman in the world.
Number 1, yeah, he's gone back to number 1, hasn't he?
That would be
any young bowler will be telling to his grandchildren.
A power of good.
Barnes bowls left, but the shape there coming from Barnes, nice, easy approach from him.
Get that online and
make
asking questions.
I remember your joy at Cardiff last year with Glamorgan and Leicestershire, when Labuschagne played quite beautifully, and then the 4th ball before lunch, he hooked down to long leg where there were 2 men, and it was caught in the boundary, and they walked off for lunch. Probably don't remember it, do you?
Now you've mentioned it, I do. That I suppose
It must have been.
joy and disbelief that he'd fallen into the trap, really.
This is a nice looking shot. It hit the stumps. If it hadn't hit the stumps, it would be down here at the boundary's edge. But, you know, I know it's often said you can see class when it's there, that little bit above, can't you? And the timing.
Yeah, lovely sound of the ball off the bat. It was
Hanscom.
mellow, wasn't it? Boom.
Hanscom played one shot this morning. He just pushed forward. I don't know if you remember it. He came racing down here. I thought it was the shot of the innings. In comes Barnes again. Bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne comes right forward and defends a good length ball. This will please the bowler. Young bowler? What is he? Barnes? 20.
I think he's 24. I will check for you. Might be a bit older than that now, actually.
Yeah, he's come in, put the ball on the spot.
November 1997.
And just gone for a single.
25.
Here he is again, bowls the last ball of the over, and Labuschagne watches that pass outside the off stump. Useful over to start. Glamorgan a 53 for 1 in the 16th over. 26 to Byron, who will have strike from the next over onwards. And 23 off 43 deliveries for Labuschagne, and 51 deliveries, so they keep it up with each other for Eddie Byron.
Loves a soap opera. Eddie Barnes, Coronation Street, Emmerdale, you name it.
I couldn't name it because I'm afraid I don't.
Well, that's as far as my knowledge of soap operas
wife
goes,
would tell
I
you.
have to admit. But Hollyoaks, that's a soap opera, I think. Don't know whether Brookside's still a thing. I don't think it is anymore. Michael Finan in from the Bennett end, bowls and clipped away through mid-wicket very nicely by Ed Byram, who is starting to play ominously well as far as Leicestershire are concerned, promisingly well as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Crosses the ropes at the mid-wicket boundary underneath the electronic scoreboard, picked off. I think you could describe that one as
Looping half volley really on leg stump, wasn't it?
And Michael Finan.
The perfect answer from my wife the other day. I said to her, "Why do you watch these soap opera dramas? You watch them every night, just about." She replied, "How can you watch cricket all day long then on television if it's there?" I shut up.
Finan is in, bowls to Byram. Better length. Again, not particularly testing delivery, just worked by Byram out towards point where Ahmed.
So I said, "I give in."
The fielder. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. We have nothing to say in those circumstances, do we, really? All we can do is, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry, I'll go in the other room.
It's the 2 slips for Finan.
Do you think it's Ahmed's time? I do.
You're dying to see him, aren't you? In he goes, Finan, and bowls. Oh, squares up Byram with that one. Thick outside edge that runs through gully.
That was unlucky.
It was. Maybe just a touch of shape to that one. A little bit away from the left-hander. Found the thick outside edge. Could have flown to second slip. Went through the gully, well wide of second slip, down towards third man for a single.
Why I want to see him also, and I do hope, and I mean this, you know, for cricket said, I'd like to see Labuschagne play him. He's obviously not played against him, and I just want to see how he plays him. You know, I think it'll be great watching if he's still there, Labuschagne.
Finan into Labuschagne, looking for the Yorker. Labuschagne, minimal foot movement, just jams down on it on off stump. Drops the ball almost at his feet. It would be interesting to see what Labuschagne's approach is as well. You know, whether he's acting on, if you get a chance against someone like, you make sure you punish him, because you know, then
I also think
it'd be interesting because England will be watching Ahmed versus Labuschagne.
I also think Labuschagne might be thinking, well, I don't want to get out to an 18-year-old lad in his first full county season. Interested to know what he thinks. What if he's still there, of course.
Finan is in. Labuschagne covers up carefully, playing it back down the pitch on the onside out towards Hill. Yeah, it could have implications for later on in the summer. They could be.
I don't think that
playing against each other for England and Australia. Ahmed versus Labuschagne.
I wonder. No,
I can't see them picking.
I see the four seamers again.
Yeah.
That'll be Broad, Anderson, Archer, possibly Potts.
Who would the spinner be? If you have to have one, don't you? An option. Finan is in, bowls outside off stump, and Labuschagne lets it go through.
Well, Leach hasn't taken many. Hasn't bowled a lot, did he? So Jack Leach from Somerset.
No. I suppose he's ahead of Rehan at the moment, and they probably prefer a finger spinner.
And his test figures are very, very good. But let's hope we see this contest today.
But if Rehan comes on, bowls Labuschagne,
I think he'll do a semicircle.
There'll be a few selectors who might take note.
Yeah.
Wheels within wheels.
So the former England and Leicestershire off spinner Jackie Birkinshaw at lunch. As Barnes starts another over and bowls and is clipped away past mid wicket. He'll just get a single. The score moves on to 59 for 1. And I said, Jack goes 80. I think he's 81 now. I said, you're still bowling off spin? No, I've given it up now, he said. And he said, there's nobody bowling off spin these days. Which is a bit of an exaggeration, but I know exactly what he meant. In the days of old, when you'd have, from the start of the season, a couple of spinners in there.
Yeah, Leicestershire don't have a specialist off spinner, really. Colin Ackerman.
Ackerman, with those figures he took a couple of years
ago. In a T20. Yeah.
Here's Barnes coming in now. Bowls to Labuschagne, who comes right forward. Hasn't probably faced Barnes before, so conscious of the fact also that it's 8 minutes before tea.
Can he now bowl 4 more of those? Bang on off stump. And if there's a bit of movement, great. If there isn't, it's not going to be put away.
Well,
Make
he has
him play,
up to now.
just bang, bang, bang.
He's only gone for 2 runs in 8 balls.
Don't try
anything fancy.
Too much. Just try and hit the top of off.
Here he is it. Bowls. That's played firmly up to mid on.
Getting a bit of movement. But the pitch is playing so well.
And it's going to dry out now under this sun in inverted commas we've seen briefly today.
Roman suggested it might dry enough to be a bit of turn later on.
Possibly.
Didn't he? But,
possibly.
It might be a little bit of wishful thinking. It's certainly changed colour, hasn't it?
It has. That's the reason Glamorgan batted, because it was a tinge of green.
Biscuity.
Were you out there at the toss?
Not actually out on the pitch, no. Had to look beforehand.
Barnes is in and bowls to Labuschagne, who gets the ball on the leg stump and clips it away for a couple out to deep mid-wicket as the return eventually, after a bit of a fumble from Ahmed, comes into Hanscom. Do you know, I didn't realise he was a wicket keeper. Did he keep for Gloucester and Middlesex? He wouldn't have kept for Middlesex or John Simpson's there.
I don't think so.
And Bracey, of course, is
unless he had to.
Yeah.
But I know Fango down in Melbourne, who's watched him throughout his career, describes him as or has heard him described as a fielder who keeps, a wicket keeper who fields, sort of thing.
Yes, Barnes comes in, bowls, left outside the off. That's the line he wants to bowl. Goes through quite high, chest high to Hanscom. 61 for 1. The ideal man if the wicketkeeper is injured.
Yeah, but by which he means he's not a sort of specialist keeper a la Sims, like John Simpson or someone like that, standing up to the stumps, but he'll do a clean job as behind the stumps, and it's freed up Lewis Hill, who looks, a lot less tired, and he's scoring runs, going in at 3 as a consequence. So it's worked well.
In comes the next ball, played firmly away in the offside, just a little bit short. End of the over, Glamorgan to 61 for 1, 25 to Labuschagne, 32 to Byron. You mentioned the name there, John Simpson, a batsman who I've never seen fail against Glamorgan. He comes in about 6 or 7, and invariably gets runs. if they need them, if they've lost quick wickets, I don't know if it's the same against Leicestershire, but he is a thorn in the side. And other people have told me the same thing.
Well, now, you're going to get your
Got it.
wish granted. We are going to see, what time is it? Well, it is going to be just the 1 over before tea, I'm afraid, Eddie, but let's see if there's anything for Rehan Ahmed. And I think, as you've been looking forward to it so much, I think you ought to take this over, Eddie. And,
do you mind?
Not at all.
How was he hit for 24 in his first over?
Because 3 of them were rank full tosses. He ended up with 3 for 80 odd. You know, it's what he does. But I think this is in the nature of an experiment to see if there's anything there for him. They see him in this game, I suspect, as somebody who might cause big problems for the tail, because they can't pick a googly by and large. Tail or lower order batsman. But Labuschagne and Byram probably can.
Two batsmen having a chat there now. And Byram obviously hasn't, neither has Labuschagne, faced the England spinner this year. And he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Byron. And the only attacking fielder is the man at slip. All the rest are defensive, and we have one sweeper on the offside. Here's Rehan Ahmed then comes in and bowls the first ball. And his pitch is spot on, and Byron pushes out in, it'd be unfair to say pushes out in hope, but pushes out just to see what's happening here. I wish he was bowling this end, and he comes again. That's not such a good ball. He's clipped out to mid-wicket for 1. Now this is the battle I want to see. Labuschagne, 62 for 1. 62-run partnership here. It's a better view out of the open window. He's coming over the wicket now to the right-handed Labuschagne. And he comes, bowls to him. Labuschagne comes back and pushes it up to mid-on. A little bit too short, that.
The pitch is quite slow. You can play him off the pitch to a certain extent.
There he is again. He gave us, yeah, was that the googly?
I think it turned a little bit. It was the leg spinner, but it turned off leg towards middle, and it did take the outside, thickish outside edge. So there was a bit there for
He had a quick arm action
Rehan.
then. In comes Rehan, bowls on the back foot, watching.
He's very careful, isn't he, Labuschagne?
Yeah.
He
Well, he
does
would
not want
be.
to get out to this boy.
Well, he would be. And he comes again and bowls, but a little bit too short then, and it's pushed up to mid-off. Not a bad
over.
Yeah, just the single off it. And it's 62 for 1, probably the last over before the tea interval.
If Barnes gets through this quickly, it might just squeeze in one more Ahmed over, but I think there was enough there.
I'd certainly open up with him after
for him to continue. You're right, but definitely got one just to spin a little bit conventionally for a leggy. But that was a good first over. Everything landed.
And if you've not played a leggy at this standard before, and who's playing for England in huge promise, it's going to be in your mind. Now then, can I pick his Google? Which I don't think Labuschagne knew quite what to play the ball that went away. He thought it was the googly, as I did. Off you go then.
Then from the pavilion end is into Byram, full on off stump. Byram just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. The stream is a little bit behind, so I'm just kind of glancing, just watching. Yeah, it was the leg spinner that just took the outside edge, but it bounced a little bit more than his bouncy character than Labuschagne suspected it might.
I wonder what Labuschagne had to say to Byram before the over. He ran down the pitch to say something to Byram.
Barnes, with his shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, is in and bowls. Ooh, chipped back towards him, but Barnes was falling away to the left. Just stopped perhaps a fraction in the pitch, and Byram, yeah, a little bit, just lobbed it back up towards him. And he's indicating with his right hand, Byram, that he thought it might just have sort of been a slightly slower ball or a back of the hand delivery from Eddie Barnes. But he couldn't fling himself to his right to try and scoop it up. Barnes, blue heels on his cricket boots, runs away from us and bowls nice and straight to Byram, who covers up respectfully, plays it back down the pitch towards Barnes, who's sporting a rather shortish haircut at the moment. And his straw-coloured hair. He's had a bit of a mop up there in times past, but it's all very short back and sides, sir.
I think this is a pitch, Richard. You've got to pitch the wicket. You've got to pitch it up there. Anything just short, you have all the time in the world to play.
Turns, 62 on his back, runs away from us and bowls. Good delivery, played down into the ground, almost trickling back towards his stumps. Actually played it down onto his feet and absolutely wasn't sure where it was for a second there. Ed Byram. Just dribbled away off his toes out into the offside. But the Barnes, famous last words, has settled into a better line and length and rhythm. It's a bit tough for the sort of second stroke third seamer, I sometimes think, coming on when you've got Labuschagne and Byram well settled. The edge perhaps is off the ball. You're desperate to do well to cement your place in the side. Bowls to Byram, just drifts there onto middle and leg, so Byram can calmly turn it into the vacant leg side. The vacant mid-wicket area. Hill runs across the field from mid-on. Easy single for Byram, who will happily now sit and watch while Labuschagne sees off the last delivery. That's what he'll be hoping anyway. The last delivery, that is, before tea.
Last year, Glamorgan were 9 for 2 before that mammoth innings.
Perhaps things will work the other way round then.
Billy Root got naught coming into 7. That was after the Lord Mayor's show.
Plenty to come as Barnes is into Labuschagne, and that is again another gimme delivery because it's on leg stump and there is no close fielder on the leg side, and all Labuschagne has to do is get bat on it, which he does. It runs out towards mid-wicket and one is taken. End of the over and end of the session.
Yes, a poor start for Glamorgan. Obviously, second pole dismissal, 0 for 1, but these two played quite responsibly. They picked up the right balls to hit and shared this unbroken partnership of 64.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, perfectly timed. After it, we'll go and have our cup of tea and we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes time. They'll soon have a cup of tea in their hands because they're leaving the field. It's the end of the afternoon session. And as you say, they'd had a wonderful start in their attempts to bowl Glamorgan out, replying to Leicestershire's first innings of 407, picking up the wicket of David Lloyd, just the second ball dismissal for the Glamorgan captain, obviously without scoring. Since then, however, Marnus Labuschagne, the #1 batsman in the world, according to the Test rankings, he's moved on to 26 not out off 56 balls. Ed Byram, left-hander, Glamorgan opener, has played very well too. He's 34 not out. Been 1 or 2 close shaves for them, but by and large, the pitch is playing well, and so are they. Glamorgan at tea on day 2 are 64 for 1.
support.
No matter
Level the
On the mat.
All
Championship. Glamorgan are 64 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 407 all-out. If you weren't listening earlier, the principal personae of the first innings, Peter Hanscom, last out for 95. Rian Ahmed, an invigorating 90. Tim van der Hoogten, 6 for 88. In reply, David Lloyd fell second ball, caught Ackerman bowled right, but Eddie Byram and Marnus Labuschagne, with the odd little scare and false shot, have taken the score through to 64 for 1. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me Richard Ray.
With ball in hand, Vian Mulder, so the Rehan Ahmed experiment, if that's the right word, lasted just that 1 over before tea, much to, I'm sure, Eddie Bevan's chagrin. He thoroughly enjoyed that first over. He was looking forward to it for hours, it seemed.
It's the traditional bylaw. Spinner gets 1 over before an interval.
It was a perfectly respectable over as well. It looked to be one that just turned a bit conventionally, leg spin. Vian Mulder, not a great spell to start with. 5 overs, none for 15, comes in from the Bennett end bowl, straight and worked into the leg side. Might just have to get the burners on there. Ed Byram, Labuschagne calling him through, but it was Mulder who had to field off his own bowling, didn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps. So it was in fact a very good call from Labuschagne.
I think the Glamorgan batters are used to Marnus Labuschagne and his quick singles. He's quite demanding of his partners, shall we put it that way?
Yeah,
he expects everyone to be on their toes.
Yeah, he was right. First ball post tee as well. The old cream cake might still be quite close to the surface. Interesting. I went down into the restaurant. The Glamorgan players were all at their tea table. None of the Leicestershire players, as Mulder is in bowls and Byram is turning the delivery off middle and leg out towards square leg. Sol Budinger fields. He looked up just in case, didn't he, Byram, there, in case Labuschagne was charging towards him. But on this occasion, the Australian chose to stay in his ground.
I suppose there's a little bit more latitude at the interval for the batting side, isn't there? Apart from maybe the guy who's in next and the two out in the middle, most of them have got a little time for their food to digest.
Mulder is in and bowls, and it's lifted down towards long leg by Ed Byram. Just a sort of pick up to the leg side delivery, but he didn't put his full weight into the shot, made sure he didn't lift it into the hands of Scriven, who's been down there at long leg pretty much since the start of the innings and has yet to turn his arm over. Be interesting to see when he does get the ball in hand what he can produce, because he's very much regarded as an all-rounder in the making. Yet to get an opportunity. Mulder into the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne, bowls outside off stump. There's a decent carry through to Hanscom behind the stumps, taken well above his waist, but allowed to go through by Labuschagne, who's shed his Glamorgan sweater. He means business now. Means business now. He's played himself in carefully. 27 or 58. 3.2 the run rate. Glamorgan, well, they know it can be done. They know they can get well ahead, as in goes Mulder, bowls down the leg side and taken by Hanscom, running away to his left, but that was the blueprint set last year.
Absolutely. Labuschagne last year also played 5 championship matches, which is due to this year. Average 41.88, century and 2 half centuries, which was, it's decent, it's solid, it's not stellar.
Mulder is in, bowls to him on off stump, thick outside part of the bat, guides it. Will be generous. Guides it down through the gully area, down towards the man along the ground all the way. He was on top of the ball, played it with soft hands. And although it wasn't quite out of the middle, I think he was pretty much in control. Picks up 1, keeps a strike, moves on to 28, 67 for 1. We have another 40 overs, Nick.
Yeah.
And it is coming up to 4:30.
It's all right. I had a decent lunch anyway.
Leicestershire did not bowl their overs particularly quickly. I
managed
have to say to you.
Fit in a dessert, so I'm.
Did you? Did you? What did you have?
Some sort of hazelnut tart with custard. It was very pleasant. Last year, Labuschagne was third in the batting average out of the 3 overseas players, which, albeit small chunks of the season each, the others being Colin Ingram and blink and you'll miss it in September, Shubman Gill, averaging 66 and 61 respectively. As Wright is into bowl, turned on the leg side by Labuschagne into a large gap. There is a comfortable single.
I don't like this deep mid-wicket business, this giving singles on the leg side. Glamorgan did it almost throughout their innings. Leicestershire are doing it now, and I'm not sure what the thinking is, because having the deep mid-wicket there for the catch or sweeping, he's there for the bad ball, as my old captain used to say to me. And
yeah, don't bowl bad balls.
I'm not going to post a fielder for a bad ball.
Yeah, unless there's a cunning plan. As Wright is into Byram, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. Having said which, Glamorgan did contrive to have Dan Douthwaite in the first innings and David Lloyd in the second innings caught at backward square, fine leg, whatever, on the boundary.
Hooking, sort of.
Yes, sort of.
Top edging.
Pulling, well, no, they're both fairly meaty shots, but both down the fielder's throats. Right bowls and Byram blocks back to the bowler, who flings it rather uncontrolled fashion up towards mid-on. 68 for 1 in reply to 407. Glamorgan batting to come, Sam Northeast of last year's heroics. Kieran Carlson, 2 centuries so far. Billy Root, 1 century so far. Chris Cook, Salter, Nisa, Van der Hoogten, McIlroy. As Byram plays defensively to cover and there's no run. I wouldn't swear to you with the order of Salter and Nisa at 8 and 9. Those could be either way round. The rest, I would think, would be pretty fixed, barring the need for a night watchman, which would be Tim van der Hoogten, if needed. So 2 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, just the 1 on the leg side. As Wright bowls, Byron plays defensively and correctly back to the bowler once more, who tosses it to Ed Barnes at mid-on for the polishing work. It's reasonably bright still. The floodlights remain on as they have been all day. There's a little bit of pale blue sky straight in front of us in the medium distance. A little bit of darker stuff drifting over, but shouldn't last long. Wright bowls, Byram defends again. This time on the offside, so tight over from Chris Wright. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 16, and Glamorgan, after 22 overs, are 68 for 1. A reminder that the target to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on is 258. 150 difference plus 1.
The way the pitch is playing, it's hard to believe that that might be an issue at some stage tomorrow for Glamorgan.
It's not a bad pitch though, in terms of offering a little bit of assistance now and again to the bowlers. Just the odd one that gets up or moves around a bit.
Roman Walker was making the point he thought it had flattened out a little bit as in goes Mulder and bowls, and turned off his body by Labuschagne out towards deep square. He takes the first run as quickly as he possibly can. Turns, but sees the throw coming in already from Ed Barnes, and even he is not prepared to risk a second. He moves into the 30s on 230. 69 for 1. Mulder 2 slips behind Ed Byram as he runs in and bowls, and it goes past the second slip. Along the ground, it was a sort of controlled edge from Byram. Ran through about 4th slip. Michael Finan is down there at 3rd man. Easy single. Scoreboard ticking over. No great rate, 3.1 the run rate at the moment. But, at the moment it's all about laying a very solid foundation, and that is what Marnus Labuschagne and Ed Byram are doing for the visitors. 70 their partnership is worth now. Mulder in. Oh, that's going to be close on Labuschagne. No, says umpire Watts. It was hit him very low down, and Mulder cannot believe that's not been given out. It certainly was not going over the top, but goodness me, what was that going to miss? Well, he did shuffle across a bit. The only thing I can possibly think was that it might just have hit him outside the line. That is the only thing that could have saved him there, but save him it did. We shall see the replay in due course, hopefully. Mulder was understandably biased in his conviction that it wasn't hitting off and it wasn't hitting leg. In he comes and bowls to Labuschagne, who's working him out, adding a little bit of insult to injury into the gap in the covers and taking 1 off the back foot. Yeah, there's an immediate reaction. No ball, says umpire Watts as well. So, well, let's have a look and see. Oh, goodness me. What was that missing? What was it missing?
Not sure.
Well.
Good appeal.
A very good appeal. In goes Mulder, and he's hit him on the back pad, but that is going down the leg side, and the appeal is choked off. So just seen the replay again, and it was halfway up the front pad, bang in front. So whether he thinks he got a little edge on it, who knows? Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Mulder is in, defended into the leg side. Yeah, we've had a full day's play, and it is a very pleasant afternoon. If you're watching from behind glass, it's still pretty chilly out there. Glamorgan, in their reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 407, the highlight of which were sort of 90s from Rehan, Ahmed and Peter Hanscom, have moved on to 73 for 1. They lost a wicket just the very second ball of their innings. David Lloyd caught at second slip off the bowling of Chris Wright without scoring. The #1 batsman in the world, in the test rankings in the world, is out there at the moment, Marnus Labuschagne of Australia, and he's just been extremely fortunate to see an appeal for leg before against him by Wian Mulder turned down. He is 31 not out. Ed Byram is 36 not out. The Foxes searching for a breakthrough. They thought they had it there. Mulder has a few arms of consolation around him as he walks disconsolately back to his mark. Glamorgan, 73 for 1. 38, in fact. More overs to go. More than a few more overs.
Yes. Updates certainly into the evening, as long as programmes last. I've got a chat on BBC Radio Wales at the end of their nighttime sports show, so I have to remain sober and correct as Wright bowls and Labuschagne defends to mid-on, and there is no run. So if you want to contact us via Twitter at FoxesCrick 2023, at NickWebb 2017. If you want to contact Edward Bevan, address it at Trebanos near Neath, and it'll get him. Wright is in, bowls on leg stump. Labuschagne tucks it away pleasantly through mid-wicket. Is that one going to run down the hill for 4? No. Ahmed gets to it, and they're able to comfortably go back for 3 runs, though, especially as Ahmed's throw from one of the longest corners of the ground.
Ooh, something has happened.
Is
We have been cut off.
Single. Apologies if you've had a slight technical break, as we got a horrible noise in our ears. 77 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites. With the video stream, Labuschagne 34, Byram is on 37. Leicestershire in quasi-defensive mode, as Labuschagne gets one on leg stump and just turns it away down to fine leg for a single, right, losing his line a couple of times in this over. 78 for 1. Just the 2 slips for the left-hander as well, Eddie Byram. And the 24th over. And it is right to continue. As in comes right and bowls, and that's played into the offside by Byram, and there is no run. $78 for 1. Might have been a power loss then. It was affecting things next door as well. Edward Bevan will be joining us shortly. Richard Dray back just before 5. As right is in to bowl to Byram. Good carry on that one, as Byram leaves it and it goes through to wicket keeper Hanscom. 78 for 1. So Glamorgan's run rate is not as rapid as Leicestershire's was, which hovered around 3.8, 3.9 for briefly when Ahmed was in full flow, but they'll be happy as long as they don't lose wickets this evening in this 37 overs remaining. And I would have thought we actually should get that that far with the aid of the floodlights.
Yeah. Very pleasant evening as Mulder comes in, bowls to Labuschagne down the leg side, clipped away up to mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, that appeal. I was watching it on the stream next door.
Wonder if there was a word or two exchanged in Afrikaans.
Yes.
If Labuschagne still speaks it.
Yeah.
Labuschagne, or thereabouts, the Afrikaans pronunciation.
Nothing much he could say because he was the he didn't have to make the decision. Mulder coming in and bowls to Byron. Byron plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. 37 to Byron. Labuschagne is a run behind. 79 for 1. I heard the commentary, and as Richard said, if might have had a feather on it, but suffice to say it was a very good shout.
Yes. He's got a nice little shuffle to try and get him outside the line of the off stump, though, after the after the scene.
In comes Mulder. Bowls. It's a nice looking shot, but straight to cover. And I think you'd agree, Nick, that we've seen Labuschagne playing just about every innings for Glamorgan. And not only Glamorgan, but for Australia as well. He does get out a lot LBW as he shuffles across.
Yes. But from the batter's point of view, if you keep that shuffle going, then you might give the illusion of it being hit outside off stump and therefore not out.
Mulder bowling far better far end than he did this end. Bowls to Byron, and that's just wide of the off stump. No ball called by the umpire, just to add insult to injury. Did he bowl a no ball in the previous over as well?
There was one previously from that end, yeah.
Score advances by 2. 81 for 1. Quite easily to work this partnership out, isn't it?
Yes, since they came together with the score on 0.
Mulder in past the umpire. Bowls and Byron is forward, playing it gently away onto the offside.
After their last few efforts with the bat, Glamorgan supporters could do with a nice serene session here, rather than a nerve-jangling one, and
so could we.
Efforts to avoid the follow-on, which is 258, the figure there.
Did you want my email? I heard you saying something about my email address. Not my email address, something neath. No, in comes the next ball. Swansea, so my postcode.
All right.
But my Twitter.
Sorry, Edward. I was making light of your absence of a smartphone. Twitter is Ed Bevan Cricket, but you'll look at it during intervals and at the end of play rather than as we go along. I take it.
Not many people get in touch with me.
No, you've got a decent following there.
Yes, nearly 6,000. Mulder. Nice measured run up, comes in, bowls, and this is clipped away. They think of a run but decide against it. End of a good over. 81 for 1, 36 to Labuschagne, 37 to Ed. The only advantage I can see is the wear and tear it might give to Ryan Ahmed to bowl his leg spin, and there's some follow throughs there from a few bowlers who are bowling around the wicket at times. Van der Gutten bowled quite a lot, and that might just help Ryan Ahmed.
Here's Chris Wright then from the pavilion end, running away from us. We're looking virtually over his shoulders. He bowls, and that's edged. And where's that ended up? Just short. Don't think it carried from Labuschagne's bat there.
A long way behind on the replay.
Yes, we're watching it at we're watching the stream as the same time as everyone watching around the country, which is usually about a minute behind on most streams. So our comments on replays are not entirely in sync. As Wright is in to Labuschagne, who drives to that deep mid-wicket position. Ahmed does the fielding, single taken, 82 for 2, and it's a little, as Richard was saying, a little early to be giving away those runs on the leg side, isn't it?
Mm. Yes, both batsmen looking quite comfortable after that near miss for Labuschagne. Of course, he might have had a slight feather, as I said earlier on. So, you know, we're a long way away, but the fielders, I think extra cover was going up, mid-on was everybody was going up.
Yeah, I think the Leicestershire dressing room was
going up as well.
Not pleased.
We hear some comments. Right.
Here's Wright into bowl outside off stump. No ball. 84 for 1. Not bowling with the necessary discipline at the moment. Leicestershire, they have plenty of seam options, of course.
5, haven't they? We haven't
5 seamers. I was writing for the Path of Time before tea. We've only had the one over from Ahmed, haven't we?
Yeah.
And
haven't seen Scriven.
No, we had 3 from Barnes. Wright bowls and Byram defends on the leg side. Barnes 3 overs 0 for 6.
Wright, Finan, Mulder and Barnes the seamers, and as you say, just that 1 over of twirl.
Yeah, no Scriven as yet.
He looks as if he could bang it in. Tall young man.
In comes Wright, a tall older man, and plays that one through the offside, does Ed Byram, and that one will reach the boundary. That's an enthusiastic pursuit, to be fair, by Finan, but the ball beats him to the ropes, away to that open terracing away to our right, the bright yellow seating on that side of the ground, and rather complicated St George's flag with all sorts of encouragement written on it, no doubt, for Leicestershire. 88 for 1. Byram moves to 41 not out with that shot. Right, has the ball back from Chief Polisher Ed Barnes, and is into bowl. Byram defends to mid-off. No run. Skipper Lewis Hill doing the fielding there. There's another little bright bit of weather, I think, on the way. As
lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not too warm for you, Nick?
No, it's pleasant, isn't it? Even with the window full open at the moment in our media box, which is looking virtually directly over Wright's head as he bowls to Byram, allowed to go through outside off stump, thwacking into the gloves of Hanscom. Glamorgan, in reply to Leicestershire's 407, are 88 for 1 after 26 overs. Ed Byram is on 41. Marnus Labuschagne is 37, having nearly been bowled on 3 by Wright, and then had a vehement LBW appeal against him by Mulder turned down on 30, and it is Mulder to continue from the Bennett end.
Hoping to make amends here, because he will be striving every sinew to dismiss Labuschagne. Here he comes from that far end then, and bowls the first ball of the over, and that was a good ball. That pitched and lifted, and he seems a different bowler bowling from the Bennett end than he did from the Pavilion end. He couldn't get his line at all, bowling everything down the leg side. But somebody spotted it from possibly from the dressing room, and he is now bowling a very good spell. And Glamorgan scored in it's still healthy, 3.4, but it's just gone right down a little since tea as Mulder comes in and bowls. And Labuschagne again gets well outside the off stump and is in a spot of bother here against Mulder. Goes for a little walk towards the square leg umpire, gathers his thoughts and thinks, yes, this lad's bowling well at the moment. I must get outside that off stump because I don't want to be wrapped there.
Looks like Derbyshire are heading for an early defeat against Durham, 13 for 2. After being bowled out for 165, they're still 274 runs behind.
Mulder bowls, and that was a good leave. That's the sort of ball that dismissed David Lloyd. Not from the same bowler, but it pitched and just left and lifted.
And the Derbyshire openers, Hyder Ali, managed 1 run in the 2 innings, which was 1 more than poor old Billy Godleman.
And yet Durham got 480 or 490
yep.
or 450 or something. Dear me.
Yeah. Potts got Hyder Ali twice and Rain got Billy Godleman twice.
Mulder bowled, that's short and pulled away, pivoted on the back foot, went up to cow corner, and there's a chase there, and they're going to come back for an easy third. Spotted that, didn't he, the short ball? I think he tried to bounce him.
Yes, Labuschagne was quickly onto it, wasn't he? And played almost a one-legged smash through the leg side in the likes of Rian Ahmed. We saw pivoting and playing some extravagant shots in the morning session. Very entertaining, and Labuschagne seizing on to that one, 91 for 1.
Yeah, when anybody plays that shot, they think of the great Gordon Greenidge when he got 160 on one leg to beat England at Lord's years ago. As the next ball is played away backward of square on the onside, quite nicely by Byron, and they go through for a single. Glamorgan going nicely at the moment. They're 92 for 1. Labuschagne 40, Byron 42. They came up with each other.
At Bristol, Sussex 159 for 3 against Gloucestershire. They'll be just grateful to be watching some cricket in Bristol. Allsop made 67. Chetashwa Pujara is 40 not out for Sussex.
Mulder to continue this little battle between him and Labuschagne. He bowls to him now. Labuschagne just leaves that outside the off stump. Mulder has bowled 9 overs, 0 for 30. And the most of those 30 runs came in his first spell. He wasn't quite accurate, but has done him a world of good to bowl from the Bennett end. No doubt from the rest of the season he'll ask for that end.
Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, Surrey against Warwickshire. Surrey look set for a first innings lead. They're 120 for 4. That's just 30 runs behind Warwickshire. 2 wickets to Chris Rushworth with his new county in the Midlands, formerly of Durham, of course, for so many years.
Clash of the Titans there.
And the wickets continue to fall at Lords. Kent made 186, Middlesex in reply 148 for 6, so that is a recovery, with Higgins and Holman both in the 30s. They were 90 for 6.
I thought he would have been John Simpson again.
No, he was out for 12, caught behind off Michael Hogan. As right bowlers outside off stump, allowed to go through by Byram. Right, like Hogan, wearing number 31 as his preferred number. In the test in Gaul, Ireland 202 all out were beaten by Sri Lanka by an innings and 10 runs, despite their record score for Ireland in the test match, 492. Sri Lanka 704 for 3 declared as the next ball, again from right, is through to the keeper.
They must have lost a couple of... I've been in Gaul. It's one of the hottest places I've ever been to. Not so much the, clean heat. It's so oppressive. Just walk around the town and you're soaking wet. And of course, Sri Lankans are used to it, but Ireland certainly not.
Their opening bowler, Andy McBrien, delivered 57 overs, 1 for 191.
Somebody went for over 200.
Right bowls, Byram plays on the offside. Yeah, that was Ben White, 34 overs, 0 for 203, poor Dab.
Did Balbirnie play?
Yeah, he got runs. The former Glamorgan man, 95 and 46, so respectable on an individual. But the Sri Lankan scorecard: Madushka 205, Karunaratne 115, Kusal Mendes 245, Matthews 100 not out. Right bowls, and Byram blocks it. Yeah, so no wonder the Irish were not so good second time round, having suffered in the heat there, as this is about as bright as it's been during the course of the match now. The sunshine,
I tell you,
penetrates the
story what happened to us at Gaul when we were forced out of the stadium because the BBC didn't have the rights.
Oh yes, I remember that.
And there was Pat Murphy was with 5 Live. I was BBC Wales, Peter Baxter the producer. And after the first day, they came up and said, if you want to, you'll have to pay an extortionate amount of money. Which they said no.
Here's right to Byram, who blocks it to mid-off.
So then we went up to the old fort looking over the ground, a magnificent view, and were able to work from there. And would you believe it, got lines working, which was incredible. But after the following day, after much complaining to the Sri Lankan board and others, they did let us in for the rest of the game. So it was quite an experience.
In comes right. Still the 2 slips, 4 saving the single, and Byram again on the defensive. Nicholas Brill says as much as he was pleased that Labuschagne was given not out, he was expecting the umpire's finger to go up. Looked at the replay a few times, can only think the umpire thought it was going down leg. Let's hope he can cash in on his good fortune. Well, the umpire thought something. But it seems in this match, I mean, I know very few players admit they're out LBW, but they've been less inclined to give LBW decisions than maybe Glamorgan followers would have noticed in the last match.
So Mulder to continue, comes in, bowls to Labuschagne, who clips this up to short mid-wicket. A little bit of a fumble there. And
Budinger,
the opening batsman, pretended that he did have the ball, but he didn't, and pretended to throw. And you've got to be careful at that.
Yes, if the umpires are taking it seriously. 5
runs because you were not allowed, which is sort of strange. Again, a strange rule to me.
Deception.
Deception, my word. Mulder is into his groove now. He comes in, past the umpire, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
I believe that Labuschagne might have been done for that, playing for Queensland. Apologies if that's wrong, but
there's something. Yeah.
The only instant to remember for Glamorgan was Graham Wagg was penalised for that at Sapphire Gardens. But of course, we also had the bizarre incident of Glamorgan being penalised 5 runs for one of the fielders, Colin Ingram, using the wicket-keeper's glove. That's 5 runs as well. Which few people knew that was a law even.
There's Mulder, bright sunshine, comes in and bowls, and this is played defensively. And he's given him a huge amount of respect here, Nick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Labuschagne, he's watching every ball, not attempting anything extravagant. And he has been down here. It's the only time Byron's has faced Mulder was 1 ball in a couple of overs ago. And since then, it's been some very good bowling from Mulder.
Yeah, they haven't swapped ends too often, have they, these 2 batters?
No. Here he is again, coming into the right-handed Labuschagne, bowls to him, and it's kept just a little bit low and dug out by the batsman, push it out to meet short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 92 for 1, 40 to Labuschagne, 42 to Byron. Occupation of the crease is paramount for Glamorgan, because they want a big score if they can, put some pressure, and you just never know what happens in this great game.
David Griffin, the Derbyshire activist, has come up with a bizarre archivist rather than activist.
Here's the next ball, and that's a nice looking shot. It goes past mid-on. It's a long chase up towards the long on boundary. They cross for 2. They'll certainly come back for 3. Most grounds, that would have been 4 runs, but it's a lovely shot. Clipped off his toes, and they go for 3. What's Griff got to say for himself?
Billy Godleman registered a pair today for Derbyshire against Durham. Ben Rain, formerly of Leicestershire, was the bowler in both innings. The last Derbyshire player to make a pair at Chester Street was Wayne Madsen in 2019, and the bowler in both innings was the very same Ben Rain.
Well, he wasn't playing for Durham in 2019. Ben Rain?
No.
Was he?
Let's just check when Rain moved.
I may be wrong. As he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Byron, bowls to him, and Byron is forward back down the pitch. Because wasn't it in 2019 that DeLange was out, caught by Rain? Rain was the bowler down here at long on.
2018 he left Leicestershire, so yeah, he was playing for Durham against Derbyshire on both occasions.
5 years ago?
Yes.
How does time go?
Very quickly, Ed. Very quickly.
Well, if you'd asked me, I'd said 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. 2018 was Rain's last year here.
You don't question David Griffin, do you?
No, you don't.
95 for 1 then. Labuschagne, for the first time for a couple of overs, has got to the other end, and we've got a change of bowling. Ed Barnes is coming back at this end to bowl his medium pace.
Bouncing up and down enthusiastically. I think it's your turn for rest, isn't it, Edward, if Richard comes in? Which he'll have to, is it? Very quickly.
No, you're going to have a rest. You've had been here since tea, haven't you?
Okay. As just continue this over while Richard slots in, as Barnes's first delivery is turned on the leg side by Labuschagne. There'll be a couple of runs. Labuschagne's run the first one very fast, and they're through for 2, 97 for 1. Richard will update BBC Radio Leicester listeners, and Edward can replace me then at the end of the over, and we'll try not to disturb too much of the furniture in the process. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. A glorious summer's evening it feels like out there now. Baffling. Beautiful sunshine. Why are the floodlights still on?
Yes, in case you're wondering why we were talking about Ben Rain, So bowlers inflicting pairs on Derbyshire players. As Barnes bowls and Labuschagne is forward defensively, and there is no run. Edwards was surprised by the fact that it was 2018 rains last season here. So both those feats of inflicting pairs on Derbyshire batters were in Durham colours. Bowled very well last week as well. In Cardiff did rain. As we had to say Ben Rain coming in, rather, because the weather conditions were such that it was rain coming in most of the time, no matter who was bowling. Here's Barnes coming in, or running away from us, to Labuschagne, who's forward defensively. Run rate 3.3. It's the wickets column that is the most important, but Leicestershire certainly haven't allowed Glamorgan to get away and accelerate at any stage, and it's been quite a cautious approach. 3.3 runs and over is respectable enough.
Yeah, making Labuschagne work, and it's Mulder's spell from the Bennett end, which may now have come to an end. It's been the, well, you know, it's only his second spell of the season, but it's been a good one.
Barnes in, bowls, Labuschagne plays it out towards mid-wicket and will wander through for a single. He moves to 46. Byram is 42. The total is 98 for 1. These two coming together on the third ball of the innings, with Labuschagne appearing to be caught somewhat by surprise. He took his time to emerge and looked as though he wasn't quite ready to come out. 98 for 1. Left-handed Byram, the former Somerset man, on strike. Good signing for Glamorgan late in the 21 season. As Bonds bowls a short ball that's hits Byram on, I think, the helmet, or is it the forearm? Yeah. If it's the helmet, there's an obligatory check, isn't there?
But Labuschagne
maybe
seemed to imply that it did, but everybody else says no, it didn't. So no check needed. Hit him on the... Sounded very paddy, didn't it? Something was padded.
Yes, thankfully. For the batter, 98 for 1. Sunshine streaming across the county ground. Barnes, longish run by the advertising logo. In to bowl to Byram, short ball, pulled but not timed to wide mid-on. That is the end of the over. 98 for 1. Labuschagne 46. Byram is 42. Richard Ray will update radio listeners.
Yeah, they're still looking, I'm afraid, having made a breakthrough with just the second ball of the innings, dismissing the Glamorgan captain. David Lloyd caught at second slip. Chris Wright, the bowler, on that occasion. No luck since for the Foxes. Marnus Labuschagne is 46, not out. Ed Byram, 42, not out. But they were absolutely convinced they had Labuschagne a few overs ago. Vian Mulder seemed to have pinned him in front. It certainly wasn't missing the off stump. It certainly wasn't missing the leg stump, but probably not hitting the middle, said umpire Chris Watts. So Labuschagne is still going, the world #1 batsman. Ed Byram with him, 98 for 1, Glamorgan. Mulder continues his spell. It is pushed out back down the wicket towards him by Labuschagne, who looks intent on a big score. The Glamorgan followers will be rubbing their hands in glee, in anticipatory glee.
Yes, well, there's a handful have made their way up. Yes, I'll be delighted to see that in the flash if it happens.
Mulder is in, bowls to him on off stump. He dabs down on it, bounces out towards point. Rahan Ahmed, who a couple of overs ago was sort of beginning to just loosen his shoulders a little bit. Not so much now, but Mulder, you would imagine, who's now bowling his 11th over. Did he? I think he bowled, was it 4 before tea? 3 or 4 before tea. They won't want to give him too many. Down the slope he comes. bowls down the leg side, and it's turned away towards backward square by Labuschagne. He's going to pick up a couple fine and gets quickly to the ball, gets his throw away on the bounce to wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom, but two taken by Marnus Labuschagne, and that is his 50, I believe. No, it isn't, 48. He's moved from 46 to 48. Scoreboard was so quick moving to 48. I thought it hadn't actually put up the 2 as yet. The applause is for the 100 for 1. Century partnership then between Marnus Labuschagne and Ed Byram. Mulder is in to Labuschagne, and that is his 50 because it's outside off stump. He steps out and cracks away, executes a perfect cover drive over the bounce of it, raises his bat around the ground and to the balcony. Marnus Labuschagne's 50 has come off 88 balls. And it includes 4 fours. Eddie Bevan back alongside. He will just be starting if his track record is anything to go by here, Eddie, won't he?
Yes, apart from that very close shot, he's played extremely well.
Mulder is in to him, bowls on off stump. He covers up and blocks it out into the offside. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, runs in and picks it up. 1 ball left in the 31st over. We have still 30 overs to be bowled today.
And they will be, won't they?
Well, we are set literally fair. Blue sky, sunshine. Floodlights are still on, ludicrously.
If they haven't bowled them by 7 o'clock,
I think no, they can keep going as long as the light is okay.
It's fine. Late supper.
Afraid so. Mulder in. Bowls. Late on it, covering up, but successfully covering up is Labuschagne. That straight delivery pushed out off middle towards mid wicket. Budinger picks up. Lewis Hill gives Mulder a pat of congratulation, as does Colin Ackerman. And he waves to Tom Scriven, I believe. Lewis Hill. So it looks like we're going to see the last of Leicestershire's seamers. That isn't an implication as to merit, but the last of the sort of frontline seamers to be used, shall we say. Looks like it's going to be Scriven. 104 for 1.
Beautiful sunshine over the ground. What a wonderful sight. Don't often see white shirts. That annoys me greatly, because every club now just about plays in coloured shirts. You know,
with piping and things like that on, do you mean?
And adverts stripes and things. And no club side plays in white. There's Ed Barnes, starts a new over, lifts a little bit on Byron, but he's comfortable enough playing it away onto the offside. 104 for 1. And the only time you'll see people playing in white is county cricket and, of course, in test matches. But the tradition has gone out of the window, I'm afraid. Having 2 grandsons who play cricket, the family, not our family, but nearly every other family, say, look, we paid for whites a couple of years ago, now we've got to fork out, which is a lot of money for coloured clothing. Ed Barnes is end bowls, again defended.
So in no matches of any kind will they wear white?
Well, do you see any club? You know, if you watch any club playing, so last year I went down to see my old club, and on a Saturday afternoon, I thought, is this a knockout? What's going on? No, this is the way we play these days, and have these adverts on the back and numbers. Yeah. Steady spell bowled by Barnes today, and he comes in again, and having said that, he drifts down the leg side and is clipped up to mid wicket for a single. Yes, Labuschagne's 50. He's played, hasn't taken any risks. He had that very narrow squeak against Mulder for an LBW shout, but otherwise neither batsman really have given any semblance of a chance. And Leicestershire will be a little concerned that this pitch now really isn't doing anything. It's such a good pitch, as I've repeated during the couple of days that we've been here. Just the two slips then. Wicketkeeper standing back as in comes Barnes and bowls, and this is played back down the pitch. No, is that a no ball? His arm went out for some reason.
Two to go.
Oh, right.
They always put out two fingers, the umpires, to their colleague.
Just to remind them.
Yeah. But they hold their arm out sideways.
I think he was asking then, just checking with his man at square leg, is it 2 balls? I think he yells back, no, it's 1. In comes Barnes again from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's played wide of mid-on, and Labuschagne gets another single. This partnership continues to thrive as Labuschagne goes on to 53. Byron is on 43. Defensive field, apart from the 2 slips, cover, extra cover in the mid-off, a third man. 6 men, 3 on the onside, big gap at mid-wicket to a man almost on the boundary at square leg. Here's Barnes, comes in, bowls to Byron. Byron goes back and cuts hard out towards backward point and is going to get 4 runs. Blemish, the only blemish in this over, short ball outside the off stump, and really it was asking to be hit. 110 for 1, and Byron nearing his 50, he's 47.
Yeah, but we talked about it before tea, didn't we? I was saying,
yeah, you've
just
got to
hit
bowl
the top of off. That's all.
Or try to.
Your job is to do at this stage, and hope there's a little bit of movement or something off the pitch. Stop trying different things. You know, don't.
The old adage, bore the batsman out, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're on good pitches.
Frustrate if you can't do anything else, but don't give them stuff to hit like that. You know, they're too good, these batsmen. They don't miss out for the most part. And that was a really classy sort of cutaway by Ed Byram. We are going to see a little bit of Tom Scriven.
For the first time
he is
for me.
Sort of Lloyd-like, but a bit faster than David Lloyd, if you know what I mean.
He's a tall lad too. Bangs it in, I would have thought. So if Glamorgan carry on at this rate, shall we just say under there are 29 overs, shall say 30 for, and then go to 3 over 90, they'll be up in the 200 mark tonight, unless they experience a collapse.
A bit more, maybe even sort of 22-30.
Bat all.
Sam Northeast to come.
Yes.
Sunshine has been on a very good pitch.
Yeah.
He'll be thinking tomorrow's
day to bat.
My day. Again.
And David Lloyd here. Well, yeah, that's the reason I put them in, you see.
Scriven, fair of hair, Oxford born, comes running down the slope and bowls outside off stump. Slides through with a little bit of shape to it. Outside off stump to Peter Hanscom and Marnus Labuschagne, who will not be familiar with the bowling of Tom Scriven, lets it go through.
If Tom Scriven dismissed Labuschagne, he'd probably retire, dine out, wait for his grandchildren to come along and tell him, I got the #1 batsman in the world out once.
He's a confident young man. He'll believe he can do it.
First year?
No, absolutely not. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, steered away by Labuschagne. It was a fullish delivery, driven backward of point. Buttinger picked up, threw in, and then immediately held his shoulder. So, and then there's 1 or 2 looks of concern, but he's raised his right arm as though he's okay. No, he was.
I just haven't seen the name. You know, has he been mainly second team? Or
He came from Hampshire, where he hadn't
2
made a
ago,
breakthrough. 3 years ago now, I think.
Yeah.
His best 2020 was at Hampshire, so 21 he came. So that's 2 years. He played a couple of first-class games for Hampshire, but this is just his, I think, 6th first-class game. In he goes and bowls. Oh, that stays low, but somehow Labuschagne comes down on it and manages to squeeze it past Hanscom, who is now standing up to the wicket to Tom Scriven, who might not be overjoyed about that. And indeed, having seen that, Hanscom takes his helmet off and says, no, probably a little bit quicker than I thought. And,
No, I'll tell you exactly the reason there, because he's known, he bats so long, so far outside the crease, so you'd be surprised.
Is it just for Labuschagne?
And many keepers have come up for Labuschagne and had him out. Not the wicket keepers, but it's enforced a false shot.
Well,
so
it kept him in his crease there, so there was something in it, and then he was very late on it. So it almost worked. In bustles. Oh, Scriven and bowls a lovely delivery that just slides past the outside edge of the left-handed Eddie Byram's bat, and is taken just slightly to his right by Peter Hanscom. So,
and Hanscom
played down the wrong line, and it swung a bit back in.
Well, no, Richard he's obviously played many times in Sheffield Shield against Labuschagne, and perhaps it comes from there. So I'll be very surprised if he doesn't go up if Labuschagne gets down to the other end.
Scriven, slightly angled run is in, bowls over pitch, clipped towards mid-wicket, but a great diving stop by Rishi Patel, saves 4.
That was a good bit of cricket, wasn't it?
It was.
Lovely shot and lovely bit of fielding. And the man at mid-on comes and taps him on the
His
shoulder.
captain comes up and they
That's what they like. Well
slap palms, don't they? Yeah, good work by Rishi Patel. Just the one slip. And in those circumstances, it's usually either Ackerman or Mulder. Ackerman. It is at the moment. Scriven in again. Bowls, good line, good length. And forward, pushing the delivery. Past him goes Byram. Scriven puts out his right hand, doesn't get anything on it. It's fielded behind him by mid-on. End of the over, 113 for 1, but interesting first over from Tom Scriven. And he gets a
good over.
bat on. I thought so.
Good over.
I think he's got something about him, this young man. Now, you asked how long he'd been around.
Yes.
This is his, he says. Yeah, 7th first class. Seventh first class game. He played towards the end of last season for Leicestershire in first class cricket for the first time, but it's his first
debut
of this
last year
for Leicestershire.
Right.
But it's his first of this season, first class game.
You know, I keep an eye on the cricket scores every day, and you see names. I haven't seen his name. I thought he'd just joined this year. Anyway, it's a new over from Barnes. He's bowling from the pavilion end, bowling to the right-handed Labuschagne, who thinks and then leaves outside the off stump, which brings a gasp from the man. Is it Ackerman at first slip? Looked like
somebody who's making that sort of noise is usually Rishi Patel, and I suspect it might be Rishi who's gone in at first slip and Ackerman at second.
At second, that's it. It was Patel who leapt up after he'd left that. I think he'd been quite steady. Barnes, 6th over, 15 runs, just keeping that line. And he comes again and bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. It's been a very careful innings from Marnus Labuschagne. We haven't seen a quick, out-and-out quick bowler. It's just that these boys are keeping it there or thereabouts. You wouldn't call them dobbers. They're too slow for that, too quick for that, but nowhere near sort of fast bowlers.
What he mustn't do now is drift onto the body or on the legs with that vast expanse vacant in the leg side. Just keep it there.
Keep his line. Here he is. That's driven.
It's okay.
Yeah. Driven to cover, and there's no run.
It's okay, that line.
113 for 1, and that is the partnership. Isn't it nice that you haven't got to divide or subtract from the last wicket that fell? It was on naught.
Well, we do have partnership on the electronic scoreboard directly beneath the green square containing the score. But as you say, it is reasonably easy to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Barnes in glorious sunshine, and that's played up to mid-on. They hesitate and decide not to run. Umpire Baton tosses a coin from one hand, flicks it up with his left, catches it with his right. Tell you I do miss this year. There's Mr. Cook, the umpire, who would chat with anybody who's in distance. He's retired.
I
Dear
agree.
Lord, Nick Cook.
hope he's on a race course somewhere or something
Good
like
friend is Cookie. In comes Barnes and bowls, and Labuschagne bowls, and excellent line there, and good judgment from the batsman. It's good cricket, this. Yeah, Nick Cook would try and sometimes nobody'd speak to him, so he'd look round then, and then he'd catch somebody's ear.
Yes, county
Great
cricket
character.
is a quieter place out on the field without...
I'm sorry not he's here, though.
Nick.
And also very saddened by the death in the winter of Jeremy Loyes.
Yes.
Desperately sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Missing two characters there. As we watch Barnes go in. That's hooked out to fine leg. Might have gone for 6, I think. Yes, it has. 6. It was short, it was pulled, and that was the last ball of the over, and Barnes puts his hands on his head. Why did they have to do that? He tried to bounce him, but yeah, it wasn't quite straight over the keeper's head. It just went. It's just too. I think the coaches walk in there. They were going to take action. So 119 for 1, and Labuschagne has moved on to 62, and the run rate is up to 3.5.
It was remarkable, really. It could have gone anywhere, frankly. Flew high. High and far. Certainly not where he was looking to hit it, but Labuschagne survives. Does more than survives, he prospers. Byram looking for his 50. Scriven is in to him, and that is it, because it's outside off stump. Half volley, he steps out, executes an almost flawless cover drive, and applause from the balcony, the Glamorgan balcony below us, and from his teammate Labuschagne, because that is the 4 he needs for his 50. It's been a hard-working innings, but...
Typical opener's innings, really, isn't it?
He's played some lovely shots in it as well, and his 50 has come off 105 balls.
Second 50 of the season, 81 against Gloucestershire in the first game. And that was inviting that half volley outside off stump. There's a little conference, a meeting going on at the far end. Lewis Hill is involved, the bowler. And there's someone else who I can't see his number.
And Chris Wright, who is the sort of senior
lead
bowler. So
yeah,
he will be having his say. Don't bowl there. What do they say?
Yeah. How old is he? 22, 23?
24, I think we established, Tom Scriven. Just confirm that. As he comes bustling in again and bowls a slightly straighter line, still outside off stump, but a better length, and Byram just stretches forward and blocks it out into the offside.
I think perhaps the batting coach or the coach would have said to his batsman, Matthew Maynard, look, get over that new ball, it's a good pitch, treat every ball with respect and you'll get runs.
November 1988 is Tom's birthday. So
23?
No, this is 2023 now. Scriven is in, bowl straighter, shapes back in a little bit to Byram. It blocks it out into the onside on this occasion. He is 24.
Right.
25 in November.
Like to be 24 now, Richard?
I would, knowing what I know now. If that makes any sort of sense.
I don't know.
Oh, yes, I would quite.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Often wonder.
Looking a long way back now, I'm afraid.
And me.
Scriven is in, bowls, nice and straight. Byram a lot of time, though, noticeably how much time he had. Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say slow, it's easy paced.
It is not quite a feather bed yet, but it is very good for batting. And it will be tomorrow as well. Yeah, I agree. Eddie making leg spinning actions alongside me.
Get him on for 3 overs if he gets some tap. Okay, you can take him off. It's the sameness here.
The plan is that he'd take wickets against the tail, but he's going to have to maybe come on earlier. Scriven is in.
Yeah, it might be 400 by then.
Yeah, nice and straight, and equally straight back from Byram back past him.
Pitch is harder. I am biased because I I love watching, as I said, leg spin, especially a young man who's played for England.
I'm sure he will get another
I'm sure
a spell before the close.
26 overs left.
Yeah.
And
If he
it's
doesn't, he'll
25
definitely
past
be here
5.
till, yes,
7:15.
very late. Scriven is in. Oh my goodness me, that's got to be close to leg before he's got his man. It swung back in. Scriven punches the air. He went for the drive, Byram. It swung back, hit him on the front pad, and Byram has gone leg before wicket. So 123, the partnership was looking good. Byram was looking good, but he'd just gone to his 50. Just slightly loose drive there. Swung back in, hit his front pad. And umpire Watts decided was going to go on and hit the wicket.
I think that was a fair decision because I suspect Byram might have been, what's the word to say? Right, I've got my 50 and relaxed a bit.
That's what I mean. It just was slightly loose, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But well bowled, Tom Scriven punched the air with joy. His first class wicket.
Was it?
Of the summer. Of the summer.
Of the summer, right.
Of the summer.
So that partnership has put Glamorgan up where they wanted to be, 123 for 2. And it'll either be Sam Northeast or Carlson because of this injured finger. Carlson did come in earlier in one of the earlier games. And the only batsman to get 100, he's got 200, is Kieran Carlson. But it is Sam Northeast striding to
Scene of former glories.
Well, a crease, not perhaps the crease, but the square that he knew rather well.
What price he gets a first baller?
Well, I was just about to say
410 followed by.
And it's in his mind. 420.
Was it? 420 he got.
I think it was 420.
I remember 410, but I'll take your word for it. Let's have a look. See. I thought I detected a slight groan of dismay there from the Leicestershire faithful. Oh no, not him again. $410 not out.
410. I've given him 10 runs more. 2 right-handers at the crease now then. That was the last ball of the over. How often that happens. And he will just stay this end for the moment. Because Labuschagne has a strike. Barnes to continue. 6 overs for 21. And he's bowling from this pavilion end. As this, how many times have I said that the ground is bathed in sunshine this season? Not once, probably. Here he is then. Barnes comes into Labuschagne, bowls to him, and Labuschagne is forward. And O's and R's as it's met with the middle of the bat.
I don't think you could ever really describe Grace Road as a pretty ground, but there's something very pleasing about it.
One of the reasons I wanted to come up here this year, you know, because and I do like Derbyshire as well now.
Once the trees are in full leaf down Milligan Road, it is its own little world. It is an inner city ground. We're in a suburb of Leicester.
Here's Barnes in ball to Labuschagne. Labuschagne plays it off his legs down towards fine leg. It, picked up there just inside the boundary ropes, and they go through for a single. They'll have a chance for Barnes to have a go at the new batsman, Sam Northeast, 124 for 2. Obviously, you know, I enjoy going to Lords. It's sort of sense of occasion more than anything else. But you're so far, there's no atmosphere. We can't hear in your... well, we can if you do a couple of things, the effects. Often I've been there, you hear nothing at all.
It's a remarkable building, the media centre, but it...
not for me.
It's not much fun to commentate for.
Now then, here's Northeast to face his first ball. In comes Barnes and bowls to him, and it's nudged away on the offside. There's no run.
I ought to look up how many balls he faced for that 410. Probably at 700 or 800, 700 maybe.
Came in at 9 for 2, didn't he? He's come in here in a bit better position, 123 for 1. Now 124, Labuschagne is on 63. I think it is a medium pace, this pitch, because there's no pace for an out and out. We saw that with Nisa. As Barnes comes close to the stumps and Northeast goes on the back foot and pushes away into the covers.
Lovely Barno, says Rishi Patel. He too looking for his first-class wicket of the summer, Ed Barnes. This is his 16th over.
When's your next bulletin?
Any moment. Don't worry, you'll hear them.
Yes, Barnes, nice economical run up to the wicket and bowls, and this is pushed down to mid-on. Yep. Labuschagne is watching everything onto the bat.
Make Northeast play.
Yeah, Northeast rather, yeah. He's new to the crease.
He faced, actually only 450 balls for his 410 not out Sam Northeast with 45 fours and 3 sixes. His strike rate then was over 90, 91.
And I think his
mere
first
450
six was
balls.
getting his 400 or something like that. It was way into his innings. Yeah, it's the same Northeast waiting as in comes Barnes, bowls him, and he pushes it away. There's no run available there because there's 3 men patrolling that area. That completes the over, just the single off it. And the score moves to 124 for 2. Labuschagne on 63 in Northeast. Yet to score.
Scriven positively bouncing up to Rishi Patel, hands him his sweater and cap. Full of beans. Hoping to follow up that wicket. Off the last ball of his previous over, Chris Wright is having a word with him. And because it's Labuschagne at the crease who'll be facing, Hanscom is standing up to the crease. Ahmed is being sent back from conventional backward point to the boundary. What will Hanscom make of Scriven? Runs up and bowls. Again, playing late, Labuschagne from the crease, blocking it out into the onside.
Just been for a little circumnavigation of the grounds.
Rather pleasant in the sunshine, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's
Still
pleasant
cold.
at this end. It's sort of cool in a lot of other places, in the shade in particular, obviously. I'd take your coat, Edward, if I were.
Scriven is in and bowls, and again dabbed very late by Labuschagne, but that is one of his attributes, really. You play as late as you possibly can, dabs it past the reaching Ackerman at slip along the ground, and it bounces out towards third man, and Labuschagne, by his standards, walks the single, really.
I think the gentleman watching from deep third man was joking when he said, "Look plumb from here," about the Byram leg before.
Height wasn't the issue again. It did swing back in a little bit. And Hanscom, with the new batsman facing, takes his helmet off, puts his Leicestershire cap on and retreats to a conventional wicket-keeping position. 2 slips go in for Northeast. As Scriven is in, bowls to him on off stump. Northeast calmly leans forward in a defensive push, blocks the ball out into the covers.
Yeah, so it's just up next the side screen when that top-edged hook from Labuschagne came flying into it.
Yeah, you didn't fancy running around and taking the catch?
Wouldn't have got there. It's quite a wide side screen.
Yes, you'd have to be well in front of the advertising hoardings. Scriven is in, bowls very straight, Northeast calmly. Everything he does is relatively calm, blocks it out towards mid-on. BBC Radio Leicester getting good news about the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby. anyone less like a jester. I can't imagine it.
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
It's just for the rhyme, is it, rather than any personality?
Completely. Pleasant man though he is, he's not a jester. Scriven into Labuschagne, who gets a lovely delivery that bounces, and Hanscom takes it really well behind the stumps. Good work by Peter Hanscom. More than a fielder with gloves on. Yeah, and bathed in sunshine down here in Aylestone at the moment, and the good news is that Leicestershire have picked up their second wicket of the Glamorgan first innings, replying to Leicestershire's first innings score of 407. The visitors are now 123 for 2. The second man to go, Ed Byram, the Glamorgan opener, had just gone to his 50, very good 52, when he was pinned leg before wicket by Tom Scriven. Leicestershire's new young all-rounders, one of Leicestershire new young all-rounders, very promising player, got one just to swing back into the left-hander and was awarded the leg before decision. They've moved on to 125 for 2. The world's #1 batsman, Marnus Labuschagne, is still out there. He's 64 not out. He's been joined by Sam Northeast. Northeast has yet to score, but he made 410 not out on this ground last season. Leicestershire would dearly love to get him early in those circumstances. Glamorgan 125 for 2.
Barnes then runs away from us and bowls, and that's edged and held at the second attempt. I think Labuschagne has gone, as the slip somehow managed to catch it between them. Just a little bit of extra bounce from Barnes, but Labuschagne will be disappointed with that one. And it's 125 for 3, and Leicestershire strike twice in quick succession.
Well, Eddie Barnes' heart must have been in his mouth when he saw it pop out of the hands of Colin Ackerman, but it popped up into the air. Ackerman fell forward desperately, and I think it was he who got his hand underneath it rather than Rishi Patel at second slip. Not quite sure. We will see when we see the replay, but goodness me, had Ackerman, had that not been taken, shall we say, then, well, Barnes would have been inconsolable.
Mulder has gone up on the scoreboard.
Mulder was it Mulder who was at second? Just seen the replay, it was Mulder. It was Ackerman who was at second, Mulder was at first, and it was Mulder who dropped it and caught it again. There we go, got there in the end. Ackerman was at second, thought he might have hung on. Mulder spilled the first opportunity, but spilled it upwards, dived forward, got his hands underneath the ball. So, goodness me, what a moment that could be, and huge for Barnes, and a little bit of recompense for Mulder in the end, who was convinced he had Labuschagne LBW before he passed 50. Not on that occasion. And a bowling bonus point for Leicestershire as well.
Yes, those 2 wickets invalidate a couple of tweets I've just had, so I won't read them out because they were sent in good faith when Glamorgan were 1 down. But if you want to tweet us, Fox's Crick 2023 or Nick Webb 2017. And Leicestershire now just on top, a fraction in the evening sunshine. Still, Glamorgan needing 133 more runs to avoid the possibility of the follow-on, with 7 wickets in hand, but plenty of time left in this match to get a positive result if the weather holds out over the weekend.
2 batsmen who've yet to score at the crease, so can they? They've prized the door very slightly ajar. Can they push it further?
Carlson is at 5, and Barnes is into him, and Carlson plays that defensively on the leg side.
He's a man in form, isn't he?
There's no run. 2 first innings centuries, but 2 low scores in the second innings so far in the championship.
But it is the first innings.
It is indeed.
I'm going to take my gilet off.
Steady on,
old chap. For the first time this season, I think.
For the first time before the beginning of May. Since 2017. 125 for 3. 2 batters yet to get off the mark. Barnes bowls, Carlson blocks. The captain of the One Day Cup side is Kieran Carlson again this season, and was really in the runs in 21 in the championship. Had a disappointing season in red ball cricket last year and was left out of the last couple of matches. 125 for 3. Can he get Glamorgan going in the right direction again with good hour and a half's play possible tonight? Carlson drives gently to mid-on, and there's no run. Having said which, of course, the lights go off at 7 under council planning rules.
They do, but there's quite a big bright thing shining at the moment, which means we can go.
We can go past 7
yeah,
if it's still bright enough, which might just be possible tonight.
Indeed, absolutely. If we need to, 23.2 to go.
Overs. Yeah, we may well.
Don't bowl their overs quickly.
Be somewhere around 7, as this next delivery is blocked by Carlson. To Hill at mid-on, no run. Lots of excitement every delivery. Barnes with the wicket maiden so far. Last ball of the over.
Whatever happens now, Eddie Barnes can say, well, I dismissed the world's best batsman. Once.
Yes, he was on 64 at the time, but I suppose you'd take that against a player of Labuschagne's quality. Carlson faces up to Barnes, and that is no shot played. Outside off stump, goes through lowish to Hanscom behind the stumps, and the chat is at maximum volume from the Foxes infield.
Yeah, safe to say that that wicket has enervated the Leicestershire side. They are pretty boisterous under all circumstances, particularly so now. And Eddie Barnes will be just buzzing about that. His first class wicket of the season is the world's leading test batsman. Interestingly, Peter Hanscom is staying up to the wicket for Sam North East. North East has faced 8 balls, Carlson 5. Neither man has managed a scoring shot as yet. Scriven, the angled run is in. Bowls, slightly squared up, is North East playing, pushing across his front pad, thick outside edge, along the ground, all the way into the covers, so plenty of bat on it, but a little bit of shape again for Scriven.
Yeah, North East hasn't got a score at all this season, and the 3 times he's been at the crease out for single figures, but he did get 2 of the better balls bowled by Durham last week. He was somewhat unfortunate on that front.
Scriven bowls again very straight, and North East with that minimal step forward, just leans into a defensive press, blocks it out into the offside.
And of course he's not really in any sort of red ball form at all since that record-breaking innings. He failed to get past quarter of a century in the remaining matches of the season.
So he's due, as they say. Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, goes back and looks to steer it down to the point boundary. It bounces quite nicely for Rehan Ahmed, reaching to his right to make a clean stop at backward point.
Yeah, just looking to put a little bit of pressure on these, well, North East very experienced and Carlson reasonably so, but fielders close in on the offside, making sure they save the single at point and cover certainly, probably mid-on, mid-off and mid-wicket as well.
Scriven bowls very straight, and North East respectfully pushes it back up the pitch on the on side, picked up by Hill. 125 for 3. Leicestershire at the moment not a stranglehold as such, but they've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, picked up a couple of quickish wickets. Scoreboard going nowhere. Can they make the most of a little bit of an opportunity? Scriven is in and bowls. Northeast is off the mark as he goes back and works it towards mid-wicket. Hill slides 3 or 4 feet to his right, on his right thigh to make the stop. Running across from middle. Northeast has his single and is off the mark.
Couple out there with muddy trousers, as there were when Glamorgan were fielding early on. Suppose it's nice and soft to slide on, but means they'll be having the washing machine on a higher setting.
2 slips standing fairly close together as Scriven is into Carlson, who's very correct in defence, leaning forward on off stump. Back it bounces to Tom Scriven, who throws it to Chris Wright to do a bit of polishing, takes his sweater from umpire Watts. 1 for 9 from 4 overs for Tom Scriven. But I like what I see. I've always liked what I've seen of him. We haven't seen too much of Tom, but he's got a lot of potential. And coming in at 8 and bowling as first or second change, a young all-rounder who if he continues to progress, could be a big part of Leicestershire's future.
So Barnes to continue, having got rid of Labuschagne, will look to make further inroads. Northeast on strike. And he'll defend that one up towards mid-on. No run. Just the 2 outfielders now at fine leg on the rope, and third man close to the ropes up at the Bennett end of the ground. The building there is starting to cast its shade over part of the outfield. Shadows of the pylons as well, making themselves faintly felt in the sunshine. As Barnes is into bowl. Northeast drives, but straight to Budinger at cover. And there's no run. 126 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. As Leicestershire really have put the brakes on this Glamorgan innings. They weren't going hugely fast anyway. The 1-6 hooked top-edged by Labuschagne into the screen at the far end. Byram hit 6 fours, but his 51 came off 110 balls. As Barnes is into bowl outside off stump, and no shot offered by Northeast. Labuschagne's knock came off 106 balls, his 64, and he hit 4 fours and 1 6. So these two definitely in no particular hurry to get going. Succession of dot balls. Carlson, Northeast drives into the offside. No run. Right field's at mid-off. Takes a return pass from Budinger. And continues polishing. Barnes seemed to have been the chief polisher earlier on, but maybe it's just whoever's at mid-off at the time. Pleasant watching conditions, definitely at this end of the ground. Shade most of the rest of it at the moment. As Barnes bowls, that's on leg stump, and Northeast can just knock it away out towards Ahmed at deep mid-wicket for a comfortable single. 127 for 3. Kieran Carlson then still looking for his first run. Faced half a dozen deliveries. Leicestershire removed Budinger from cover. Where's he off to? Gully leg slip. Now this is the position in which Carlson was dismissed by Bryden Cars of Durham caught at leg slip, so Leicestershire have obviously been watching the tapes. As that one though is dead straight and defended by Carlson. Out on the offside, no run, just the single off the over. 127 for 3 in reply to 407. It's funny how you still, or I still say tapes anyway, when in these digital days, actual physical tape, probably few and far pretty rare.
I suppose there'll be a few weddings, things like that, that are still preserved on tape, won't they? But even then, I had a few of our older ones, our children are put onto digital sort of MP3s and files and things like that, just so they are preserved. Scriven. 5th over then from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to North East, who leans forward on off stump. Good line. Good length from Scriven, with Hanscom still standing up to him.
Yes, no videos of our wedding exist. Just stills.
Were they black and white?
Steady on. Early 90s.
A top hat.
Early 90s.
Okay. Yeah, well, mine 1990, my wedding. Scriven is in. Oh, goodness me, that's a decent shout for a leg before, but it is turned down by umpire. What was a bit of bat involved. He squared up Sam Northeast, hit him fairly adjacent, but it skewed off down towards sort of wide second slip, so an awful lot going on there. It all goes down in the book as a dot, but screen the stream is a ball or two behind, so we'll catch up with the replay in due course. Scriven asking good questions here. He is in and bowls. Northeast is trying to turn it off his legs. I think it was pad because it's running fairly slowly down to fine leg. Might go there anyway, and it does. Barnes puts in the dive, and it crosses the ropes just in front of his right hand. 4-leg buys. So Northeast remains on 2.
And Glamorgan have passed the halfway mark towards the follow-on.
Let's have a look at the replay on what happened with that previous delivery. Hopefully we're going to get it. Let's have a look, see if they crack on. Yeah, curious one, just squared him up a bit. I think it was bat involved. Anyway, in goes Scriven, and Northeast is going to pick up a run there because he's worked it off middle and leg down behind square towards the man on the coming in from the wide long leg boundary, who is Ed Barnes. Northeast moves on to 3, 1-3-2 for 3. 2 balls left in the 41st over.
Yeah,
off the innings.
I should be able to get through the next over before a radio update next door. Edward will pop in at that time.
Scriven in, bowls. Carlson is playing just outside off stump. Defending, pushing the ball out to Patel at extra cover. The shadows from the floodlights that are on, but nonetheless casting a shadow from the sun.
Yes, the floodlights are completely superfluous at the moment.
Utterly. But on they are. And
probably more of a distraction than anything else, the fielders, if a catch did go up in the air.
Indeed. But their shadow is stretching almost across the entirety of the playing field. Scriven is in, pushed by Carlson out towards slightly wide mid-on, and then conscious perhaps of the fact that he's still on naught. Calls for the quick single. Northeast happily responds, and although Hill got to the ball reasonably quickly, there was always just about a run in it. And he made his ground comfortably enough. End of the over, 1-3 for 3. 1 Carlson, 3 Northeast.
That was very much a single off the mark, wasn't it? A dab. Left because a clatter of wickets or a decent partnership could tilt the balance either way.
And they've gone back to their strike bowler, Leicestershire. Chris Wright is going to have a little burst from the pavilion end, up the slope.
Wright, who struck with the second ball that he delivered, one that bounced on David Lloyd, Glamorgan captain edging to slip. And the 37-year-old Wright will have another blast. And he comes bowling to Kieran Carlson, short ball, didn't really get up, and Carlson up on his toes defended it to mid-off, no run. Since those 2 wickets, the game has almost gone into stasis, hasn't it, in the last 15-20 minutes or so. Neither side willing to yield anything or risk anything. Wright is in bowls. Carlson shoulders arms, ball through outside off stump. Batting to come, Billy Root, Chris Cook at 7, 8 and 9, Salter and Nisa in either order, 10 Van der Hoogten, 11 McIlroy.
I was going to say, are we sort of last hour getting into Van der Hoogten territory here? Or
ooh, not for a while
Not
yet.
for another 10 overs or so, I don't think.
That is played by Carlson out into the gully, and there's no run. Maybe even 5 overs from the ends, I think, if the light's still all right. And as I say, there is time for either side to make headway in this closing stages of the game.
Yeah, another, what, well, 20 overs, possibly another 70 runs. Could be 200 for 3, could be 180 for 5.
As Wright is in bowls, and Carlson again shoulders arms, drifts away harmlessly away from the off stump. 133 for 3.
Nick's hoping BBC Wales remember his presence on this occasion.
I've had words. 133 for 3. 2 slips still. 5 saving the single. 2 outfielders. Right ball's edged, thick edge by Carlson, running safely down to third man, but he was shaping to play that, I think, on the leg side. A fortunate second single to Kieran Carlson, the young man from Cardiff. 134 for 3. Last ball of Chris Wright's over. In the very pleasant evening sunshine, though, I think 1 or 2 have drifted away. Someone tears down the Milliken Road. And forward comes Northeast and defends back to the bowler. 134 for 3 Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 407.
Nick going to pop next door for an update. Vian Mulder is being brought back into the attack in place of Tom Scriven. Scriven bowled a pretty useful spell, I thought, for a second change seamer. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. Just what his captain would have required of him, and he dismissed Ed Byram.
Yes, the game's starting again, as it were now, to a new batsman. Must commend the medium pacers here. They've kept it there or thereabouts as Mulder starts another spell and bowls to Carlson. Carlson is back in his stumps and plays it back down to mid-on. Strange shot from Labuschagne, because it was wide. He didn't have to play it. It was around 5th or 6th stump. He more or less guided it, didn't he, to the second slip, who dropped it and then grabbed it at the second attempt. Mulder turns from that Bennett end and bowls to Carlson, and Carlson is forward, just jabs it away on the offside, and there's no run. Yes, it's 6 o'clock and there's nearly 19 overs remaining.
A few dark clouds just beginning to drift in from the west, but there are just a few. Plenty of light around as well. light clouds, I should say, and blue skies. So we're going to get most, if not all, these overs.
I think we are. Mulder bowls and not timed at all by Carlson, trying to play it through the offside, but again not coming onto the bat, and it just dribbled along to mid-off. And the run rate has gone down to 3.1 since the departure of that second wicket pair, and then 2 wickets fell. This is the pattern of the Leicestershire innings, isn't it? Next ball is left outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper.
You were talking about coloured clothing earlier, Eddie. Derek Evans, in club cricket, the men's games are still in whites here.
Oh, that's good.
Around
news.
here, it's just the T20 blast and female games, so to speak, that are in coloured clothing.
Oh, down with us, it's all coloured.
Right. And he continues. I'll continue after this delivery.
Mulder bowls, Carlson leaves.
To be honest, he says all wearing coloured clothing gets over that stigma. What stigma is that? Especially if wife or daughter plays. Not quite sure where you're going with that one, Derek.
No. Anybody who's just come in and listening, it was my little moan.
But yeah, club, so around these parts anyway, and certainly Yorkshire, they still wear whites, yeah.
Another leave. So he's attacking there or just outside the off stump, Mulder. 134 for 3, Carlson, and 2 northeast. His first 23 balls is on 3.
Yeah, good stuff from the Leicestershire attack at the moment. They've, once those wickets fell, those 2 quick wickets of Ed Byram and then Labuschagne, they've maintained the pressure.
They have.
On Kieran Carlson, 2 off 20, and Sam Northeast 3 off 23, making them work to sort of get into their innings, so to speak.
You can see the moisture, can't you, where the run-ups have been here.
Oh yeah, the crushed grass and where
shows that the ground staff have done well to get the game on time.
Oh, update for BBC Radio Leicester, the last potentially. Chris Wright is in. Ooh, almost got another breakthrough there. Pushed out into the offside. 134 for 3 now, Glamorgan. 2 quick wickets for the Foxes have really lifted them in the field. The first to go, Ed Byram, who'd put on 123 with Marnus Labuschagne. He went leg before wicket to Tom Scriven for 51. Just 2 runs later, Marnus Labuschagne, world #1 Test batsman, didn't need to play at a rising delivery from Ed Barnes just outside off stump. He did, got the edge, and it was caught at the second attempt by Vian Mulder at first slip off the bowling of Eddie Barnes for 64. Sam Northeast has come to the crease. He made 410 on this ground last season, so Leicestershire hoping to get him early. He's 6 not out. Kieran Carlson is 2 not out. Glamorgan chasing Leicestershire's 407 are 137 for 3. That one from Wright was pushed out into the offside by Carlson. No run resulted. Budinger, the fielder. Right. This is the 12th over of the innings for him. Runs up the slope and bowls. Lovely off-stump delivery. No great shape to it. It is 43 overs old, the ball now. Carlson blocks it back down the pitch. Wright fields off his own bowling, then underarms it to Barnes at mid-on to do a spot of polishing.
And Leicestershire will be coming into the field tomorrow morning with not all that many overs left for the second new ball, because tonight when we finish we've bowled 17, so it'll be 20 overs tomorrow morning before the new ball, the second new ball, is due.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Carlson. Even former Leicestershire players are retweeting the Labuschagne non-dismissal, the leg before that wasn't. Ollie Freckingham, that is. Now at Rothley Cricket Club as right is in past umpire Bainton and bowls on off stump. Carlson has to defend, does successfully. Sun comes back out at Grace Road.
Yes.
Looks beautiful now. The lime trees starting to come into leaf down Milligan Road. Right. One ball left in his over is in. Bowls just outside off stump, leaning forward. Carlson plays with an angle bat, manages to get it past Patel at backward point, runs down towards third man. Michael Finan is the fielder coming in from the boundary. One is taken. Carlson keeps the strike. He moves on to 3. 1-3-8 for 3 is the score. 17 overs remain to be bowled today. The match most interestingly poised, Edward.
Yes, indeed. And Carlson coming off the first match of the season, 106 against Gloucestershire, and then 119 against Durham. So he's been in goodish nick. Quiet start for North East. As in come Mulder and bowls the first ball of another over to him, and he defends, does Carlson, as he pushes back down the pitch. 44 overs bowled and 1 ball, and there are 16 overs remaining and 5 balls. Still the 2 slips waiting in anticipation. Mulder comes in past the umpire and bowls wide of the off stump. There were some shrieks from the slips, but that was well wide of Carlson's off stump. Not many runs on offer at the moment. The last boundary was struck down here by North East a couple of overs ago, down to fine leg. As Mulder from the far end bowls and appeal for LBW, and there's a man running in from cover. Now what view he would have had, he was throwing his hands up in the air, and he wouldn't have a particularly good view, and he went up more than anybody. It was in fact Buddingo. Very, very excited. But it was an ambitious shout.
It wasn't quite as convincing as
Labuschagne's.
No.
Good spell again from Mulder. Comes in, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. 138 for 3. Period of rebuilding at the moment for Glamorgan's batsmen.
It was a good shout. Another good shout. Might just
going down.
Have been going down.
Yeah.
Might just.
Mulder comes in again and bowls. This time as it's played defensively back down the pitch. And again, there's no run.
It was a good shout. Mulder not getting much luck at the moment.
No, he's bowling. Remember, we were not criticising, but pointing out when he bowled from this end that he wasn't himself. But something's happened in the tea interval, and he's the best. He's the pick of the bowlers at the moment. As he comes in again and bowls, and it's played back down to him, and that's a maiden over. 138 for 3. Carlson 3, North East 6, and 16 overs remaining this evening.
You'd say that was an hour, wouldn't you? The best will in the world, which would take us to 7:10.
Unless we get a bit of twirl from the leg spinner.
Eddie, even if we do, it's going to be about an hour.
Oh yes, because there's going to be medium pace on at the other end, isn't there?
There is.
Well built, isn't he, Chris Wright?
Yeah. Fine figure of a man.
Yes.
Turns with his back to us and runs up the slope and bowls onto the leg stump of Kieran Carlson, who clips it away. It was a foolish delivery. Down to long leg it goes. Single is taken. Carlson on to 4. Scoreboard is just is one behind, I think, is it not? No, it was northeast. I beg your pardon.
Northeast it was.
Scoreboard isn't. I was one behind. So northeast on to 7. Carlson has 3. Readily identifiable because Carlson has a short-sleeved shirt on. Right is in to him. Lovely shape to the delivery. A little bit too full.
Swung.
Did. Swung, but onto middle stump and blocked firmly by Carlson out to mid-on. He rehearses a straighter shot, but he actually did well to play it as cleanly as he did. To be honest, it was a testing delivery from right.
The bowling is testing, and the batsmen have to concentrate fully here on some very accurate bowling by the Leicestershire seamers.
Yep, it's been good. Right is in again, drops a little bit short. Cut by Carlson, got up on his toes, got plenty of it, but he picked out Patel at point, so he missed out. He'll feel he missed out anyway. Hit it pretty cleanly. His 3, he's faced 33 deliveries for his 3, which is a testimony to the bowling as much as anything. You're right, Eddie.
Yeah, very impressive bowling. You know, if you're not taking wickets, you just tie the batsman out, and you might take wickets because they'll get rather impatient.
Exactly that. Right is in, bowls onto leg stump, in the air, no, just short. Well, it was in the air, but it bounced short of Rehan Ahmed, who tumbled to his left, took it on the bounce. But, whether it stopped a fraction on Carlson, but maybe beginning to get a little bit fretful, having been in as long as he has, and just having the 3 to his name. But
yes, he likes to get on with things, Carlson. Doesn't like to hang about.
Having seen that almost taken, Leicestershire have now pushed mid-wicket back deep.
Very odd.
Right is in to Carlson on off stump. He's forward. Content simply to play a solid forward defensive out into the offside. Budinger with his reflective sunshades perched atop his cap. Blue, I think they are, a sort of turquoisey blue, catching the sun, which is still shining brightly across this cricket ground.
We're not going to say anything about the sun coming out.
No, I'm not complaining. Absolutely. Goodness. Right is in and bowls outside off stump, swings with the arm and allowed to go through by Carlson into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. End of the 46th over of the innings. 139 for 3. 7 northeast, 3 Carlson. 15 overs remain in the day, potentially. And Nick Webb's going to come on for a few minutes with Eddie.
And 15 interesting overs, I suspect, to be bowled this evening. 139 for 3, cautious batting. 3 for 36 for Carlson, and 7 from 28 for Northeast. And it's Carlson who's taking strike from Mulder, who's continuing from Bennett end. Bowls the first ball of the over, which is played back down to the pitch. And Mulder now is bowled 13 overs in that one ball, 2 maidens, and taken, well, he hasn't taken a wicket for 39, so just going at 3s. But many people convinced that he had Marnus Labuschagne LBW. The only reason we can think that there was a little flick from the bat, which we didn't hear up here, as Mulder bowls again, and Northeast comes forward, plays it up to mid-on. It's taken the scoring rate down to 3 exactly. Just looking to see the run rate. It's got everything on that.
It's down to 3 exactly.
Not the run rate, the over rate.
All right.
There's nothing on it. I think it must be down to level.
Must be level, yeah.
Mulder in and bowls the Northeast. Looking to play it straight, but it got the angle of the bat. Although he's not taking wickets, he's doing a very good containing job here Here's Mulder, South African all-rounder. The batsman not taking any risks. 2 wickets falling after a second wicket partnership, 123. First to go was Byram for 51, then Labuschagne for 64. Mulder in bowls, and the batsman Sam Northeast has to get on his toes and push it out into the covers. Remember, 258 is the Glamorgan total to avoid the follow-on. So
it's quite painstaking progress at the moment, isn't it, since the departure of Labuschagne?
Bowled so well, they bowled so straight. And these two can't afford, having lost those 2 wickets, to take any risks. As Mulder comes in over the wicket and bowls and down the leg side, and appeal for a catch at the wicket there. And well, everybody's bullied. I don't know. He's square in the wicket, and he is the first man up in the air running in. He ran in for an LBW. Now, what he could see, I don't know. But I suppose he can say, well, I was backing up the boys behind.
Yeah, I mean, catches down the leg side, you look probably first the bowler because the keeper's not always aware what it's come off.
Last ball of the over. Sam Northeast waits and plays forward. Hit the bat hard. That did as it jagged up. End of the over. Carlson 3, Northeast 7. The scoring has almost come to a standstill.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Northeast is still feeling some effects of that finger injury from the first match. I suppose a broken little finger would probably have largely eased by now, but
yeah, but he wouldn't
seem to be feeling with batting with huge freedom at the moment, doesn't he?
No, and he's not getting much, Nick, though, is he, to score off?
No.
Because every bowler is hitting that marginally backable length where you can't really score, especially as this wicket is a little on the slow side. Basically, it's a very good pitch.
Yes, the wicket fell in the 38th over. We're now in the 48th. As in comes right bowls, shocking ball down leg side, and it's taken by Hanscom. You put the curse on him by saying how accurate everything had been.
Yeah.
That was a rare errant delivery from the experienced Chris Wright, as the very first time this season I get the sunglasses out for commentary work.
Just going to say that Carlson wants to get on with it. Always, he's an attractive stroke player.
Right into bowl to Carlson, allows that one to go through outside off stump.
But he's not to be tempted, hasn't he? He's faced 37 balls for his 3.
Shades that were last in use out in Rome, where I had the delight of doing the men's rugby international between Italy and Wales last month. It's the women's international in Parma tomorrow, as that delivery is cut by Carlson.
Can't get it through. But
Straight to a diving Ahmed, diving point fielder. It's Patel there, 26 rather than 16. Yes, the women's match tomorrow between Italy and Wales. England, France as well to decide the title. Coverage of both those internationals from the BBC. As Wright is in, outside off stump, and Carlson just watches it go through before playing his shot some seconds later. Leicester City, they're not in action until Monday night against Everton. So a while to wait over the bank holiday weekend for football fans here. Swansea City, your boys playing tomorrow, aren't they, Edward?
Away to Hull City. Still just 3 or 4 points away from top 6. Big game. And then they finish the following Saturday against West Brom home.
As that's defended on the leg side by Carlson, or just about on the leg side. In fact, I think it might have struck the stumps at the non-striker's end. Will you be in attendance for the Swans in that last game?
I should probably be in attendance at, as it's a Saturday, doing something for Radio Cymru on the cricket.
All right, you'll be monitoring from afar, will you?
Yeah. But we'll see how it goes. Cardiff City, good 3 points last night. They should be safe now.
Yeah, they're playing Sunday this weekend.
That's right.
As that is noodled away on the leg side by Carlson. Will pick up just his 4th single. 140 for 3 at the end of the over. Celebrations for Wrexham, of course, having won the title a little early, but failed in their cheeky bid to get Gareth Bale out of retirement.
Yeah, what about that then?
He said he'd rather try and get a free round of golf off them rather than play for Wrexham.
Well, the money those two have got at Wrexham, I think he can afford to have a free game of golf.
I think Gareth Bale can afford to pay for his golf, though, wherever he goes, couldn't he?
In his private jet.
Yeah.
Yes, they finish at Torquay tomorrow, and it'll be fun and games down there. Mulder is going to continue. He's going to start his 15th over. He's a strong young man, and he is will keep going at this pace because he's he just rolls up, puts there, does a little bit. And he's now going to bowl to Carlson. Here he is, first ball of the over, comes in and bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets across his stumps and plays it to short mid-on.
So also on the rugby front, I have to mention Scarlets against Glasgow in the European Challenge Cup semi-final. That's 5:30 tomorrow evening at Parker Scarlets, and there's commentary on that available on
the Tigers about tomorrow?
BBC Radio Wales.
Leicester Tigers?
I was looking to see their fixtures.
As Mulder comes in and bowls, and Carlson plays defensively. And the run rate is under 3.
No, they're well with the European rugby.
They qualified them.
Their final group game or regular season game in the English Premiership is against Harlequins, which is a 4 o'clock Saturday.
Down here,
at Welford Road.
Right.
So one more home occasion for the Leicester fans to enjoy.
Mulder over the wicket, bowls. That is. We've seen a lot of that in both innings. Carlson padding up, and the fielder and the wicket keeper shouting out. And often when you look at the playback, you see that it hasn't gone as close as they think, but you make the batsman think it's gone very close. I don't know how close that was because I'm a bit of an angle here.
Not the closest today, I think. I think the closest today was Labuschagne nearly being bowled by Wright early on.
Yes. And Nisa got a few, didn't he? And he bowled Mulder. He came back a foot or so, or appeared to. But it's Mulder in and bowls to Carlson. Oh, and he threatens to throw. Carlson doesn't move.
No, driven straight back to the bowler.
Yeah.
Just in case Carlson had overbalanced forward. I was thinking when on the way up there, thought I hadn't driven on him for any sort of distance on a motorway for ages, and the last time I did was probably my rugby visit to Leicester, which I'm not sure I ought to remind Tigers fans about.
The Ospreys one.
Correct.
That's well outside the off stump. Don't quite know why they're jumping up and down. It was a foot or more.
I was miles outside off and going away, and Carlson quite rightly wasn't tempted by it, because I think he'd be more likely to be caught at third man than anything else. We've just had 15 runs in this partnership.
Yeah, and they've been there some time.
Which is now about 11, 12 overs old, so it really has been slow going for Glamorgan as they look to dig in.
Here he is again, Mulder, and bowls, and this time it's tucked around the corner, down to fine leg for a single, and we still get the O's and R's.
Ooh,
but that is backing up the bowler, who's bowled a splendid. It goes rather wearily now to get his cap from the umpire. He gets a tap on the back as well from one of his colleagues, Finnan, and perhaps we might see a change. I would like to see the leg spinner come on then. That'll be exciting.
Yes, we've just seen the 1 over for 1 run from Rian Ahmed. Other than that, it's all been seam from the home side. But at least they have the spin option of Ahmed, who has taken 6 wickets in the 3 innings in which he's bowled so far this season. But it's be right to continue. His 15th over. Mulder has bowled 15 as well. Just the 5 overs from Scriven as the 5th seamer, 1 for 11. He was pretty tidy.
We've got to change of bowling this end.
Oh, I thought it was going to be right, but he has tossed the ball to Scriven, who will go into his second spell then. As I say, 5 overs, 1 for 11, his first spell.
Keep her standing up. Shows us what the pitch is like.
Yes.
It's a slow pitch now, and it's not conducive really to stroke making where you can get there because it's just holding up a little.
Elsewhere in Division 2, I'll give you the scores from around the country as Scriven bounces up and down in the evening sunlight and is into bowl to Carlson, who off an angled bat runs it down to third man for a single. 142 for 3. At Bristol, well, Gloucestershire might have got on the field at last, but not really among the wickets. Pajara is 98 not out, and Sussex at 260 for 3 after the first day near washout. I think they played about an hour yesterday morning. At Chester Street, Durham, well, probably won't last until much of tomorrow as North East defends. Back down the pitch, there's no run. Derbyshire 88 for 4 in the 90 for 4 in the second innings, still 197 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. So that one looks.
Madsen out.
Madsen, yes, he made 23.
Right, he's the saviour. Deploy played well last year, of course. He got a lot of runs.
At Edgbaston, Surrey have moved into a lead, 179 for 6, 29 ahead of Warwickshire, as Scriven bowls and North East defends up to mid-on. And at Lords, Middlesex claimed a first innings lead of 43 runs over Kent. Middlesex 229 all out. Agar 4 wickets, 2 apiece for Michael Hogan, for Grant Stewart and for Matthew Quinn, and Kent in their second innings 10 for 2, still 33 behind. Scriven runs in, bowls, and North East on the defensive once more.
I bet the batsmen are saying, here, give us a half volley, please.
There's been precious little.
Very accurate bowling, and they are to be commended.
Run rate has dropped below 3, which is rare for Championship cricket these days. But Glamorgan will be happy as long as they reach safety tonight with not more than 1 more wicket down, I would suspect. Preferably none. North East blocks again on the offside, and there's no run. Certainly this will help the Leicestershire over rate because the ball is just being patted straight to fielders for most of the time. Just the odd single now and again. As Scriven wearing 88 is in, bowls, and North East again defends, and there is no run. Neither of these has hit a boundary yet, and they have faced some 85 deliveries between them. 14 overs equivalent thereof without striking a boundary.
No,
we're probably due for you to vacate for half a dozen overs or so, Edward.
Yeah, sure.
And Richard will stand by in case he's needed for radio duties on here, so we'll just do a little musical.
And I was just going to say, where is Rian Ahmed? And here he is.
It seems harsh to deprive Eddie of the pleasures of watching Rahan in in action, but he can watch it from the BBC Wales box next door. He can put the binoculars on it and really get a close-up. Will at least, hopefully, with 11 overs remaining, mean that once they're happy with the field, we crack on with these overs at a decent pace. Otherwise, it's going to be sort of 10 past, 7:15. Ahmed is going to be operating, sadly for us, from the Bennett end. So the batsman has his back to us. Can't quite sometimes see us, therefore, when the googly is being bowled, or he's trying something different, but we shall see. In he goes and bowls. Back goes the suspicious Carlson, pushing out towards mid-on, then suddenly realises that Finan at mid-on is sort of halfway back. Unnecessarily, I think, at this stage, because these two, Carlson and North East, are very much in defensive mode, but determination to see out the day. Ahmed spins a catch, spins the ball from hand to hand before going in and bowling to North East, who stretches forward and blocks the delivery on off stump out into the offside. Sun goes behind cloud temporarily. It is moving reasonably quickly in from the west. In goes Ahmed again. He's landing everything at the moment. Famous last words. North East is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to him.
The sun's moving reasonably quickly.
The clouds are moving tolerably quickly from the west. Ahmed is in. He's clipping across the line there, North East. He gets it past the man at short mid-wicket, Budinger. Finan has to scamper across to his right at mid-on, and consequently North East can pick up 1. Moves on to 8 from 39. Carlson 7 from 50.
Very un-Carlson.
Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He reaches forward, just pokes it back up the pitch. Budinger steps across with those turquoise shades still glinting in the light. Ahmed is in. Back goes Carlson, and he is going to pick up a run there. He's managed to fasten on one that's just slightly short of a length and cut it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Vian Mulder out there. Picks up his 1, moves on to 8. End of the over, 145 for 3. 8 apiece. Carlson North East, 10 overs remain.
Just looking back, Carlson's strike rate in his century against Durham was 71. So that tells you that he's usually scoring about 4 runs and over, just better than that. But today it is less than 1 run and over, or the equivalent. Scriven then, who's bowled tidily as part of Leicestershire slamming the brakes on Glamorgan in the last hour. He's in to bowl to Carlson. Keeper up, 2 slips on leg stump, played firmly through, I was going to say through mid-wicket, but it's stopped, intercepted by the diving Ahmed.
It's not, I'm not being rude when I say he doesn't look necessarily like an athlete, but he doesn't half move like one. He really is. He's, as I say, solidly built, like an old-fashioned sort of hooker, something like that. Not these days. They're as huge as a house, aren't they, these days? But he was very quick over the ground there, and very light on his feet as well.
Yeah, looked as though it had got away from him. 145 for 3. Scriven in to Carlson, who cuts and will pick up a run down to wide third man, and that is all. And before that ball, Leicestershire had redeployed the second slip and put him on the drive in front of the wicket on the leg side. So got to the point where we saw for much of the last match in Cardiff there were more players in front of the wicket on the drive on that occasion than actually in the slips. I think Durham actually had 4 on the drive, 2 on either side of the wicket, or 3 on the leg, 1 on the off, in catching positions on the last day. Scriven in to North East, turns one off his hip towards square leg, and Inexplicably, Peter Hanscom charges off after it, just looking to keep himself interested, I guess, even though it was running pretty much straight to Ahmed. But the deterrent effect. Keeper making himself look busy and trying to rule out any possibility of a single, even though Ahmed would probably have done that anyway. Scriven to north-east, drives into the offside, scrambling stop by Hill at wide mid-off as they go through for a single. Hill's brown and green patches around his knees get even more pronounced. 147 for 3.
Another wicket at Derbyshire, 91 for 5 now. The second innings.
Not
could
going to
finish
last.
tonight.
Yeah, could finish tonight, depending on the light. As Scriven in. Bowls. Where's that one gone? Down leg side for 4 byes. The shouts of catch it put me off. A cricketer's contractually obliged to shout catch it wherever it goes these days, because the batter didn't make contact. Neither did Hanscom, sadly for him, and the Glamorgan total progresses to 151. The follow-on target is 258. So they need a further 107 runs with 7 wickets still in hand. Slow going at the moment as in comes Scriven. Bowls. Carlson defends on the leg side. Nothing much continues to happen.
End of the over. 9 to go. Scriven 7 overs, 1 for 14 now. And as I say, I've been pretty impressed with his bowling so far today. It's a little bit different. It's not quick, but it's sort of lively, medium, a little bit of swing. It's kind of quite old-fashioned in a way, but it's accurate, good accurate stuff. Lots of shouts out there to Ed Barnes. But where do you want me? He's saying he's run one way, he's run the other. He's looking directly into the sun as Ahmed is in, tosses one up to northeast, who rather digs it out from under him. He was waiting in his crease and played it firmly, but only as far as fine and at mid on.
Duncan Evans in Kent says if we can be bat sensibly for the rest of the day.
As in goes Ahmed and bowls, and again northeast is picking out fine and at mid on, and again there's no run.
This exile, he says, will be very happy.
It would be bad honours even, wouldn't it, if they get through to the close, I think. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and it's dropped at mid-wicket. It was a full toss that was wiped by northeast straight to Budinger, straight into the bread basket, and it popped out. Oh, goodness me. What a big moment that might have been. Northeast 410 not out on this ground last time out, and he's going to pick up 4 there to add insult to injury. That one bounces outside off stump and he cuts it down to third man, and Rishi Patel in pursuit can't get there. So northeast dropped on 9 and dropped badly.
Cricket was not the winner there, was it? It was a full toss from Ahmed, swiped by northeast inelegantly to mid-wicket, who put it down, and I don't know why.
Oh, needed that one. Ahmed is in to northeast. Good delivery. Northeast is forward, turning his bat face on the delivery. Pushes it out to Budinger, who's still got his head down as he walks back, having fielded that ball. I bet he does as well. Ahmed is in. Back goes northeast, riskily, because it could have been the googly. And I'm going to see this replay. No, that was the replay of the 4. How bad a drop was it? I think it was a pretty bad one.
I think he was just coming forward a little bit, but you'd expect professional cricketers to hang on to that sort 19 times out of 20, probably.
Yeah, he didn't really get hold of it, northeast, did he? It wasn't sort of really whistling towards him. Maybe that was part of the problem.
Yes, not a good piece of bowling, batting or fielding on that occasion, but it ended in a dot ball.
It could have been a key moment, really could.
155 for 3 as Scriven is into Carlson, and he defends, and that 4 that came off the next ball was the first from either of these men, who came together in the 38th over, and that was in the 53rd, so we had 15 overs or thereabouts. Best part of an hour without a boundary. Carlson still in single figures on 9 not out. Scriven runs away from us. Bowls. Carlson leaves. Despite his reputation as an attacking batter, Carlson is clearly happy just to see things through tonight, and as long as he has the star next to his name for not out.
Leicestershire's captain has just run up to Budinger to try, and he's very down, Budinger. He can't quite believe it.
Scriven bowls and Carlson defends. Did you get that tweet earlier on from Derek Evans about Scriven in Berkshire?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Men's games still in whites in that area.
I think he was born in Oxfordshire, but yes, he played in Berkshire.
Yes, in South
Went to
Wales.
school in Oxford.
In South Wales, the higher divisions of the leagues are virtually all in coloured clothing these days.
Yes, Eddie wasn't approving.
As on the back foot goes Carlson, defends to mid-off. Yeah, I've got, even in the depths of Division 11, we sport maroon and black.
Do you? Do you not wear white at all?
Only if I'm playing in a sort of friendly for someone else or an evening game or anything.
Goodness.
Yeah. Most of the sides are now in coloured clothing. As Scriven in ball's edged and caught, and Carlson goes for 9. His long vigil fails to pay off, and Leicestershire get the breakthrough they were looking through before the close tonight. Glamorgan 155 for 4.
Gorgeous outswinger. Gorgeous outswinger. Now, whether the fact that Carlson was in defensive mode made him play the ball differently, I don't think so. I think it was just a very, very good ball. Flicked the outside edge, feathered it, and Hanscom made no mistake. Well, it was a epic 61 balls faced by Kieran Carlson for his 9. It didn't quite come off in the end.
Yeah, 30 runs the partnership in a rate of just about 2 runs and over. And Carlson's mini run of big first innings scores comes to an end. There is no night watchman as yet, with 7 overs left as the light just dips a little bit. It's Billy Root.
Again, they'll be, although that will make them feel a bit better, they'll be thinking we could have had 2 in the space of 2 overs. We could have had both North East and Carlson back in the pavilion before the close. Does that swing the day?
Yes.
Just about back towards Leicestershire? That wicket, one more certainly would, I think, if Glamorgan were 5 down.
I think I'd rather be in Leicestershire's position as things stand.
But remember, Leicestershire were 168 for 5.
They were. I mean, there's plenty to go in this game, and just that follow on, 103 runs away. Welsh followers will be happy once that has been avoided, and they don't risk being under pressure later in the game for a second match running.
Scriven currently, I think, sitting on his first-class best figures. 2 for 14. Very, very early in his first-class career.
Scriven now setting his field for the left-handed Billy Root. Byron and Root, the 2 lefties in the Glamorgan side. Scriven bowls, and bowls him first ball. Leg stump knocked back, little bit of in swing. Root played all round it, 155 for 5.
Tom Scriven, take a bow, swung beautifully. He's getting huge hugs and high fives from his teammates. Swung in, Root unable to get anything on it. Thumped into the bottom of the stumps. What a delivery to get first up. He's making the ball swing really nicely, Tom Scriven now. He definitely has his first class best figures. 3 for 14, and he's on a hat-trick, the young man.
Yeah, so congratulations to him. Byram, Carlson and Root, so top order batters. It is very much Leicestershire's ascendancy now, and 103 runs for the follow-on is still a long way away.
Trying to remember the last Leicestershire hat-trick I saw. I remember Atif Sheikh getting one long time ago. That was at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were at that stage going for late runs. They'd already got, I think, 400 odd. So this is different circumstances.
Oh, now it is the night watchman. Tim van der Hoogten with 7 overs left. We'll try to see that time out.
We're going to have to wait till the next over to see if Scriven gets his hat-trick, because those were the last 2 balls of his over.
So Sam Northeast and Tim van der Hoogten, 2 experienced campaigners. They certainly won't be daunted by that, but it very much swings the game Leicestershire's way and leaves them to make the running, you would have thought, as Northeast will take strike from Ahmed.
Swing being the operative word.
Absolutely.
Old-fashioned, but it works sometimes, perhaps. Ahmed bounces in and bowls. Northeast goes back and plays it firmly down into the ground. It bounces back towards Ahmed, who, having taken it on the run, keeps going, runs back to his mark. Bounces in and bowls. Northeast is just pushing slightly across the line at it as it comes towards his middle and leg stumps, pushing it out to Budinger, who, 2 wickets having fallen notwithstanding, will still not be feeling great out there. In goes Ahmed, bowls. Northeast is pushing it again towards Budinger, who tumbles as he fields. He'll only feel better if Northeast is out for not many more runs. Sun comes back out as Ahmed is in and bowls, and he's forced it away through the offside, and he's going to pick up a run for that. And there's going to be an update. And Leicestershire are picking up quick wickets. Tom Scriven, when he bowls his next delivery, will be on a hat-trick. It's going to be in his next over because he took wickets with the last 2 balls of his previous over. First, Kieran Carlson was caught behind, feathered and out, a lovely outswinger into the gloves of wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom for 9. 9 off 61 balls for Carlson, which is a testimony to how well Leicestershire have bowled at him. Very next ball, Billy Root left-handed, swung back in a Yorker, Tom Scriven to him, and he cleaned him absolutely up. They'll be feeling better, Leicestershire, because Glamorgan now 156 for 5, but it could have been even better because in the previous over, Sam Northeast, who made 410 not out on this ground for Glamorgan last year, when he was on just 9, when he was badly dropped, really badly dropped by Sol Budinger at mid-wicket off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed. Admittedly, it was a full toss that was clothed straight to him, but it was a straightforward catch, and Budinger couldn't believe it when he couldn't hang on. So, Glamorgan 156 for 5. Do you want to stay with me for the hat-trick delivery? See what happens? Can Tom Scriven pick up a hat-trick? Have you got time? He's just walking back to his mark now. It's going to be the night watchman, Tim van der Hoogten, who bowled beautifully for Glamorgan throughout the Leicestershire first innings, picked up 6 wickets, was it 7? 6 wickets in the end, Tim van der Hoogten. But it's actually going to be Northeast who's on strike. Van der Hoogten is watching. It is, of course, a change of ends. So Scriven Well, they haven't really changed the field. They've got a short mid-wicket in for him. It is going to be northeast on strike. Scriven runs in past umpire Bainton and bowls outside off stump, and it's played down into the ground by northeast. So not a hat-trick on this occasion, but Leicestershire very much on top.
Yeah, it's just a little surprise they didn't shove in an extra slip or two for that delivery. I wonder whether it had slipped the skipper's mind that it was a hat-trick ball, possibly.
Bit of extra pressure. I suppose it is northeast rather than the new batsman,
Yes.
isn't it?
Northeast on strike on 14, 156 for 5. That's down leg side, and won't be threatening anything apart from Peter Hanscom, who dives to his left to make the stop. 156 for 5. Scriven 3 for 14 has definitely tilted this game Leicestershire's way in this closing session, and anything else for the Foxes really would be a Brucey bonus now. Scriven in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten northeast blocks. I'm not sure how comfortable Van der Hoogten will be against the spin of Ryan Ahmed, as he's a solid character with the bat. Van der Hoogten, he says he enjoys batting and quite enjoys the role of night watchman, but he might be more capable of blocking out the seamers than the spinners. We shall see. The spinner, singular. Scriven in bowls. Northeast is forward defending on the leg side, and there's no run.
Interesting you should say that, because that, you know, that is Leicestershire's thinking as well. They see Rahan more as a weapon at this stage of the season against the sort of lower order opposition, you know, when they maybe can't pick the googly, or less likely to be able to pick the googly than the top order. But if full tosses do the trick, then that's fine as well, but almost did.
Scriven into northeast forward defensively. No run. One ball left of the 5th over, to take it to 5 overs to go rather. And I shall depart and leave Edward with you for the closing whatever it is of play. 8 minutes to 7 o'clock, but they should be able to continue without the lights afterwards,
because the sun is blazing out again.
Indeed. As here is Scriven to finish his over, bowling to northeast, who defends it, and there's no run. 156 for 5 then, Glamorgan, still needing a further 102 to avoid the follow-on. Van Hoogten yet to score. Northeast is 14, and Edward Bevan will join Richard Ray.
Mango Fox on Twitter. Once again, Scriven proving it makes no real difference how fast you bowl, it's where you put it and what you do with it. I would add to that sentiment. Scriven, I said to Nick, Eddie, is sort of slightly old-fashioned, a sort of old, but genuinely gets swing.
Yeah, that's all you want. You bowl a length.
Bowls in the right place, and
been very impressed with him.
Yeah, very pleasing.
Now then, Ryan Ahmed comes in, bowls to the night watchman.
What will Van der Hoogten make of him?
Yes, he'll enjoy the battle, know him. Who is the bowling coach here?
It is Alfonso Thomas, the former Somerset Seamar. But it's also Jigger Naik, the spin bowling coach.
Ryan Ahmed, and this is short, cut away backward of square, down towards the boundary. And is it going all the way? No, it's pulled in just a metre or so from the third man boundary. It was in the air, but just the slip there. Because I think that they've told them, just bowl a length on this pitch. It's not the quickest pitch, and you'll be rewarded. And they haven't wavered from that. Every seam bowler has,
I was banging away about that just after lunch, wasn't I?
Yeah,
I feel as I've been banging away at it for a long time.
Ryan Ahmed bowls, and this is driven by Van der Hoogten, and there's no run. Mulder, Barnes, Scriven, they've all done it and just landed it there or thereabouts. And they've been rewarded because the scoring rate has come down to a standstill nearly. Rian Ahmed is bowling now his leg spin, and Gooley tosses this one up. It brings Van der Gooten forward, plays it out into the covers. And there's no run. And just the ball that got Carlson just went a little bit, and that was enough.
Beautiful delivery.
Next ball is again played out onto the offside. And thank you, Mr. Rian Ahmed, for bowling the overs so very quickly.
Yes.
Still 4 left.
Yeah. It won't be much after 7. Short legging, of course, for the new batsman.
Up the next ball comes tossed up. End of the over. 4 overs remaining. 158 for 5. Van der Gooten's on 2, and North East, who's faced 57 balls, is not out 14.
And again, the 2 wickets notwithstanding, how good would Leicestershire be feeling, and in what a strong position they'd be in had that catch off North East been held
just
at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was straight
shocking miss. Right into the
bread basket. It would appear to me that Penning is very, very keen, and perhaps he just cooled down a little bit because he'd been jumping about for LBW, some cover, went straight at him, down it goes.
Yeah, he's been subdued, shall we say, ever since.
Ever since, yes.
Tom Scriven, to continue this wonderful spell, is in and bowls to Sam North East. A little bit wide on that occasion, and North East can reach out and push it through the vacant point area down towards Ed Barnes, who's been out there on the point boundary, the offside boundary, when the bowling is from the pavilion end in front of... That's what I still think of Dave Goodacres, bless him. No longer with us, Dave, but operated the manual scoreboard for many a year.
Yes,
a real stalwart of Leicestershire cricket, umpired and played throughout his life.
Yes, since I've been coming here, Dave and the dear old umpires and players attendant went 2 years ago, didn't he?
He did, yes, indeed. Big Phil. In goes Phil. Scriven, bowls on off stump. Van der Hoogten leans forward and on the off stump plays it out into the offside. And the bell, there's a little plaque, I don't know if you saw it now, by the bell.
I've seen
Not
it.
a little plaque, quite a big one really. Just
I saw it last year.
Yeah.
Such a good, friendly man.
And he cared very much about the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And we still miss him.
Absolutely. Last time I saw him was down in Cardiff on a one-day match.
He used to come down and watch all the time as well. In goes Scriven, bowls, slightly squares up Van der Hoogten, but the Australian very solidly behind it.
And a big Tigers fan as well.
Yes.
So.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
He was a victim of COVID, wasn't he? It
I'm
was
afraid
during
so.
that era.
He was, yes, he was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Scriven, 3 for 15 from 9.3 overs. Runs in and bowls, slightly shorter of a length this time, and it doesn't swing as much as a consequence. And he, cross with himself, played comfortably by Van der Hoogten into the offside. I was just about to say, I wonder if they'll give Ackerman an over before the close. And as soon as I thought that, Ackerman began to
off spin, isn't it?
Yep, a little bit of gentle off spin. See if he can see if the finger spin gets a bit of bite that the leg spinner doesn't necessarily. In this pitch, Scriven is in and bowls outside off stump. Late decision to leave by Van der Hoogten. It swings on and is not taken cleanly by Peter Hanscom, who stands with his gloves on his hips in disbelief. No extras resulted because Mulder cleaned up at first slip. Rang back a yard or two. But the crowd, such as it is, have pretty much stayed with it because it's been fascinating.
It has been
play.
wonderful day's cricket.
Scriven is in and bowls straight, and Van der Hoogten equal to it. The ball that came back, says Van der Hoogten. Scriven finishes his 10th over. 3 for 15 his figures, and he gets a long word of congratulation from Lewis Hill, and he's right to do so. So it looks like Ahmed will bowl the penultimate over as the lights go out. It is 7 o'clock, therefore.
Is it really?
18:59.
And there's no
so the lights have to go out.
No guessing who your interviewee is tonight. Possibly Hanscom or possibly Scriven.
Well, there's Ahmed as well, Rehan Ahmed with his 90. Hanscom.
Line them up.
Or Scriven.
Ackerman,
we shall see.
The ball is off spin from the far end.
No, still Ahmed.
It's still Ahmed.
Yeah, Ackerman's going to bowl the last over from this end, I think.
Right. Because I thought I saw him taking his cap off. But no, he's just winding, as you say. Ahmed comes in, bowls the first ball, and it's pushed back down the pitch. And it has gone noticeably a little darker, isn't it, with the, with the lights gone off, but perfectly playable. Even though the sun has gone in. Ahmed in bowls, forward comes northeast and pushes it back down the pitch. Not to be tempted, certainly, with just 2 overs left and 4 balls of this over. Rayan Ahmed bowls. This is driven firmly, but it's stopped at short mid-wicket by Paringa. Halfway through this over, being bowled very quickly by Rayan Ahmed as he comes in again and bowls, and this is driven through the offside, and they will get a single out of that. And Northeast moves on to 16 from 62 balls, 160 for 5. Glamorgan losing a wicket to the second ball of the innings. Then we saw a partnership of 123. Break off as the next ball is bowled and off the back foot and played just the man backward of square, a little shorter than the 2 batsmen, Byram 51 and Abhishek 64, going in the space of 2 overs. Next ball is too short.
Yeah.
And that's hammered through the offside by Van der Gooten for 4 runs. It's a long time since we saw a boundary, but that was far too short. I think he was rushing that over too much. Just compose himself, and here is Ackerman to bowl his 1 over of the day. Just gentle off spin as described by Richard. Van der Gooten is 6 and Northeast is 16, and really you would want Van der Gooten to face these last 2 overs. That's what he's there for. A man who says, I quite enjoy, I think I told you yesterday, being a night watchman. Well, if he gets out, I suppose, well, it's not his fault because he's well, they say he's not recognised, but he's got lots of 50s.
Have we got 2 to go, not 1? The scoreboard is suggesting. I thought
2, is it?
I thought we were down to our last, but it could be that Ahmed will get to 1 more then after this. But this is going to be Colin Neil Ackerman, C.N. Ackerman, Esquire, in wonderful form with the bat. Has he had a bowl so far this season? Yes, he did. He bowled a few overs at Headingley. He picked up a wicket, actually. But at the moment, he's taken 1 for 103 from 26 overs. So, love to pick up another one for rather cheaper. In he goes. Bowls. Stretching forward is Sam Northeast. 16 off 63 balls now for him as he pushes that one back down the pitch towards Ackerman. Just the one slip. Hill is in close-ish at mid-wicket. Ackerman is in. Northeast is forward, rather working it back down the pitch towards Ackerman. Who steps past umpire Bainton and bowls. Back goes Northeast. It's misread the flight a little bit there, but on the other hand, it did not spin an iota. Not a bit. Went straight on. And he was able to play it off the pitch back down to Ackerman, who is in again and again. Northeast just sort of turns his wrists on his defensive shots and works the ball back down the pitch.
He wants to block these 2 balls and say, right, Tim, that's you for the last over, not at me.
Ackerman bowls. Northeast works it across the line this time as far as Hill. Over 8 still level according to the scoreboard as the sun comes back out. What time is it? 3 minutes past 7. Ackerman is in. Northeast playing across the line, but a perfectly respectable maiden from Colin Ackerman. No turn at all for him. Hasn't really been any for Rayan Ahmed either. From the other end, it's still only the 2nd day of this game. And
yes.
You know, it would be sort of late on the third if it starts to
But
turn
it hasn't
a bit.
turned quickly, is it? That's the thing. If it does turn, very much like the Cardiff wicket, you know, that just dies towards the end of the match, and it's slow turn and nothing in it at all.
I don't know if this will die as such. Be interesting to see what happens on day 4. I suppose I have to say if we get there, because
Showers
still a bit of work for Glamorgan to do.
A lot of work for them to do. Last over of the day, Ahmed to bowl from the Bennett end, and he's bowling at the night watchman Van de Gooten on 6. And he's got a short leg and a slip there, close in. Here he comes then, the 18-year-old leg spinner. Well, he was going to come, but then his captain noticed something, and he's sent the man who was close, about 20 yards away, backwards.
Ahmed brought him in, and Hill said, no, go back you go.
I'm captain. I'll place the field. Here's the first ball. And it's played away onto the offside by Van de Gooten.
Problem is that...
You see, that didn't zip through then.
No,
it's slow.
Yeah, just going to say, if Ahmed can't get any turn with his conventional, then the googly isn't going to turn either, really. It'll just go straight on.
It gets down on that quite late and pushes it back down the pitch. 4 balls to go. In comes the next delivery, and he's going back now, and play back at your peril to a leg spinner, and Van de Gooten probably be better advised just to push out, and if you're not spotting the googly, to push out in hope, as they say. In comes the next one, and he does push out and smothers that one, and it's 2 balls remaining. It's been a good day's cricket, and undoubtedly it's been
hard fought, hasn't it?
Yeah,
hard fought
Leicestershire's day. You've got 407, and now they've taken half the Glamorgan wickets. That is pushed back again, 164 for 5. Still a long way behind Glamorgan. And Coach Paul Nixon will be very happy with his side's performance. As in comes this last ball, and it's played away in the cover region. It's fielded, and that gentleman, as they say in the old days, concludes the entertainment for today. 164 for 5, and a good performance, all-round performance by Leicestershire, which I'm sure that Richard Ray will agree.
Yeah, they're on top at the moment. They had to work hard for their wickets towards the end of the day, but they did. It was a really good partnership of 123 between Ed Byram and Marnus Labuschagne, which seemed to have got Glamorgan well on course, certainly to avoid the follow-on, and maybe much more than that. But then Byram went leg before wicket. A really good spell from Tom Scriven. He picked up 3 wickets for 15. Scriven in 10 overs. His first-class best figures, and more than justified his selection for the game, and consequence of which Glamorgan, a bit of work to do, and need the best part of another, 100 runs, close on 90 runs to avoid the follow-on still. But Sam Northeast, the ever-present, is still there. 410 and 16, so that's what, 426 not out at the moment.
And Chris Cook was rarely mentioned, as I said to you earlier. We've got 191, he's still to come, and Michael Nisa, the all-rounder. So Glamorgan played carefully, and they should get to the follow-on. We'll see what happens there. It's a good championship game, this, and that, I think, we can leave it for the day on 164 for 5. Van de Gooten is 6. Hope you've enjoyed our transmission. We look forward to being back with you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good night to you all.